Chapter 851 One side down. Boom boom boom. The roar of artillery and the explosion of artillery shells rang together on the dock, and gunpowder and flames became the background color on the dock. The circular array of the Great U State Navy continuously fires lethal shells. Unlike solid shells, new shells are often enough to sink a Wago warship. During the explosion, many Japanese warships sank one after another. Yun was also shocked by the scene in front of him. Although he knew that this new type of shells would bring changes to the Navy's combat methods, the actual effects still surprised him. "General, now the Japanese Navy division is the only one to be beaten by us." Liu Chen's eyes reflected flames and smoke, and not far from the sea, there were many Japanese soldiers falling into the sea. They struggled in the water with fear in their shouts. Although they were required to be absolutely loyal and brave in the country, in the face of this devastating blow, their human nature overwhelmed their training. What Edo Yiming saw when he came to the pier, the hell-like picture made his body a little stiff. The same is true for Junichi Koizumi, and now he finally realized a problem. They underestimated the strength of Great U. Before attacking Goryeo, they had a detailed understanding of the Goryeo dynasty, and they found that Goryeo seriously emphasized civility over military affairs, which led to the poor combat effectiveness of the Korean army. The samurai who went to sea had contact with the Koreans all year round and came to the same conclusion. It was under this premise that Yamada Daimyo formally ordered the attack on Goryeo, but they neglected the kingdom of Dau. After all, Goryeo was under the name of the Golden Horde, and the Golden Horde was busy with the war with the kingdom of Dau. They decided Dau will not interfere in the war in Korea. Is this the firearm of Dau Kingdom? Edo Yiming said to himself, his heart shrouded in haze. There is no doubt that the Sewenxiang Wharf is over. Daugo's fleet destroyed all the ships in the wharf, and then they will prevent any ships from docking at the Sewenxiang Wharf. Their supplies will be cut off and they will not be able to travel from Sewenxiang. Domestic transportation of supplies. It does not take long for the entire southern Goryeo to become an isolated island, and the 80,000 Japanese soldiers on the isolated island will be isolated and helpless. Kidmoto, our navy is over. Junichi Koizumi held the katana in his right hand. His knuckles turned white, not knowing whether it was because of anger or fear. Edo Yiming was silent for a long time, looking at the burning pier. He shouted, "Let everyone withdraw to the city. The army of Dau will not wait too long. They will attack the city at the latest tomorrow. We must be fully prepared before that." Jun Koizumi nodded a little, and now Yiming and Edo are now aware of the gap between them and Daugo in terms of firearms. But this is not a reason for them to give up resistance, because this war is not a melee between the great names of the Japanese country, but a war between the Japanese country and the Great U country. If they fail, they will be killed, and now they have no choice. After giving the order, Edo Izumi and Koizumi Junichi walked into the city, leaving the pier that was reddened by the flames. At sea, Yun and Liu Chen ordered the shelling to stop, and all the warships of the Japanese country were destroyed. They did not want to continue to waste shells. After all, according to the military workshop, the cost of such shells was much more expensive than solid shells. "General, where are we going now?" Liu Chen put down the binoculars, and they were sure to destroy all the warships in the dock. Yun unfolded the nautical chart. He pointed to the strait between Goryeo and Wa, and said, "Next we will blockade here, so that no warships of the Wa will rush to assist the Japanese team in Goryeo." "Yes." Liu Chen frowned. This battle was the most relieved one he had ever fought. Yun was equally excited. He looked at the direction of the country and said, "Mother, my son will avenge you soon." Swan Bridge. The rumble of cannons also reached here. Yi Kinyan and Kudong smiled at each other, and they understood that this was the arrival of the Dau country's navy. "Hey, now I'll see where these Japanese pirates are running." Yi Kinyan was triumphant. Kudong smiled and said, "This Japanese country is too self-reliant." According to the intelligence provided by the security guards, whether the population, land, or industry and commerce are too far apart from the country, the only thing that can be used is the matchlock and the British. The smoothbore flintlock taught by people, and this is only the weapon we eliminated. After a pause, he continued, the knowledge in the military academy tells us that the war between two countries is more about each other's national strength. There is no doubt that the Japanese country has already lost at this point. Yi Qian showed his admiring eyes. Kudong is one of the outstanding students who graduated from the military academy, and what they learned is almost completely different from the past. And many novel theories are surprising. But I have to say that what they say is very reasonable. You are right. The country of Japan is only a small country. If you continue to fight, the country will have problems with food, clothing, housing and transportation. It is precisely after seeing through the weakness of the country that the emperor decides to attack the country first, and then focus on fighting Chu Wang. After all, the king of Chu is the richest vassal king in Dayu. Kudong nodded. It only takes 2 months for us to end the war in Korea. The two were talking. Suddenly there was a noise outside the camp, and then a soldier came to report, Commander, the Korean army is here. Yi Qian lightly breathed a sigh of relief. Fighting in the local area of Goryeo, this cannon fodder task was naturally undertaken by Goryeo. Although these Goryeo troops are nothing but scum to him, they can still play a role with their help, at least cleaning the battlefield, transporting materials, and siege by ladders. They came just in time. The King of Korea is still acquainted, so they should be stationed in front of the camp. Yi Qian said. He and Kudong were worried that the Japanese pirates would attack the camp at night, but I'm afraid now Wago did not dare to take risks easily. Otherwise, at dawn, they will become slaughtered lambs. As the night dimmed, 70,000 Korean soldiers wearing red armor and bowlers began to camp. This scene was discovered by Wag's scouts, and the news quickly spread to Suwon City. We have only 30,000 soldiers stationed in Suwon City. Even night attacks will be held back by the Goryeo army. When we break through the camp of Goryeo soldiers, the army of Great Yu will be assembled and we will not be able to take advantage. Edo Yiming smashed the table severely, and he said, abandon the night attack, now strengthen the city immediately, and immediately arrest the Korean people in the city as human shields. Jun Koizumi nodded a little. He showed a cruel look. To them, the people of Korea are no different from livestock, but capturing these Korean people as human shields can achieve good results. After the order was issued, miserable shouts rang out in Suwon Castle, and the Koreans were driven out of their homes by Japanese soldiers. Chapter 852 Sublimation of Industry. When the belly of the fish was white in the east, Suwon Bridge Base Camp blew the bugle to wake up. The soldiers of Dau and Goryeo in the camp that stretched for 10 miles all got up and began to bury their pots for cooking, and the vague smoke rose to the sky, stretching in the dim light of heaven and earth. In such a quiet and beautiful picture, Yi Qian and Kudong came out of the camp almost simultaneously. The bugle in the camp is a military order, and both generals and soldiers must follow it. This is the iron-like discipline of the Dayu team, which no one can specialize. While in the city of Suwon, Edo Yiming stayed up all night. His red and swollen eyes looked at the dense cooking smoke in the distance. It would not take long before the mixed army of Dayu and Goryeo arrived under Suwon. Here, they will have a formal confrontation with the army of Dayu. Junichi Koizumi is also on the city wall. Behind him are the Korean people with ropes. After the war begins, these people will be pushed down to resist the bullets of the soldiers of the Great Yu country. At the same time, the Japanese soldiers in the city were wiping their muskets. Most of the soldiers were holding arquebuses, and a few were holding flintlocks. Compared with the simple structure of the matchlock gun, the flintlock gun is more complicated in the manufacturing process. So far, only 8,000 flintlock guns have been produced. 5,000 of these flintlocks were equipped with Edo Yiming's army to show that Yamada Daimyo regarded him seriously. Because of this, Edo Yiming did not dare to imagine the consequences of defeat, because the defeat of the war would put great pressure on Yamada Daimyo. Other big names took advantage of this opportunity to oppose him. The sun gradually rose, and the atmosphere of war became more intense. The soldiers of the country lit their torches and guarded the artillery, ready to fight at any time. The elite 5,000 flintlock soldiers were arranged by Yaming Edo on the east city wall. There was an empty rice field directly opposite here. He believed that the Great Yu Congress was here to attack. A little bit of time passed, and soon the Japanese soldiers on the wall saw the Goryeo army coming towards them. These soldiers did not rush to attack the city, but walked around the city in an orderly manner and besieged Suwon City. This scene surprised Edo Yaming on the castle wall. Yi Kinyan and Kudong led the Daewoo team to be stationed in front of the Nanjing official road in Suwon. Kudong picked up his binoculars and looked at the heavily guarded Japanese soldiers on the wall and said, "The Japanese pirates are brave and innocent," as the emperor said. In the military course of the Tanzi Academy, he once asked the emperor about the situation of the Japanese team. At that time, Xiaoming told him about this. He believes that the Japanese country is a very short-sighted country, never consider the consequences of doing things. Foreign strategy is not long-term thinking, but like a gambler. Once they decide on a plan, they will all bet on it until they are beaten up to the point of being bloody. And when they are strong again, they will have enough gambling capital to do it again. The reason why the Japanese National Congress has such characteristics is due to the fact that one side of the country raises one's people. The Japanese country is small and poor in resources, and has always had no sense of security for the land on which it lives, and always longs for the vast land of the Central Plains. Yi Kinyan was non-committal. He said, "It's indeed a fool. Their supplies have been cut off. Why do we have to attack the city? It is enough to starve them to death, not to mention that we can still fight for help here." Kudong nodded. This is their plan. They will spread the news that Suwon City is under siege and wait for the Japanese pirate army to come to help. At that time, they could easily defeat the Japanese team that came here. King Zutlin Wentao looked at the industrial mother machine with the SMI-level precision standard in front of him with a smile. The so-called industrial mother machine is a machine for manufacturing machines and machinery. It can be said that the working machine is the cornerstone and cradle of the entire industrial system, and determines the foundation of a country's industrial level. In the past 7 years, the precision of the Daewoo industrial host machine has remained at the millimeter level, which is sufficient for rough machinery such as the first generation of steam engines, flintlock guns, artillery, and production machinery. But in the face of breech guns, second and even third generation steam engines, and various precision machinery in the workshop, it is far from enough. It is for this reason that the Emperor will upgrade the schedule of the industrial mother machine with semi-level precision. Now, coupled with the accumulation of technology and hard work overnight, they finally manufactured the first batch of semi-level measuring tools, some of which were installed as part of the lathe. Craftsmen who produce spare parts can make more precise parts directly through measuring tools. Through the Emperor's explanation that day, Lin Wentao basically understood the principle of precision machine tools. At that time, the Emperor even gave a very interesting example. He said, "There is a dog in the palace, round, but if I slowly grind the pie on his teeth, I can grind a perfect circle." In this example, the dog is the machine tool, which represents the machining accuracy of the machine tool itself. The Emperor compares himself to a machine tool craftsman, which represents the measurement accuracy. To put it simply, improving the accuracy of a machine tool includes two aspects. The first is the precision machining of the machine itself, and the second part is the use of precision measuring tools to correct deviations after measurement. Both are indispensable. Millimeter-level lathes can only produce parts with millimeter-level errors, and silk meter-level lathes can only produce parts with millimeter-level errors, and then manual polishing is required. This matter made him understand that the manufacture of more accurate industrial master machines can only rely on manual polishing. Because of this, the current lathe has more precise parts. Through manual correction, the accuracy of the lathe has been further improved. Coupled with the emergence of semi-level measuring tools, he believes that this batch of machine tools has reached the standard required by the Emperor. With these batches of lathes, the industrial level of Daewoo will also enter a new era. When he was happy, he suddenly heard a hearty laugh. and this familiar voice made him turn around immediately. The Emperor. Lin Wentao bowed and said. Xiaoming waved his hand to let Lin Wentao excuse him. During this time, he had been paying attention to the lathe business, so he rushed over after Lin Wentao made all kinds of lathes. Looking at the production of screw lathes, gear production lathes, drilling machines, boring machines, etc., Xiaoming smiled with satisfaction. Although he paid attention to lathes before, he never standardized the production of lathes. After all, the industry at that time was still in the barbaric growth stage. Now that the precision concept of the industrial master machine is put forward, the lathe itself should also be taken seriously. He said to Lin Wentao, "It's a good job, but you can't be idle now. You must build the lathe workshop immediately and choose a group of old craftsmen is responsible for manufacturing high-precision lathes." Lin Wentao looked excited, and the appearance of high-precision lathes meant that he could make more machines, which was a fatal temptation for him who was fanatical about machines. Chapter 853 Biology. The hot summers gradually passed, and the weather became slightly cooler. However, the atmosphere in the mechanical laboratory of King's University was enthusiastic. After instructing Lin Wentao to build a lathe workshop, he commended all the students and craftsmen who participated in the manufacture of high-precision lathes. The first batch of lathes will be delivered to the military workshop. Now I am waiting for their rifles. For industry, the best things are always first chosen in the military. In this time and space, in this era, he still cannot escape this fate. Since he came here, time has never stayed for him. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, until 7 and 8 years. He also went from the age of 18 to 26. Sometimes he wakes up when he dreams back at midnight, and the impermanence of life makes his emperor feel terrified. Because of this, he cherishes his daily time more and realizes the technology in the tech spa as much as possible. Because this is not only for this country, but also for himself, but also to understand the mystery of this parallel time and space. What caused the deviation of this world's history? Lin Wentao noticed the worry flashing in Xiaoming's eyes, but he dared not ask any questions, but answered honestly, "Yes." The Emperor. Nodding lightly, Xiaoming left King's University and turned 3 streets to King's Medical College under the protection of the guards. While making great strides in the military, Xiaoming did not forget the existence of the medical school. In fact, he is now paying more attention to it. During the Northern Expedition, the Chinese medicine school sent many students to join the army. Because of their presence, many soldiers would not be killed by merciless illness because of minor injuries. The Emperor. The old man is busy in the experiment. He didn't come to see him in time. He still hopes the Emperor to make atonement. After entering the medical school, Xiaoming went directly to the laboratory, and Huang Tingzi hurriedly walked out the door to meet him. Old Huang doesn't need to be polite. "I have always been in awe of you doctors," Xiaoming said. In addition to seeing the lathe during this trip to King's University, Xiaoming is also conducting regular inspections to see the conditions of various colleges in Kingzhou City. After Huang Tingzi arrived in Kingzhou, he gradually put away his arrogant heart, because the books he kept entering the medical school made him, a doctor, suddenly realized that he was just a frog at the bottom of the well. Since then, he has started a more profound study of medical knowledge, and the emergence of medical laboratories has provided them with this convenience. The Emperor attaches so much importance to the medical school. It is really lucky for the doctors. Huang Tingzi said with emotion that Kingzhou has provided a lot of equipment for the medical school in the past few years, and these equipment have made them make rapid progress in medicine. Especially the rubber hoses provided recently. If it weren't for this thing, they really couldn't achieve blood transfusion. In addition to rubber tubes, medical schools now have scalpels, tweezers, needles and other medical tools. With their medical knowledge, they can now perform simple operations on patients. Providing equipment is naturally what the court should do. Without the soldiers on the battlefield of your medical school, there will be more casualties, Xiaoming said. As he walked, Xiaoming continued, "Actually, this time I came here to discuss something with Huang Lao. and this matter is also a matter for the benefit of the people. Please. The Emperor Huang Tingzi said seriously. I want to establish King's Hospital in King's. Xiaoming looked at Huang Tingzi. He had already had this idea, but because the previous doctors only understood Chinese medicine, he could not establish it. However, in the past 3 to 4 years, the students in the medical school have become more specialized through detailed study. In addition to traditional Chinese medicine, there is also surgery with scalpels. It is under these conditions that he decided to build a comprehensive hospital, which is part of the Kingzhou City plan. After explaining all the characteristics of the hospital to Huang Tingzi, he was pleasantly surprised. The Emperor, this is a great thing. Now many students have succeeded in learning and are worried about where to go. This hospital is perfect for them. Xiaoming nodded. He was talking about discussions, but in fact it was just an imperial fate. The hospital was at the node of planning and must be launched quickly. It's so good. As for the arrangement of the students going to the hospital, I count on Mr. Huang. After all, you know the students of the students better. Xiaoming said. Don't worry about this, Emperor. The elders will not let them harm the people. Huang Tingzi gently stroked his beard and said. Having said this, the two of them arrived in front of the laboratory, and he said, Old Huang, there is one more thing I have come here today. Huang Tingzi turned to Xiaoming, waiting for his words. In the past 3 or 4 years, Huang Lao must have a profound understanding of the human body and life, so I want to take this opportunity to set up another major in this medical school, which is the School of Biology. Xiaoming said loudly. Like astronomy, biology is another weapon to unravel the veil of ignorance, and it is also a subject that studies life. In contemporary times, biology is also the core area of competition among countries in the world, and its importance is not lost to any major. Now Xiaoming said that biology is not out of interest, but that the time is now ripe. In the past few years, people like Huang Tingzi have come into contact with a lot of medical knowledge, many of which come from modern professional knowledge. Medicine is different from machinery and requires an industrial foundation to climb up step by step, so Xiaoming didn't follow the steps and put the modern medical achievements directly in the medical school. Although many diseases cannot be realized due to lack of equipment, many students are now proficient in pathology and pharmacology. The only thing we need now is to research pharmaceuticals, and biopharmaceuticals are one of them, so the establishment of biology is also necessary. Huang Tingzi used a microscope to observe cells and already had experience with microorganisms, so after Xiaoming explained what biology is, he did not object. After all, he now understands that biology and medicine are closely related. He said, The Emperor, this is an honor for the medical school. Although the Emperor has given us a lot of amazing medical knowledge, we are still helpless in the face of these diseases. I hope that biology can provide us with more medicine. Xiaoming smiled. In fact, he was selfish about this matter. The improvement of medical technology is the key to extending the life of the human body. In ancient times, the general lifespan was only 40 to 50 years. He didn't want to belch here because of a disease that was not serious in modern times. When making this decision, Xiaoming felt relieved. The knowledge in the technology spa was all-encompassing, including many things. While paying attention to industry, he could not ignore other important knowledge. Only when all the knowledge advances in parallel can the country become more and more perfect without short legs. Chapter 854 King Chu is dead. The dark clouds in the sky droop. When I came out of the medical school, there was a cold wind blowing outside, and a heavy rain was about to pour down. Xiaoming looked at the ever-changing city of Kingzhou with a smile. His efforts paid off. Although almost 8 years have passed by in a hurry, now Dayu Kingdom is undergoing incredible changes in his hands. Industry, medicine, chemistry, architecture, and the knowledge from the technological spa are making the country of Dau develop from a feudal king to a modernized country. It's just not enough for Xiaoming, because for him, Dau Kingdom still lacks the final unity. Linen. Li San is eating in a restaurant. Because of the influence of King Zhu, cooking has now spread in Dayu. Most of the businessmen in linen buy iron pots and vegetable oil from King Zhu, so cooking is also available in every restaurant. The appearance is there, but it's a pity that the taste is still a bit lacking. Li San was a little dissatisfied with the stir-fries in this restaurant. For him the taste was too far from King Zhu. A young man sitting opposite him did not speak, but silently glanced at the grand team outside the restaurant. This was the hunting team of the King of Chu. The return of Li Qian did not seem to disturb the hunting day once a year. "It's time to go," the young man said coldly after taking a bite of the food, without any concern that Li San was his immediate boss. Li San's attitude towards youth is accustomed to him. This young man is called Wang Hu. He was born in a hunter and seems to have a natural talent for muskets. He became the top assassin of the secret guard within a short time of touching the musket. "Hey, let's go, it's time to end this King of Chu's life. Anyway, we didn't kill him. The Cow family will kill him sooner or later." Li San's eyes flashed with wisdom. In the past few days, he has had a lot of contact with the members of the secret guard in the city, and basically grasped the current situation of Chu state. It can be said that the changes that have occurred here have exceeded their estimates. After these days of analysis and inquiries, he basically did not hold any hope for the peaceful recovery of Chu Kingdom, because even if King Chu died, they would still face the Merchant Council. Because according to what they knew, in addition to encouraging the King of Chu to open up non-governmental group training, the Merchant Council also bought some generals under the leadership of the King of Chu. All these generals were led by the new army. From this point, it was enough to see the sinister intentions of the Merchant Council. From the beginning of the establishment of the Merchant Council, Cao Kun decided to take the King of Chu and establish a country similar to the Western system. After paying the money, Li San and Wang Hu left the restaurant. They were already prepared on the way to Wang's Lion Yuan by the King of Chu, and now they just need to rush. Looking at the team that stretched for several miles, and then at the hundreds of hounds in the team, Li San frowned. "I have to say that the King of Chu is indeed very powerful. Even the emperor." No wonder people all over the world say that Chu is rich in the world. Following the hunting team out of Linen City, Li San and Wang Hu quickly set off to the ambush point, and whether they could kill the King of Chu was the next move. After half an hour, the two arrived at a hillside, and then they led the horse to a forest and tied it up. The reason they did this was to prevent the horse from being found. Then the two ran across the hill to another hill 3 miles away. To be cautious, the location just now was not the location of the ambush, it was the real location of the ambush. When they arrived at the designated location, a row of secret guards with weeds all over stood up, and they immediately helped Li San and Wang Hu to disguise. The withered weeds quickly integrated the two of them with the surrounding environment. This time, for safety, Li San also used a lot of effort and took out the disguise that the emperor taught him. In addition, they also carried smokeless gunpowder this time, in order not to expose themselves as much as possible. After the disguise, Wang Hu and Li San lay down. At this time, Wang Hu picked up the first breech rifle made by Song Chengping. Taking out the paper shell bullet and placing it beside him, Wang Hu calibrated the scope, then licked his finger to test the wind direction and force. The knowledge of these snipers comes from the information provided by the palace. In addition to Wang Hu, the other 20 members of the secret guard in ambush were armed with muskets. In order to ensure the success of the assassination, they would conduct a second wave of shooting after Wang Hu failed. Of course, for Li San, he does not want to appear a second time. Everything was ready. At this time, Li San saw through the telescope the Chu Wang and his party approaching the mountain road. After 3/4 of an hour, the hunting team entered their shooting range. At this moment, Wang Hu's eyes suddenly became like falcons, and his muzzle moved slowly, aiming at King Chu, who was guarded by the crowd. For the sake of concealment and for their own safety, this time their location was 300 meters away from the King of Chu. At this moment, King Chu did not realize that the door of death had been opened to him, and Li Qian's return made him a little upset. For him, any decision made by Xiaoming bore him emotionally. Perhaps only hunting can make him forget the troubles in front of him. Looking at the scenery on both sides, King Chu let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he found a ray of light flashing in the grass in the distance. This kind of bright light is similar to the sun shining on the glass. In an instant, King Chu's body stiffened, and his instinct told him to dodge immediately. But before he could react, he saw a ray of fire flashing in the grass on the distant hills, and then there was a sharp pain in his forehead, and then he lost consciousness. After all this happened, the gunfire came. Assassin! Assassin! With a blood donation on his forehead, King Chu slowly fell off the horse, and the hunting team was in chaos. The guards protecting King Chu quickly galloped towards the hill 300 meters away. At this moment, they saw a group of grassy people climb up and quickly fled to the other side of the hill. The plan for the assassination was rigorous. Li San naturally left a way for his retreat. There were already horses waiting for them under the hill. Shaking off their camouflage along the way, they got on their horses and fled in the direction of Jinling City along the established route. Wang Hu, good job. This shot hit the king of Chu in the forehead. He can't be alive, Li San said excitedly. This time he returned to the emperor to explain. He will not lose to Wang Xuan again in credit. Wang Hu was silent, with no wave on his face. It seemed that the assassination just now had nothing to do with him, but the excitement in his eyes still betrayed him. King Chu's guards chased them all the way, but when they reached the ambush spot, there were no assassins. They looked at me, I looked at you, and then they scattered all around. Now that King Chu is dead, even idiots know that Chu is going to change the sky. Whether to follow the Merchant Council or follow Li Chuan, now they must choose. As for King Chu, who would care about a dead person? Chapter 855 War Money. Father, who is it? Who did it? Li Chuan looked distraught in the Chu palace, but the indifference in his eyes betrayed his mood at this time. When his father put him under house arrest for the Merchant Council, their father and son had already broken. Over the years, his father has been an obstacle to his gaining power, and now this obstacle has finally disappeared. Of course, he also guessed who assassinated his father, and today only the emperor in the north can do it. At this time, he finally realized what Xiao Ming said in the royal study room. His Royal Highness, it is not the time to be sad. His Royal Highness Chu has died, but Chu still needs someone to inherit. His Royal Highness, as the eldest son, shall inherit the throne of Chu. When King Chu's corpse returned to Linen City, the various forces throughout Linen City were moved by the wind. For them, each change of King Chu was a time to regroup. The minister who spoke was Li Chuan's uncle Sima Hao. As the #1 family in Linen, almost every generation of the Chu king would choose to marry the Sima clan. It is also because of the existence of the Sima family that Li Chuan's position among the elders is as stable as Mount Tai. Uncle, it must be the Cao family. The Merchants' Council has been coveting the rights of the Chu kingdom for a long time, and now they can't help it. Li Chuan almost gritted his teeth. Sima Hao looked confident. He said, the Chu gentry has been dissatisfied with the Merchant Council for a long time. They will support us. But before that, you must inherit the throne of Chu, so that you can become famous. Li Chuan nodded fiercely. How could he tolerate an uncontrollable force in his territory? After a pause, he continued, the two Frenchmen are not good things either. If they were bewitched, the father would not trust the Cao family so much. Uncle should immediately put them to death. Sima Hao nodded. They can trade with merchants, but they absolutely can't tolerate Cao's coveting rights. Walking back and forth, Li Chuan gritted his teeth and then made a decision again. He said, Uncle, in order to be sure, I should ask Xiao Ming for help now to leave us a ray of life. Sima Hao deeply believed that if he hadn't put the Cao family in his eyes before, but now the Merchant Council headed by my Cao family has grown too quickly. He just got the news that as soon as the news of King Chu's death came, 3 firearms camps stationed outside Linen, a total of 9,000 people all defected, and they protected Cao Kun and Kasheng leading to Suzu. The Cao family doesn't know how many dark flags have been planted in Chu state in the past few years. I suspect that the Merchant Council not only controls these firearm camps, but there may be more. At this time, it is indeed necessary to show weakness to Xiao Ming. Sima Hao pondered. Tao, Li Chuan said. In that case, I immediately sent a letter to King Zhu. After all, He asked people to bring paper and pen to record all the current situation of Chu state. At the same time, when they learned about the death of King Chu, Cao Kun and Cao Zhengtong fled Linen City with their families. They are very clear about the consequences of continuing in Linen. After all, Linen is firmly controlled by Sima, and their strength is very weak. Father, once Li Chuan inherits the throne, the next step is definitely to target the Cao family. We should endure it for so long, and we should do it. Otherwise there will be no place for us in the Great Yu country. Cao Zhengtong looked in the direction of Linen City. I was unwilling. On the carriage, Cao Kun was sitting opposite Cao Zhengtong. At this time, he closed his eyes. After hearing what Cao Zhengtong said, he slowly said, "What is the hurry? We have exhausted our financial resources in the past few years to form a merchant council. Is it Li Chu Yuan, a boy who doesn't have the same hair, can deal with it? As for the Sima family, they are just an old-fashioned antique. They are strong in linen and we can't match it, but he is not qualified to be an opponent with us." After a pause, he said, "When we get to Suzhou, we will immediately take control of the new army and recruit soldiers. Then it will not be a simple matter to defeat the disobedient tyrants." Cao Zhengtong nodded. Wei Wang didn't know until his death that the current Suzhou governor Fan Zilong had long been theirs. The most important thing was that the governor controlled the new army recruited in the past 2 years. With these new troops equipped with firearms, they are not worried about the storm that Li Chuan will set off. Their only worry is Xiaoming in the north. When Linen was surging, Li San, the instigator, led his men and fled all the way. They arrived at Jinling City 4 days later, and after staying here for a few days, they returned to King's in another 4 days. So, King Chu is dead? In the Imperial Study Room, Xiaoming stopped writing. He was writing about penicillin, which was prepared for biology. Yes, when we were in Jinling City, we sent someone to Linen to make sure that King Chu was indeed dead. Now Li Chuan and Sima control Linen City, and the Cao family went to Suzhou. Now both parties are gathering people, ready to fight. Li San said. A smile appeared at the corner of Xiaoming's mouth, and the situation finally became interesting. He said, "Then let them fight." Li San was taken aback, and he said, "The Emperor, don't we send troops to the south now? It's not time yet." One of these two represents the wealthy family and the other represents the ambition capital. It is a headache to me. Now even if they defeat them, they will leave hidden dangers. So, it is better to let the two lose both. As a result, the south convenience I received is a clean place with no rich family and no ambitious capital, Xiaoming said with a smile. What the emperor said is reasonable, but from the lower officials, this Li Chuan may not be an opponent of the Cao family. Li San was a little worried. If the Cao family is allowed to control the south, this will be troublesome. Xiaoming smiled. Do you think I will give them this opportunity? The two were talking. Qian Defu suddenly came in with a letter, and he said, "The Emperor, Li Chuan's letter has arrived." Xiaoming is in a good mood today. He received the letter from Qian Defu and read it again. He said to Li San, "Li Chuan is asking me for help. In that case, I can only make another war fortune. This Li family, isn't it a rich and enemy country? I first emptied the Li family's money and then went south to clean up them." Li San shook his head helplessly. He now basically understands what the emperor meant. In fact, because King Zhu's weapons are being renovated too quickly, there are now a large number of eliminated firearms in the army. These firearms were all real gold and silver before. It's too wasteful. And they also seized a lot of firearms during the Northern War. These firearms were worthless to them, but it was different for Li Chuan, who was in urgent need of firearms. Chapter 856. Cut. Fan Pang Yukun and Fiji walked side by side on King's Avenue leading to the palace. They had just received an oral order to enter the palace. Pang Shufu, this time the emperor summoned you and me to enter the palace. I'm afraid it is for the purpose of cutting the vassal. Fiji stretched out his hand in the sleeve cage, his expression contemplative. When Qian Defu gave the oral message, they all learned that King Chu was dead, which was a huge shock to them, because it meant that there would be another wave of trouble in the country of Dau. Pang Yukun kept frowning. I think so too. King Chu is dead, and Li Chuan is busy fighting the Merchant Council. At this time, there will be no trouble between King Huainan and King Yong, let alone the weak. Ruiyang is king. Fiji nodded. God bless the Great Yu. Now it seems that under the Emperor's governance, Great Yu is finally about to end this fragmented situation, and a unified Great Yu will surely embark on the road to rejuvenation. Pang Yukan smiled. Although this is the case, there is still a long way to go. Now the country is getting rich, but many officials have committed the same old problems. During this time, I have received a lot of impeachment. Fiji's face was a bit ugly. He sighed and said, the country of Dau is developing so fast that we can't select officials carefully. In order to fill the vacancy, we can only use the old officials. Hey! Now it's really a dilemma. What the old said is extremely true, so now we can only count on the Confucian family to work Neo-Confucianism. As the emperor said, punishing officials can only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Changing customs and customs can eliminate the soil of corruption. In short, this matter still needs a process. Fiji has been in the officialdom for many years and has a deeper understanding of officials than Pang Yukan. He said, you are wrong. You really think that all officials believe in Confucianism? In fact, many officials just use the Confucian brand to face themselves. It's just adding light. So this time you and I should also suggest that you and I should increase the punishment of corrupt officials to deter these officials. Well, our emperor's hard work cannot be destroyed in the hands of these people. Pang Yukan agreed very much. The two talked all the way to the imperial study room. After saluting, they looked at Xiao Ming and waited for instructions. Li San just left. You must have known the news he brought. You probably guess what I meant by looking for you. Now is the best time for me to cut the domain, so you have to sing with me at the meeting tomorrow. Double weeds will work. Scanning the two of them, Xiao Ming explained his thoughts. One day Great Yu was not unified, he was a lame emperor, and Great Yu was a country within a country. After a pause, he continued, I have already given orders to the military forces to guard against the army of King Huainan and King Yong to rebel. If the two of them do not understand, I can only kill the killer and shed blood for the unity of the Great Yu Kingdom. It is inevitable. The expressions of Fiji and Pang Yukan were dignified. This time they felt Xiao Ming's determination. Judging from the feelings of the two, this prince was indeed a trouble. For example, King Yong occupied the northern coal mine and iron ore-rich areas. There are still many restrictions on the transportation of coal and iron needed by King Zhu's industry from Yongdai, which is very detrimental to the development of industry and commerce in the country. The Chu state can't take care of itself, and we are able to deal with King Yong and King Huainan. Pang Yukan was very confident. The continuous victory of the war made the officials in the court very confident now. Fiji heard the words and said, the emperor, the old officials thought that although they wanted to cut the domain, they should not be too violent, otherwise it would inevitably cause extreme dissatisfaction between the Huainan and Yong kings. It is enough for the rich and noble princes of the country. As for their descendants, they think they should be taken care of within 3 generations, so that they can be comforted. Xiao Ming nodded. This is what I want to say. Both King Huainan and King Yong contributed to the country during the Northern War. I don't want to smash my face with them. Moreover, one of them is my family and the other is me, the emperor's uncle, so I will do what you said tomorrow and spy on the reaction of the two. Yes, the emperor. Fiji bowed and said, in fact, he strongly agreed to cut the faculty, whether it was public or selfish. After all, to him, the imperial concubine Xiu was always a big concern for him. Moreover, it has recently been rumored that Xiu is pregnant, which makes him even more worried. Now if Xiu loses the backing of King Huainan, his daughter can be on the same level as Xiu without worrying about annoying King Huainan. Speaking about the slashing of the domain, Xiao Ming turned his head and said to Pang Yukan, this time the Chu state turmoil, Li Chuan asked me for help and asked to buy a lot of weapons and ammunition. You go back and count the army with New Ben inventory, sell him all the weapons eliminated by the army, so that the money earned can support the army to replace the breech rifle. Pang Yukan's favorite is the arms trade, and he was happy to hear this. When the clan kings were standing side by side, they relied on the arms to save such a large family business. Looking back on the good days before, he missed a lot, but now, he can finally sell arms again. But he still had doubts and couldn't help asking, "The Emperor, sell these firearms to Li Chuan. If he wins in the future, won't we suffer more casualties when we attack him again?" Xiaoming shook his head. "Pang Shufu, your account is wrong, and the money earned from the arms trade will promote the development of weapons and industry. In the long run, this will only benefit the war. We made 40 million taels of silver back and invested in industry and commerce, which is enough to make the amount of development of Daogo industrial and commercial in 1 year exceed the normal development of 2 years or even 3 years. Pang Yukun suddenly realized that he only saw the shortcomings of the small place, but did not see the benefits of the big place. This time he was short-sighted. "The minister understands." Pang Yukun nodded. After explaining these two things, Xiaoming asked the two to go back, and he continued to record all kinds of knowledge in the technology spa. With the development of the industry and the improvement of education in the country, the knowledge of the 18th and 19th centuries can no longer meet the current needs. Therefore, he is preparing the second generation of books. The knowledge recorded in these books will be richer, and some will even involve the same depth as contemporary universities. After all, the industrial level of the country has been steadily stuck in the 19th century. Under the industrial level of this century, he needs to refine more knowledge so that the country can develop in industry, medicine, chemistry and other aspects. At the same time, he is still preparing to build the Royal Library. He will put some core materials into it to provide help for various research laboratories in Dayu. Chapter 857 Hanshai Territory Suwon Castle. It has been besieged here for half a month, and now the food and grass in the city have been exhausted. If there is no supply, the soldiers will all starve to death. Kidmoto, the soldiers will be unable to hold on at this rate. Junichi Koizumi on the city wall looked anxious because of hunger. There were several riots caused by food in the army today. Edo Yiming was observing the army outside the city, and these soldiers were not idle during the 15 days. They dug a few circles of trenches around the city, and all the Korean soldiers entered the trenches, looking like they were exhausted. This scene made Edo Yiming despair, and with the shelter of the trench, it would be even more difficult for them to break through this encirclement. When he was upset, suddenly there were intensive gunfire from the official road south of the city. At this moment, Edo Yiming became more and more silent. He understands that this is reinforcements from other cities. 6 batches of reinforcements have arrived in the past 2 months, but they have all been defeated by the army of Dau who had been ambushing here. If this continues, the army of the south will be like this, be wiped out. Although he is anxious, but there is no way, now he can do nothing. As he guessed, outside the city, Yi Kanian was commanding a fierce battle between the musketeers and the Japanese army who came to support. On the official road, the two sides lined up in a neat line to shoot each other. With the advantage of range, Yi Kanian chose to strike first every time. This time he did not choose to attack at a distance of 105 meters, but at a distance of 200 meters. They had experience on the Suwon Bridge. In order to avoid the two sides getting into hand-to-hand combat, he chose to kill and wound the enemy from a long distance. At the same time, the artillery used grape bullets, and the intensive firepower caused the soldiers of the country to fall down like wheat. Often when Japanese soldiers entered the range they could reach, the array had been destroyed 7 or 88. After half an hour of fierce battle, the support team of more than 6,000 people finally collapsed and retreated along the official road. At this time, a loud horn suddenly sounded, and the cuirassiers composed of 5,000 men wielded machetes to chase the escaped Japanese soldiers. Under the chase of the cavalry, Japanese soldiers fell one after another, and the army that came to support soon was wiped out. Yi Kanian observed the situation on the battlefield, then smiled. On the 4th day of their siege of Suwon City, 5,000 cuirassiers arrived from Jinzu for support. The arrival of these cavalry made the battlefield truly become the stage of the Great Yu Kingdom. and the country lacking cavalry was very embarrassed to face these cavalry. At the end of the ambush, Yi Kenian asked Kudong to count the casualties. It was almost the same as the previous few times. In this battle, only 9 soldiers were injured and no one died. The advantage of firearms made them very easy against the Japanese army. It seems that we are overestimating the country of Japan. This time the soldiers of the country still use matchlocks. The flintlocks are only equipped with a small amount in the country, and they are even more behind in artillery. There is no artillery that can fight us. Kudong, his eyes narrowed. Yi Kenian said, I have sent people back to King Zhu about the battle report about the war with the Japanese army. The Emperor will have an intuitive understanding of the Japanese army to formulate the next Japanese strategy, but in my opinion, when the country is settled down, it is said that the Japanese country has a lot of silver mines and gold mines. Having said this, Yi Kenian laughed wretchedly. Kudong shook his head helplessly. He looked at Li Chengzai, who was in a daze. He came with the cavalry of the Great Yu Kingdom, and with him was the army he had formed in the ancient city of Hai. At the current rate, they only need more than a month to regain South Korea. At that time, they will have to face the question of whom to give to South Korea. So at this time, Yi Kenian called Li Sungji over. Because according to the Emperor's order, Nan Goryeo will no longer be handed over to the King of Goryeo, but will be handed over to Li Sungji to govern. A unified Goryeo is not in line with Dau country's current interests. At present, their goal is to divide Goryeo into 2. In the future, they will divide Goryeo again to restore the territory of the 4 counties of Han Dynasty during the Han Dynasty, and finally put the assimilated Goryeo completely into the territory of Great Yu Kingdom. In this situation, the King of Goryeo was no longer King of Goryeo, but was weakened into a county guard. In this way, it was more convenient for them to rule Goryeo. Li Chengzai, 6 batches of Japanese aid forces have been defeated, and the number of remaining Japanese countries is estimated to be small. Therefore, you will rely on yourself for the recovery of South Korea. We can only provide you with the necessary help. Kudong slowly speak. After returning to his senses, Li Cheng made a plan to let him take over the south after Yi Kenian entered the ancient city of Zhuhai. During this period of time, he has been recruiting troops. Yi Kenian also provided him with a lot of flintlocks, and at the same time sent generals to train this 15,000 strong army. The purpose is for today. Yes, Master. Li Chengzai was a little worried and a little ecstatic. The shame he suffered in Liu Jingqing made him desperate to gain power. Yi Kenian also nodded at this time. He said, take your army and set off. I want to see a South Korea without soldiers from the Japanese nation in a month. Li Chengzai nodded heavily. He shouted and gave an order to set off along the official road south. Looking at Li Chengzai, who was drifting away, Kudong said, the Emperor is not afraid to raise a white-eyed wolf. You are wrong. Do you think this army really listens to Li Sung's presence? Don't forget, the generals of this army were selected and trained by us. Some of the generals were not originally from Korea, but from the past. The people of Dau who were caught here as slaves by Joli, they were carefully selected by the secret guard and remained loyal to Dau. Kudong knew it. At this time, he looked at Suwon Castle and said, Commander, it's Suwon Castle now. If this is removed, the main force of Wa Kingdom in Goryeo will be wiped out. Yi Kenian thought for a while. According to his understanding, Suwon City had enough food and grass for at most half a month. He said, wait a minute, we have to force them out. After all, these 30,000 people are the elites of the Japanese nation this time, so we should not underestimate them. Kudong nodded. Desperate struggle is still very dangerous. As soon as his words fell, the gate of Suwon City suddenly opened, and the soldiers of the Japanese nation screamed and rushed into the trench. Yi Kenian and Kudong looked at each other. Kudong said, unexpectedly, they couldn't help it. It just so happened that today they can be solved once and for all. Having said that, he immediately let the bugler sound the horn. The soldiers of the Great Yu State who had just ended a battle immediately regrouped. They were loaded with bullets and moved slowly towards the Japanese army in Suwon City. holding the conquest rifle high. Chapter 858. Put down. Edo Yaming raised the katana in his hand and let out an angry roar. The Japanese soldiers in Suwon Castle rushed to the Goryeo soldiers in the trenches from the city desperately under his orders. This is their last desperate struggle. Success or failure lies in this. If they win, they may be able to return to the country of Wa, but if they lose, they will be buried in South Korea. Facing the crazy Japanese soldiers, the Korean soldiers held their weapons tightly in the trenches. They are now very scared, but they are even more afraid of the Great U soldiers standing behind them. Without their orders, they could only fight to the end, but fortunately, the trenches prevented Japanese soldiers from using the matchlock guns in their hands. Now they can only use muskets as sticks. After a fierce charge, the two armies finally collided together. The Korean soldiers raised their swords in their hands and fought with the Japanese soldiers. 80,000 people against 30,000 people. The entire battlefield was suddenly covered by yelling, crying, and screaming. Yi Kinyan and Kudong led the team behind the trench. They observed the battlefield situation and were ready to support the Korean army at any time. It seems we don't need to take action. Kudong concluded that the Japanese army, which had been besieged for half a month, was clearly in a mess. They are more like survival instinctively at this time, rather than systematically killing enemies. Although the soldiers of the Japanese country were very brave after the contact, they still suffered heavy deaths in the face of enemies who had been with them several times. Many of the Japanese soldiers who entered the trench never crawled out again. On the contrary, the Korean soldiers became more and more courageous. Some soldiers even climbed out of the trench to fight battles with the Japanese soldiers. Yi Kinyan nodded. We may have overestimated the amount of food and grass in the city. These Japanese soldiers are estimated to have been hungry for a few days. Although they look brave, they are actually just a reflection. As the two said, the Japanese army is indeed hungry and tired now. Yaming Edo can no longer control the chaos in the army, and only then gave the order to go out of the city for battle. Just as he thought, the outcome of the war is now doomed. Kill. Suddenly, the roars came to mind in the trench position. After gaining the advantage, the Korean soldiers' morale boosted. Under the leadership of the generals, they began to cover the city. The loss of Nanjeoli has always been the humiliation in the hearts of these generals, and now they have found a chance for revenge. They are even more fierce than the army of Great U. These bastards! Edo Yaming almost crushed the steel tooth in his mouth. He knew very well the nature of the Korean soldiers. When they looted the coast of Great U, the pirates played by the Koreans were even more vicious. They are like vicious dogs. Once they find a master, they will use the master's prestige to do more cruel things than their master. Junichi Koizumi grasped the samurai sword at his waist and said, Kabamoto-sama, let me fight side by side with you for the last time. Edo sighed to the sky, and the situation in Korea took a turn for the worse in just 2 years, all because of the Great U country. Now he is not worried about the failure in Goryeo, but about the future fate of the country. Kill. The sound of fighting was getting closer. Edo Yaming drew out the samurai sword at this time. He and Jun Koizumi hit the wall and joined the melee. Outside the city, Yi Kinyan gave the order to move forward at this time. Now that they have achieved a comprehensive advantage, there is no need to wait any longer. Time is precious to them. They don't want to waste time on Suwon Castle. After all, there are still many things waiting for them. 8,000 musketeers joined the war, and the war's tanpi further dumped on the Great U state. They were like tigers entering the flock, and the soldiers of the Japanese state were scattered wherever they went. They followed the Korean soldiers into the city, and the 8,000 people sometimes shot in groups, sometimes armed with bayonet muskets to fight with the Japanese soldiers. The firearms of the Great U are already fierce. Coupled with the skilled bayonet skills of the soldiers, the ordinary soldiers of the war are not opponents at all, and only some warriors can fight the soldiers of the Great U for several rounds. Facing the fierce fighting style of Dau country, the soldiers of the country who had been out of order became more and more dead and died. Soon, the war became one-sided. From noon to night, when the last afterglow of the sunset disappeared, The soldiers of Dayu State planted the dragon flag on the wall of Suwon City. Commander. The body of Edo Yaoming, Suwon Castle banner, was found, and we also caught the samurai Junichi Koizumi next to him, who was about to commit suicide. As night fell, Kudong reported the results of the day to Yi Qinyan. Cut yourself? Yi Qinyan showed a playful look. He said, bring him in and let him go back to the Japanese country and then cut his own belly. It will not be too late for him to cut his belly. I would have something for him to give the Yamada daimyo. Yes, Commander. Kudong walked out, and after a while he brought in the disheveled Junichi Koizumi. Lifting his eyes and glanced at Koizumi Junichi, Yi Qinyan said straightforwardly, your Edo Yaoming banner is also a hero. You could have allowed you to take his body back to the country, but when you go back, you will bring a message to Yamada. I say that this is just the beginning. If he is acquainted, he will learn from the King of Korea and surrender to the country as soon as possible. Otherwise, Edo Yaoming today is his tomorrow. After Yi Qinyan said these, the translator translated the words to Junichi Koizumi. At this time, Junichi Koizumi was lost in his soul, and everything that happened on the battlefield today made him clearly understand the gap between the troops of the Japanese and the Great Yu. The current Dayu kingdom is the strong, not the weak they used to ridicule. As warriors, they fear the strong from the bottom of their hearts. So when Yi Qinyan spoke, there was only awe in his heart. I will bring your words to Yamada daimyo. Junichi Koizumi said solemnly. He knew that going back was a dead word. But he must tell Yamada daimyo everything he saw in Goryeo. This is the responsibility of a samurai. Yi Qinyan nodded in satisfaction and waved him to let Koizumi Junichi leave. After his figure disappeared, Yi Qinyan said to Kudong, Suwon Castle is broken, and the war country has failed in South Korea. The following is the complete recovery of South Korea. Tomorrow you will lead a team to continue south and cooperate with Lee Sang to win it at an early date. South Korea is not very rich in food and minerals. The emperor hopes that Korea will provide all kinds of materials for the country as soon as possible. Kudong's body straightened immediately. In their hearts, Xiaoming was not only their emperor, but also the dean of the military academy. For them, Xiaoming's order is sacred and irreversible, which is recognized by every student who graduated from the military academy. Having said this, Yi Qinyan began to study the map of the war country carefully. Since ancient times, the Central Plains Army has never set foot in the war country. Maybe he can set a precedent for this. Chapter 859 Fan-cutting drama. Xiaoming sat on the dragon chair and watched the officials. The Chinese military officials of the main hall were divided into two groups. At this time, Pang Yu-kun, with a distressed look, was expounding the 7 harms of the feudal lords to the Great Yu Kingdom. After Pang Yu-kun, Fiji also led a group of officials to play, clearly saying that the prince was the cancer of the country. The emperor, how long has the northern war passed? Now that there is another war in the south, how long will the Great Yu country be prosperous and powerful? The minister thought that it is time to not tolerate the prince to continue cholera. Fiji generously stated. Nu Ben and Liu Oquane looked at each other. They were both old foxes, and they could see through the appearance of the court today. This Pang Yu-kun and Fiji have all talked about the current state of Chu's war. The purpose is to use this excuse to cut the clan. After pondering for a while, Nu Ben said, the emperor, the veteran, thought that Pang Shufu and Fjiao said that the tragedy of the king's rebellion cannot be repeated, and in order to deal with the threats of the western countries, the Great Yu country must be up and down. A country within a country. The old minister seconded. Liu Oquane said just in time. First, the cabinet minister, then the chief general of the military machinery department and the general staff. Now the stupid officials in the court know what is going on. After expelling the barbarians, the emperor wanted to unify the Great Yu country and completely solve the problems of the lords. After a short silence, the officials went out one by one to accuse the king of the evil, and the whole court was heated. In the southwest corner of the Zhengde Guangming Hall, reporters from the King's Daily are working hard to write. The content of today's meeting will appear in tomorrow's newspaper. In the face of the angry officials and generals, Xiaoming smiled. This was the effect he wanted. Although it is shameless to instigate officials to jump out and accuse the vassal of the king, how can you not be an emperor? Dear King, even though this is the case, King Yong and King Huainan both made great contributions in the Northern War. Doesn't this behavior make me treacherous? Xiaoming looked a little embarrassed. Pang Yukan said, since ancient times, rewards and punishments need to be clearly distinguished. After the Northern War, the emperor had already given the two corresponding rewards. Nowadays, the reduction of the vassal is for the foundation of the Great Yu country. Why should the emperor worry about it? Yes, the emperor. If King Yong and King Huainan are really righteous, they should consider the future of the Great Yu country, not for their own personal interests. Fiji said. Xiaoming sighed and said, I am really embarrassed about this matter. Let's discuss this matter later. Having said that, he waved his hand and announced that the dynasty had been disbanded. Today's goal has been achieved. He is now going to give the clan kings a signal to make them think about how to do it now. After all, the initiative was in his hands before the emperor's fate was announced. After the dynasty was over, Xiaoming went to the Imperial Library. At this time, the reporter returned to the newspaper with the manuscript. The first newspaper was printed, and he immediately sent it to the palace. The emperor, tomorrow, the newspaper will become a happy one in the world. Qian Defu handed the newspaper to Xiaoming. The old slave doesn't worry about the slashing of the vassal, but the imperial concubine is now pregnant. Xiaoming frowned, and he was definitely going to touch Quigzue in the matter of cutting the faculty. But how could he ignore the current situation in Dayu country because of his daughter's long love? The imperial concubine will understand my painstaking efforts. She is a sensible person, Xiaoming said. In this matter, he made up his mind to not change because of Quigzue. Qian Defu nodded, and he stopped talking. After reviewing the newspaper, Xiaoming was satisfied with the above content. In the front page report, he recorded in detail the incident about the reduction of the feudal clan in the court. At the same time, the reporter who wrote the article expressed some of his own opinions and analyzed the disadvantages of the feudal king. This meets his requirements. Handing the newspaper to Qian Defu's hands, Xiaoming said, send it to the newspaper office and let them get haircut tomorrow. Yes, the emperor. Qian Defu left in response. Sending away Qian Defu, Xiaoming turned and headed to the harem. Over the years, he rarely had time to accompany his family for state affairs. Many times they come and leave in a hurry. Today, Defu Qian's reminder made him suddenly feel that he had something to tell Quigzue in advance, so as not to catch them by surprise. At the same time, he also hoped that Quigzue could play a role in this matter. After all, she is also the daughter of King Huainan. After pacing to the bedroom, a small figure suddenly rushed towards him, and at the same time the milky father emperor sounded. Come on, father, hug. Xiaoming showed a gentle smile and hugged Xiao Yi, who was more than 3 years old, in his arms. Time has passed, and today Xiao Yi has reached the age for modern children to go to kindergarten. In order to let Xiao Yi get rid of the backward culture of Great Yu, he and Fu are preparing to teach him personally. Fu Quigzue, Luluo and Zixuan sat in the pavilion and looked at the father and son gently. Although Xiaoming had been with Xiao Yi for a short time, Xiao Yi liked his father and king the most. The emperor knows everything. How come you have time to come to the garden at this time today? Fu said with a smile. Xiaoming looked at Xiao Yi. This little guy's eyebrows and mouth looked very much like Fu, and his eyes and mouth were very similar to him, and he looked more like Fu when he spoke, and he answered the words of his son Sui Niang. He walked up to the fore and sat down, glanced at Quigzue's 7-month-old belly, and said, I have something to say with Huang Gaifai today. Fu's eyes rolled. She was icy and smart, faintly guessing what Xiaoming was going to say. She smiled and said to Xiao Yi, Yaya, don't pester your father, let's go to the lake to watch fish together. While speaking, Fu winked at Luluo and Asta. The two understood, got up and followed Fu. Xiao Yi was a little unhappy. He grabbed Xiaoming's hand and said, Father, you reading www.yuukanzu.com. Father, please play with me for a while, play for a while. Xiaoming touched Xiao Yi's small head, and the little guy looked at him pitifully with his big eyes open. He reluctantly said, "You go first. My father will play with you all morning." "Okay, father's words count." Xiao Yi immediately ran to the lakeside when he heard the words. After 3 years of getting along, Kui Xuya and Xiao Ming are no longer strangers, because the child in her stomach she and Xiao Ming are more intimate, and because of this, she can sometimes guess Xiao Ming's thoughts. There were only 2 people left, and she suddenly sighed. Is the emperor finally going to cut the domain? I guess you can guess it. You have been worried about this since you entered the palace, haven't you? Kui Xuya nodded and said lamentingly, although it is so, but now I have to see that my husband and father have a rift. How can my concubines bear it? So I want you to write a letter to King Huainan. You tell him that as long as he surrenders military power, I will not move him. Huainan is still his state. Chapter 860. Clear situation. The northerly wind swayed Kui Xuya's long hair like ink, and the coolness made her shrink. Xiao Ming wrapped his cloak around Kui Xuya, then he got up and looked at Xiao Yi who was playing. For him, this question is indeed cruel to Kui Xuya, so he said, "Of course, I will not force you. The emperor has misunderstood his concubines. If the emperor makes up his mind, his concubines are willing to write a letter to persuade his father. After all, as the imperial concubines of the Great Yu Kingdom, they are also willing to watch the country become more and more prosperous like the people of the world." The concubine believes that the father will also understand. Kui Xuya said crisply. Xiao Ming looked at Kui Xuya, and for a long time he said, "This will embarrass you. I promised you that nothing will change. Your father and brother have contributed to me, and I don't want to meet them in battle." Kui Xuya nodded heavily after hearing the words. The next day, the King's Daily was published as usual, and the content on the front page immediately caused an uproar in the city of Kingsu, and people on the streets were talking about it. Living in Kingsu, the political center of Great Chongqing, they are extremely sensitive to politics. There is too much information revealed in this report. In their opinion, Dau country will soon be restless again. Let me say that this prince should have been cut long ago, otherwise it will be a problem in the future if they can't get out of their tails. Zhu Liu was eating fried dough sticks and soybean brains at an early stall. With the development of industry, the products of Dau are becoming more and more abundant. Especially the rise of cooking has allowed the folks to plant soybeans and rapeseed widely. More and more, the price is getting lower and lower, and even fried dough sticks can be used on the stall earlier. Opposite Zhu Liu is Zhu Sansi. Hearing this, he said, "You should not mix things up with government affairs, just do your business." "Brother, you are making a big fuss. It's all published in this newspaper. Can't I talk about it?" Zhu Liu curled his lips. Zhu Sansi frowned, and he said, "In short, this is for your good. I don't want to meet you on the battlefield one day." Zhu Liu was said to be inexplicable and had to shook his head helplessly. "Brother, what you said is also scary." Zhu Sansi glanced at his younger brother and sighed. In fact, he had some words inconvenient to say clearly that he would go south in a few days after returning. These generals already knew about the Merchant Council and Chu State, and because of this he was worried, for fear that his brother would also go astray. This worry is not without reason, because with the development of King's government, people and businessmen are now more enthusiastic about discussing national current affairs. Originally it was nothing, but in this way, different voices would inevitably appear, and some were even extreme. He was very worried that Zhu Liu would go astray. In the past few years, their old Zhu's life has become more and more prosperous. Not only do they have hundreds of acres of fertile land in Zhujia village, but Zhu Liu's business is also opening up the market in Korea. Now they can earn 800 golden dragons every month. Such a huge profit led Zhu Liu to build a large house in Kingsu City. This time he came back to live in his brother's house. This is not to scare you, just talk about these things. Remember not to have any other thoughts. Zhu Sansi reminded again. Zhu Liu nodded and stopped talking. Instead, he pricked his ears to listen to other businessmen's discussions. Zhu Sansi sighed slightly when he saw it. At this moment, he suddenly felt a slap on his shoulder. Turning his head, he was startled, and immediately stood up and saluted. Master Kui. The person named Master Kui by Zusansi is not someone else, but Kui Shannon. At this time, the resentment on his face seemed very unhappy. You read the newspaper, Kui Shannon said seemingly inadvertently. There was a copy of King Zhu daily at Zusansi's hand, which was bought by Zhu Liu. He couldn't help but smile and said, I saw it. Kui Shannon showed a self-deprecating look on his face. Don't worry, the whole King Zhu knows about this now, it's nothing. After all, he sat down and ordered a portion of soybean brains and fried dough sticks. Zhu Liu looked at Kui Shannon somewhat inexplicably, but he was interrupted by Zusansi just about to ask, 5 or 6. Isn't your business very busy? You go back now, Zusansi ordered. Zhu Liu was taken aback. Every time his brother spoke in this tone, there must be a very important thing. He responded and walked to his workshop worriedly. Kui Shannon glanced at Zhu Liu who was leaving, and he said, You are very concerned about your brother. Zusansi sternly said, He has been short-sighted since he was a child. No matter what he can do. Kui Shannon smiled. I love my sister in the same way, but she is now an imperial concubine, but now she has to bow to her. Zusansi didn't understand what Kui Shannon was thinking. Unfortunately, in this kind of blindness, this Kui Shannon was his immediate boss. He is the division commander. He is the brigade commander. As if he could see what Zusansi was thinking, he suddenly laughed. Don't worry. I'm not here to persuade you to rebel with me. I have lived in King Zhu for 2 years. I am very aware of my own burdens, and also very clear. The Jinliang of Huainan Kingdom. After a pause, he continued, I knew that one day it would be impossible for the Emperor's character to tolerate the existence of a vassal. But even so, it would still be uncomfortable to cut the vassal on him. Actually, I don't know too much, but I understand that there is something to do with it. Right? Zusan said ambiguously. Nowadays, anyone with a discerning eye can see clearly that unification is a general trend, and the popularization of the concept of nation and nation makes the people yearn for a complete nation. Besides, they understand that there are so many countries in this world. Some of these countries are still their threats. Kui Shannon nodded, and he said, You are an honest person. And you are also honest. Father can't beat the emperor. I know this better than him. After that, he ate a meal and left, leaving Zusansi with an embarrassed face. In the army, he had a good relationship with the Prince of Huainan. He really didn't want this prince to do stupid things. He can only feel sorry for him. At the same time as the feudal clan event was fermenting in King Zhu, the news soon reached the Yongwang mansion in Zhu, and 2 days had passed. When he finished reading the content in the newspaper, King Yong was not only not angry, but he was relieved. The concubine Yong said, The last time has shown signs, and now it is finally time to cut the domain. Your Highness, the Emperor is now. I haven't made a clear statement yet. This is for us to step down. I think we will set off to King Zhu tomorrow. This fearful day should also be over. King Yong sighed. You are right. It should be over. Chapter 861 The Knowledge of King Huainan. Jingzhu. After reading the letter written by his daughter, King Huainan sighed slightly, and then he picked up the letter from his eldest son Kui Shannon. What surprised him was that as the future king of Huainan, Kui Shannon not only did not show any dissatisfaction in the letter, on the contrary, he persuaded him to go to Beijing and talk to the emperor about the slashing of the domain. One of the two is his daughter, and the other is his eldest son. The two will definitely not harm him, and in the letter they both told him in detail about the current royal power. King Huainan is not a fool. The victory of the northern expedition has made him clear about the gap between himself and the royal family. The barbarians who had been able to make the great Hu nation indestructible in an instant were defeated in just a few months, so he had nothing to do with the royal family. Pack things up. This king is going to Beijing, King Huainan said to the palace steward, and he made a decision in his heart. The next day, a group of thousands of cavalry set out from Jingzhou and headed for King Zhu. 10 days later, this team arrived at King Zhu city. Father Kui Shannon received news in advance and was waiting at the door. The moment he saw his father, his eyes suddenly turned red. The king of Huainan looked at Kui Shannon, who was in a uniform. He is now more general than when he was in Huainan. After getting off the horse, King Huainan walked up to Kui Shangan and patted him on the shoulder, and said, "It is said that the royal army can train people best. It seems that this is true." Kui Shangan smiled. "Father is right. There is no general in the army who treats children as the Prince of Huainan. They treat ordinary soldiers and nobles equally. That's why the emperor can easily defeat the barbarians." King Huainan said sincerely. If he was a bit dissatisfied when he was in Huainan, now he has no temper at all. In order to gauge the strength of the royal family, this time he deliberately observed the changes taking place in the royal land. It can be said that he was in shock almost every moment along the way. Amazing changes are taking place in the land of Yan and Wei, which were recovered 2 years after the end of the Northern War. Unknowingly, the production team promoted by King Zhu has covered these places. Under the management of the production team, the land that was once deserted due to the war is rejuvenating. The influence of the tyrants in the countryside or the state and counties is rapidly declining, and even many tyrants have become indistinguishable from the homes of wealthy people. And this is not the place where he is most surprised. With the rise of production teams, a large number of public servants have been established in these places. From the former rich and powerful, down to the children of the common people, they must receive the new style of education and politics in the country in the public, and in order to encourage the poor people to enter the public, now the public's expenses are completely borne by the court. Public study is completely free, and even the published books are free. This policy has allowed the dignitaries and the people of Dau to stand at the same starting point. The selection of talents will all be determined through examinations. As a feudal lord, he saw the power of this policy at a glance, and from then on, the underachievers will have more opportunities to become prosperous. But this is just the basic things of the villages and counties now. After he entered Jinling City, he discovered more important things. These were all kinds of machinery he had never seen before. When he was in Jinling City, he stayed for a day specially for this purpose. On that day, accompanied by officials of Jinling City, he visited the Jinling City workshop area under construction. There, he saw a steam engine-powered textile workshop, a cotton gin, a white sugar workshop, a wine workshop, and the large-scale shipbuilding workshop in Jinling City under construction. After leaving Jinling City, he went all the way north, and in Liwa he saw the railway that was about to open to traffic. He came along the railway towards Kingzhou, and saw the steam locomotive being tested on the way. The behemoth of steel roared past and frightened him. After arriving in Kingzhou, the prosperity and magic here made him give up the last glimmer of fantasy, because he realized that compared with the current imperial court, Huainan was the gap between a wealthy giant city and a poor village. He also finally understood that the current emperor is not afraid of their force but does not want to carry out another cannibalism. "Father, you." Kui Shannon looked at his father in surprise, a trace of relief in his eyes. When the father and son were getting together, suddenly a carriage came from the city, and the carriage stopped, revealing the face of King Yong. "King Huainan, don't grind any more. These days I will wait to meet the emperor with you." So in the end it is a bit emboldened. King Yong shouted loudly. King Huainan smiled helplessly. "I'm getting less and less emboldened on this journey. Let's go. It's better to hit the sun instead of choosing a day. Today we will go to see the sage." After that, the two of them went to the palace together. At this time, Xiaoming had learned the news that King Huainan had arrived in Kingzhou. He said to Qian Defu, "Prepare for a luncheon." At noon today, I said that I could not have a drink to release my military power. Qian Defu smiled and said, "The 3 vassal princes have been able to enter the capital in person, and this time the emperor's wishes come true." A thick smile appeared on Xiaoming's face. The King Ruiyang, who has been silent this time, has also come. These 3 kings have resolved, and this time the reduction of the vassal is successful. Qian Defu laughed for a while, then turned and left. Half an hour later Xiaoming received news from the 3 kings requesting an audience. He came to the Baifu Hall, which is where he met the 3 of them this time. Was seated in the Baifu Hall, and in a short while, the 3 kings of Huainan, Yong, and Ruiyang arrived under the guidance of the eunuch. Seeing Xiaoming, The three said in unison, "Long live my emperor, long live, long live." Exemption. Xiaoming now has the majesty of the emperor. He let the three of them sit, and then said, "The entry of King Huainan, King Yong, and King Ruiyang into Beijing really surprised me. In order to reward the three, I made a special effort, prepared King Zhu delicacies for the three of us to feast on." King Yong is no stranger to King Zhu. He naturally understands the taste of King Zhu delicacies. He can't help but swallows. The emperor is polite, but when it comes to King Zhu delicacies, it's the best in the world. The minister always wanted to stay away. "It's a pity that I cannot stay in Kyoto for too long as a feudal lord, but my ministers will be able to enjoy this King Zhu freely right away." Uncle Wang's words are out of the public. Since Uncle Wang likes King Zhu, I naturally welcome it. From now on, there may be a companion to speak. Xiaoming and Yong Wang's eyes met, and they basically reached a consensus. The remarks of King Yong just now have revealed a clear meaning, that is, he wants to abandon the country and become a happy lord. And King Zhu is naturally welcome to this. Xiaoming, after all, Emperor Yong's confession is too close to King Zhu, and it is rich in resources, which opened up this place, and since then the north has been unimpeded. Chapter 862. A cup of wine to release military power. The palace ladies shuttled back and forth in the Baifu hall, and the delicious food was placed on the table, and the fragrance became stronger and stronger. King Huainan and King Ruiyang looked at the emperor and King Yong, who sang one harmony, with complex hearts. After all, they are not the royal family of the same surname. King Yong can calmly put down the feudal state, but they can't, because for them this is the foundation of their ancestors. How can they easily give up? At least the court should give them a satisfactory settlement. Xiaoming's remaining light swept over King Huainan and King Ruiyang, and he had cares in his heart. After pondering for a while, he did not rush to mention the slashing of the faculty, but greeted him. "Everyone, the wine and the food are ready. You have not come a long way, and I will have a drink with you today." After that, Xiaoming raised his glass. Upon seeing this, King Huainan and King Ruiyang immediately got up with their wine glasses and drank all the liquor in the glasses. Xiaoming nodded, and drank the white wine in the glass as well. Then he didn't mention anything about the feudal clan, but talked about interesting things about King Zhu. After drinking for 3 rounds, the atmosphere of the Baifu Palace gradually relaxed. At this time, Xiaoming smiled. "The time for this negotiation has arrived. Today, the 3 of you will enter the palace together to see me. It must be for the sake of cutting the feudal clan." Finally led the topic to the right path. King Yong's face turned red when he drank, and King Huainan and King Ruiyang also drank very cheerfully. "Yes, the emperor, this time we are in Beijing for this." King Huainan and King Ruiyang looked at each other, and the wine made them bolder. The King Yong said directly, "Isn't it just cutting the vassal? No one in the world can tell. Today is different from the past. The emperor is an ambitious person. This king is the first to support the emperor." After a pause, he continued, "However, we want the emperor to preserve our prosperity and wealth." King Huainan and King Ruiyang nodded, and King Ruiyang said, "The King Yong said that, nowadays, all the civil and military officials in the Manchu dynasty are clamoring to cut the vassal. The decree of the Fan is just that we have guarded the border and expanded the territory for the Great Yu country for so many years. There is no credit and hard work. I hope the emperor can consider it." King Huainan also said, "The slashing of the vassal is already on the line. Now I can't wait for much, and I hope the emperor has mercy." When the tropic was opened, Xiaoming was relieved. In fact, he understood that the 3 of them had guessed that Xiao Fan was supported by him, because it is impossible for newspaper manuscripts to be published without his review, and this is what everyone knows. After thinking for a while, he said, "A king has been worrying too much. I have no intention of depriving you of the country, and the ministers did not intend to put you to death. This country is still your country. But since then the military power will be taken back. In terms of government affairs, you obey the imperial court's orders. From then on, the feudal government will pay part of the taxes to the imperial court, which means that you are still the kings of Huainan and Ruiyang in the feudal state." He didn't want to be too violent this time, slashing Fan Xiaoming, because this would only have a counterproductive effect. So he decided to take a more moderate approach, that is, to turn the country into their food town, but to collect their military power and make them lose their independence in government affairs. In this way, they became nameless vassals, no longer a threat to Dayu state, just ordinary officials. King Huainan was silent for a while when he heard this. For him, this was acceptable, except for the military power. He was still a noble prince in Jingzhou. Thanks to the emperor for grace. King Huainan bowed and said. King Ruiyang also decided to accept this proposal, and stood up and said, "Thank you for your grace." The emperor King Yong had originally planned to give up the condemnation of the country, and this was suddenly unpleasant. He gratefully said, "The Emperor Shengming." The Emperor Shengming. Xiaoming coughed, and he said, "But I said the ugly words ahead. You must not have any ambiguities in the court's decree, otherwise I am afraid I will not be able to keep you." The three looked serious. They bowed and said, "Yes." The Emperor Xiaoming was in a good mood because the feudal clan was resolved easily. In his view, the success of the feudal clan was the strength of the king's mansion, otherwise the feudal clan would probably lead to a rebellion. But now that they understand their own strength, the three dare not have any thoughts of risk, because if so, they will completely lose everything, and even drag their relatives. The knots were untied, the atmosphere in the Baifu hall became more soothing, and the four of them restarted drinking and enjoying food. The banquet ended at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Asking Qian Fu to send the three clan kings back, he himself went to the imperial study room and began to write the imperial decree. In order to avoid Yi Cheng Mengdu, he decided to quickly finalize the feudal clan. Once the imperial decree came down, this time the cutting of the feudal clan became a certainty. It took half an hour to prepare 3 imperial edicts, and Xiaoming was going to issue them to the three at the court meeting. Only in this way could the matter of cutting the feudal clan come to an end. The next day, at the court meeting, Xiaoming announced the decision to cut the feudal clan. King Huainan, King Ruiyang, and King Yong all listened to the imperial decree in the Zhengde Guingming Hall. At this time, Qian Fu took out Xiaoming's imperial decree, and delivered it to the corresponding feudal king every time he read it. In the imperial decree, Xiaoming clearly stipulated the content of the reduction of the feudal clan, requiring the three to formally hand over the army to the accompanying generals after returning to the country. The generals of the imperial army will select elites from their army and retrain and integrate them into the military system of the Great Chongqing, and they no longer have the right to interfere with the army. In addition to the imperial decree, in order to appease the three, he also awarded the three a gold medal for exemption from death to show his sincerity. The plan to cut the fan has been decided. Xiaoming felt relaxed. Since then, Great Yu is one step closer to the goal of reunification. Next, he will concentrate on dealing with Chu. At the same time, he also turned his gaze overseas. In the past few years, Westerners have been seen in the turmoil around the country. This incident made him very upset, but he has been enduring it for the sake of the unification of the country. Now seeing the unification in sight, the desire for revenge in his heart is aroused again. After all, Dau would not have died so many people without their blending. He was thinking, and Pang Yukan came out and said at this moment, "The Emperor, the first batch of firearms, and they were shipped to Linen, including 20,000 matchlocks and 8,000 flintlocks. These firearms Li Chuan is willing to pay 3 million taels of silver." 3 million taels of silver? Xiaoming frowned. You told Li Chuan that the court did not accept the money, and asked him to go to the bank to exchange it into a golden dragon and then trade with us, and all transactions between him and the court were required. Use the new currency. Pang Yukan understood. He smiled badly and said, "Yes, the Emperor. The lower officials understand." Chapter 863 Railway opened to traffic. Qiu looked at her father, who was standing in front of her with surprise. After returning to her senses, her eyes suddenly burst into tears. Since entering the palace, she has never seen her father again, and now she feels a little sad when they meet. Xiaoming stood behind King Huainan, and when he left, he took King Huainan to the palace. This trip to Qingzhou was just the beginning. After these vassal kings return, they will have to look at their specific actions, so Xiaoming dare not care. Facing the strongest of the three kings, he still has to play the emotional card. It wasn't that Xiaoming was afraid of King Huainan, but that he was unwilling to start the war lightly and waste his national power. When he was just an ordinary person, he also liked to shout and scream casually, but since becoming the emperor, he has become more afraid to speak easily. For him, unless one thing must be solved by war, he will not start a war easily. After all, the saying, "Though a country is big, it must perish in a war," is not what the ancients said casually. Chen, see the imperial concubine. King Huainan was also a little excited, but he tried to suppress his emotions and saluted Quixuia. Quixuia was taken aback for a moment, only to realize that now they are no longer a simple father-daughter relationship, and now his father must call her a noble concubine. With a slight sigh in her heart, Quixuia said, "The king of Huainan exempted her from ceremony." Hearing this, King Huainan dared to get up. Upon seeing this, Xiaoming said, "King Huainan doesn't have to be courteous. Although Xuya is now the imperial concubine, she is also your daughter. If you have anything to say as a father and daughter, then." Realizing that it was his own existence that made King Huainan a little unwilling to let go, he said, "De Fuqian, you accompany the imperial concubine out of the palace today, and let the King Huainan and the imperial concubine go to Kui Shannon's mansion for a few days together. King Huainan rarely comes to Qingzhou, can't be disappointed." "Yes." The Emperor Qian Defu answered, and Quixuia and King Huainan also smiled, and their family can finally be reunited. Having said this, Xiaoming went to the imperial study room. He just said that he had something to do, not to shirk, but she saw Princess Pinyang walking towards the imperial study room. Turning and leaving, Xiaoming arrived in the imperial study room, when Princess Pinyang had just arrived. Seeing Xiaoming, Princess Pinyang said, "Congratulations to the Emperor for the double happiness today." "Double happiness? Where is double happiness?" Xiaoming smiled. He now agrees with Princess Pinyang more and more, because no matter from the secret guard or his observation, Princess Pinyang has been conscientiously building the railway now. He naturally agrees with such a willing aunt. After getting acquainted with Xiaoming, Princess Pinyang, while respecting the imperial power, would also grasp the skills of getting along with Xiaoming. She jokingly said, "One of these is the smooth cutting of the domain." Since then, the kingdom of Great Zhou has lost 3 more clan kings. The second place is the Qingzhou Liwu, Dengzhou, and Caping 3 railways will be open to traffic soon. "Isn't this a double happiness?" "Open to traffic?" Xiaoming asked in surprise. "Really? I don't dare to joke with the emperor about this." "According to the emperor's plan, we will complete the opening of these 3 railways by the end of this year." "We are just a little bit ahead," Princess Binduong said. "However, this is all due to the slaves provided by the emperor, and sufficient parts in the steel mill." Xiaoming nodded slightly. Now it's winter, and unknowingly, another year is about to pass. Although the key event during the year was the expulsion of the barbarians, the industry and construction of the country of Dau have been in progress. This railway is just one of them. In addition, in order to solve the problem of ore, the Department of Minerals sent a large number of personnel to look for various large mines throughout the country. Once these mines marked on the drawings were discovered, the Minerals Department immediately established mines with the cooperation of the local government. In addition, steel workshops, steam engine workshops, and mechanical workshops are all adding production lines, and 3 large shipbuilding workshops have been added along the coast. These shipyards are different from the backward handicraft workshops in the past, but a large number of steam engines are used, and some special machinery and equipment for the shipyards have also begun to settle in. Since the launch of the steam engine warship, The idea of the ironclad warship has been circling in his mind. These mechanized shipbuilding workshops are just for the construction of the steam engine-powered ironclad warship. Good, good, good. Xiaoming said 3 good words in succession. He got up and walked to the map of Yashufang where 3 railway lines were marked. These 3 lines are not straight lines, but twists and turns like earthworms. In the planning of the construction, the key area that the railway passes through is the mining area, so it has such a shape. Once it is open to traffic, the 3 places are connected into one line. From then on, the cities along the railway will no longer have to worry about coal and iron. In this way, the industrial area of Qingzhou can be expanded. Xiaoming trembling with excitement. A sad fact is that since the industrialization of Qingzhou Prefecture, the development of Dayu Kingdom has been limited to only a few cities. There is no other reason, but the contradiction lies in the transportation of resources. The country of Great Yu is not the United Kingdom. From south to north, it is the distance from north to south of Qingzhou Prefecture. The transportation resources of this vast country are very difficult. It is far from enough to rely on primitive water transportation and carriage transportation. Therefore, Xiaoming can only rely on resource-rich regions to build an industrial foundation. Once the industrial foundation is established, railways will be built nationwide to open up the transportation of resources across the country. If you want to be rich, you must first build roads. This is not just empty talk. Even in the 21st century, areas with poor transportation are still very poor, because there are no transportation conditions. A smile appeared on Princess Pinyang. It was the first time she saw Xiaoming so happy. She said, "But the 3 railways have consumed a lot of money in the treasury. No matter how poor you are, you have to repair it." Xiaoming said firmly, "Your railway department's mission has just begun. After these 3 railways, you will build the Qingliao Railway on the lines of Yaozhou, Jinzhou, Liaozhou, and Rozhou. On the south side, starting from Lizhou, passing through Xuzhuizhou, Boizhou, Jinling, build the Qingjin Railway, and then build a railway from Qingzhou to the west to Chang'an." Since Chang'an went south to Bashu, Princess Pinyang was dumbfounded when she heard the words. This project is simply incredible to her. She said, "The Emperor, this is not a task that can be completed in a few years." "Of course I know this. Therefore, this is a long-term plan. The specific railway route I have planned for you is clear. Whether it is 10 years or 20 years, the railway network of Dayu must be built." Xiaoming's tone was firm. Feeling Xiaoming's determination, Princess Pinyang nodded heavily. She said, "With the words of the Emperor, the railway department will definitely go all out." Xiaoming nodded. The railway network on the map is the route chosen by Hyundai after thorough verification. This saved the railway department a lot of time. What they have to do now is to act as the tentacles of the country. Wherever the railway extends, their army can quickly deploy to where. In this way, he can truly control the unstable area. Chapter 864 Mercenary. A feint of cold wind blew. Yi Qinyan couldn't help tightening his clothes tightly. A few days ago, the roar came from the north, and it seemed that Goryeo entered winter overnight. "Commander Yi, Li Chengzai is progressing smoothly. Now they have controlled 27 cities in South Korea, and now there is only one Pusan city left." Pusan City. Yi Qinyan looked at the sand table on the table, which was just created by the staff. From this sand table, he can get a glimpse of the whole island of Goryeo. Dong nodded. There is a cauldron-shaped mountain behind Pusan City. This city got its name for this reason. Besides, according to the orders of the General Staff, we are going to build a dual-use terminal in Pusan. In this way, the Navy can go directly to the War country from Pusan City, thereby controlling the waters of the War country. Yi Qinyan nodded. The Emperor once said that this place is very suitable for building a deep water port. So is there any difficulty for Li Cheng to win Pusan? Like Suwon Castle, the War country attaches great importance to Pusan Fortress, and compared to Suwon City, this Pusan City has been in business for a longer period of time. There are a large number of War Kingdom soldiers in the city, which can be described as the city's guns. It was about to enter the cold winter. For Yi Qinyan, he did not want to continue fighting in the winter. He said, Busan City is now the only stronghold of Wa Kingdom in Goryeo. As long as this is removed, Wa Kingdom will be completely driven out of Goryeo. In order to keep this place, the country will do its best. After a pause, he continued, it is estimated that it is difficult to rely on Li Cheng to win this city. Since the emperor wants this city, we will send troops directly to Busan City, so that we can end the war before the cold winter arrives. It is logical to occupy this city. Yes, Commander Yi Kudong agreed with Yi Qinyan's approach. The cold winter is a test for both soldiers and equipment, and because it is too cold, the pier sometimes freezes in winter, which is definitely a disaster for soldiers as far away as Goryeo, because it will mean difficulty in supply. After giving the order, Yi Qinyan continued to look at the sand table, and then he planted a dragon flag on top of Busan City. On November 27, after an 8-day march, Yi Qinyan led 8,000 soldiers to the city of Busan to join Li Chengzai's army. Commander Yi, there are no less than the number of Japanese soldiers in the city of Busan, and there is also a mercenary composed of Westerners who fight fiercely and have advanced firearms than the Japanese. Seeing Yi Qinyan, Li Cheng ran up to him all the way, vomiting bitterness. Mercenary. Yi Qinyan frowned. He understood that Li Cheng was very worried now that the defeat in the war had left him dull. But this excuse still made him a little annoyed. There has never been any Western mercenary in the country. Not before, now there is. Suddenly a voice came. Yi Qinyan looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Wang Xuan walking towards him. You, the head of the secret guard, have appeared here. It seems that Li Cheng is not lying. Yi Qinyan's brows deepened. Didn't the Navy block off the coast of Korea? How come there are ships coming? Wang Xuan glanced at Busan City not far away. This city was built on a hill and faced the sea, with only 2 sides suitable for siege operations. He said, a warship is nothing but a seed falling into the river to the sea. It is impossible for such a large sea area to be flawless. Moreover, the Japanese nation is mobilizing navy forces to counterattack, and Yan can only concentrate on destroying them first. Yi Qinyan spread his hands. Then let's talk about the mercenaries. What's the matter with them? Edo Yaming's body has returned to the country of Japan. This incident shocked the country of Japan, especially Yamada. He is now estimated to be driven insane, because there are conflicts between the people. Wang Xuan said, in fact, Yamada is not a long-standing name in the Japanese country. He was born in a humble background. He used to be a farmer. Later, he followed the Fujiwara family of the Japanese country to the North Mountain, and gradually gained the respect of the Fujiwara family. Finally, relying on the power of the Fujiwara family to have today's status. But the daimyo still looks down on him in his heart. It is for this reason that Yamada's behavior is so extreme. Yi Qinyan said lazily, I don't care about his past. Now he is our enemy. Whether he is a big name or a farmer, he has to pay now. Wang Xuan shook his head. As the saying goes, knowing the enemy and oneself is the only way to win every battle. You are still a reckless man. It is one thing to defeat the war country in Goryeo, but it is another matter to attack the war country. This is the basis for the disintegration of the Japanese country. Once Yamada Nobunaga loses his prestige, then the Japanese daimyo will probably continue to fight on their own. At this time, opening the Japanese market will be easier. Yi Qinyan rubbed his head painfully. He and Wang Xuan were already familiar with each other, and now the secret guard commander became more and more narcissistic, and he seemed to teach others every time. He immediately changed the subject. Let's talk about the situation in Busan City. What is going on with this mercenary? It was recommended to him by the British around Yamada. Edo Yaming's death caused a great loss of his reputation. If he loses Busan again, it will mean that his plan to send troops to Goryeo has completely failed, so now he wants to keep it at all costs. In Busan City, this mercenary with only 2,000 men entered the country at this time. According to our understanding, Western countries used a large number of mercenaries during the colonization process, which is more cost-effective than sacrificing their own soldiers. Novel.com 2,000 people. Yi Qinyan's expression relaxed. I might worry about 20,000 people, but 2,000 people are really trivial. While Yukinian and his party were talking, a tall Swedish man with red hair on the Pusan city wall was using a telescope to observe the army outside the city. After learning about the equipment of the soldiers of Dayu, he cursed, "This is not a simple army." Beside him is a British man with blonde hair and a little short head. He has a short-barreled musket at his waist and a long sword on his right side. After receiving the tall man's telescope, he took a closer look and said, "This time our purpose is not to help the Japanese country defend the city, but to test the strength of the Great Yu country's army. Now in order to deal with the threat of this country, all of Europe is very tension. Those damned nobles should be nervous. There has never been a yellow-skinned country that has such a strong offensiveness. Goryeo has now been taken by them. It is estimated that the Japanese country is the next target for them to devour, and then I am afraid it will be a European colony." Chapter 865 beat you. Without discussing, the atmosphere of solemnity permeated the battlefield, and the confrontation between the defenders of Pusan City and the army of Great Yu State seemed to condense the air. While the Swedes were talking to the British, a sturdy middle-aged man wearing a black cocked hat, red dovetail uniform, white leggings and black leather boots walked up the city wall. The middle-aged man has brown hair, blue eyes, and a drunk face shows that he is a good drinker. "Robert, how are you feeling now?" Philip exclaimed rudely. "He is Portuguese, and this time the mercenary is led by him." "It's terrible. You sent us to this time. God bless us to get out of here alive," the Swede called Robert complained. Philip looked at the great chunking army that appeared outside the city and his face gradually became embarrassed. This army was standing 500 meters away from Pusan City. Every soldier was wearing a green stand-up collared gown and bright black leather boots on his feet. "My favorite boots are even more beautiful. The most important thing is that there are 36 field guns placed in front of the army. They have never seen these guns in Asian countries. This is indeed a bit difficult, but the price given to us by the country is very high. As long as we complete this task, we can go home and enjoy the blessings." Philip encouraged his companions. "Guys, we must stand up, Jelu, later. Greet them fiercely with our artillery. The artillery of the country is really bad." Having said this, Philip showed the same look as a gambler. Outside the city, the dialogue between Yukinian and Wang Xuan had ended, and he left for the ancient city of Hai after he informed Yukinian of the mercenary situation in the city. He will continue to be responsible for collecting intelligence on the Japanese and Western countries. After sending off the secret guards, Yukinian and Kudong looked at each other. He said, "These mercenaries have their own firearms. Their firearms are probably better than those of the Japanese kingdom. This time we need to be careful and try to avoid casualties. In addition, let these Westerners taste our greatness." Kudong nodded confidently. Although Pusan Castle is also a big city in Goryeo, there is too much difference between the big city here and the big city of Dayu Kingdom. The wall of Pusan Castle is only 5 meters high. Not to mention that they don't care about the city walls and gates at all. Yukinian spoke, and the dispatching power of the battlefield was handed over to him. At this time, he ordered the artillery to replace the fuse shells as usual. They must first solve the artillery on the wall. At the same time, he ordered Li Sung to prepare for the ladder to attack the city. This time he decided to adopt a brand new tactic. Li Sung's Goryeo soldiers attacked the main attack while his soldiers served as a skirmish line to assist Li Sung in the battle. He knew very well that this group of mercenaries were veterans on the battlefield, and the losses would be substantial if the previous methods were used. Everything was ready. Kudong pointed to the front wall and shouted, "Fire!" Boom boom boom. 36 field guns roared, and the shells rushed straight towards the head of Pusan. The moment the artillery fired, the mercenaries instinctively hid under the battlements. They thought it would be a solid bullet impact, but the bullet exploded immediately after it hit the city wall. The battlements were shattered like tofu under the immense power, and some soldiers who had not had time to dodge were concentrated by the fragments splashed by the shells, and their bodies flew out and fell into a pool of blood. "Damn it, how did they use the bomb?" Robert yelled, his ears roaring and he was almost deaf. Philip was also very embarrassed, And now he finally understood why the Japanese would hire them at such a high and bizarre price. "Stop complaining. Fight back immediately." "I don't want to die here," Philip shouted, and he kept pulling the artillery from the ground. "Kill their artillery position." Taking advantage of the gap between the replacement of the artillery shells by the army of the Great U country, the gunners immediately rushed to the artillery. The 12 artillery guns followed their ships to the city of Busan. They were cast-iron guns made by the British and had a full range of 3 miles, replaced with shells. They aimed at the artillery position of Dau State under the city, and the shells of 12 artillery shells roared away. At this time, Kudong was in front of the artillery position. He had been observing the situation on the city wall. When he saw a group of Westerners using artillery to fight back, he immediately shouted, "Attention!" As soon as his words fell, the black solid shells rushed towards them like lightning. The shells left 12 drop points in front of the artillery positions, 2 of which nearly hit their field guns. At the same time, the artillery of the Wa country began to roar, but their shells were too close in range, and there was almost no threat when the shells rolled in front of them. Cunning Westerners. Kudong frowned. The Western mercenaries did not gather their 12 artillery pieces together, but scattered them among the Japanese artillery pieces. This made it difficult for their artillery to counterattack. "Marksman!" Kudong shouted. For him now there is a cheaper way to fight back. Under his order, 10 marksmen crossed the artillery position and approached the city wall in a skirmish line. At a distance of 300 meters from the city wall, they shot at the barrier on the terrain. A mercenary soldier who was about to reload the ammunition did not notice it. When they continued to aim, a bullet suddenly concentrated on his chest. At the same time, several other artillery soldiers were also injured. Philip became more frightened. He saw what the other party was doing just now. "It's a distance of 300 meters. Hell, how did they do it?" Robert was stunned at this time. He said, "Even the rifle we rifled has only a range of more than 200 meters." "Philip, you are going to kill us this time." Even so, Robert is still only directing the soldiers to counterattack, because they understand the cost of failure, and now they can only work hard. The artillery fire continued to roar on the battlefield, and the artillery of Dau State became more and more fierce. Every shelling of the city wall would take away the lives of mercenaries. Some of the walls of the city wall collapsed in the explosion, leaving this section of the city wall a blank place. But even the mutual fire between the two sides still did not stop. "Be careful!" Under another round of shelling by mercenaries, Kudong suddenly pushed the artillery in front of him. At this moment, a solid bullet hit the wheel of the field gun firmly. With a bang, the wheels of the field gun deformed under the impact of the shell. Looking at the unbalanced field artillery, Kudong said angrily, "Replace the lime bomb. Let Li Cheng attack the city." The walls of Busan City under more than a dozen rounds of shelling have been riddled with holes. The mercenaries' artillery has lost 7 or 8 guns, and many people have died. The Japanese soldiers suffered even more casualties. For him, the time has come to siege the city. On the city wall, the mercenaries cheered for hitting the artillery of Dau State, and at this moment they saw the fire of the artillery again. Instinctively crawling down to dodge, they only heard the dull explosion of the shells, which was obviously different from the previous few times. Lifting his head in surprise, he saw that the city was covered with white powder. Philip was a veteran. He realized something instantly. It was a lime bomb. Chapter 866 Baby of Dau Country. My eyes. Water, water. The lime powder-covered city walls constantly sounded the painful screams of mercenary soldiers and Japanese soldiers. "This is lime powder." Philip reminded it was too late. Now a large number of soldiers have been tortured by this lime powder and lost their combat effectiveness. At this moment, suddenly a melodious trumpet sounded on the battlefield, and then a loud shouting and killing sounded through the battlefield. After using lime bombs to harass the soldiers at the head of the city, Kudong seized the opportunity to let Li Chengzai launch an assault, while the 8,000 soldiers from Yugo moved towards the city of Busan in a skirmish line. They shot while walking, providing cover for Li Cheng during the siege of the soldiers. The arrival of the soldiers of the Dau Kingdom seemed to boost the morale of the soldiers of Korea, and they carried the ladder and rushed to the war country frantically. In the official propaganda of Goryeo, the kingdom of Great Yu was here to help Goryeo drive away the Japanese nation. Therefore, the people of Goryeo have been hostile to the soldiers of Great Yu State from the beginning to become friendly. Li Cheng looked excited, and now there is only Pusan Castle in Goryeo. As long as Pusan Castle is conquered, Nan Goryeo will be his as agreed. So after the siege, he was extremely enthusiastic, constantly urging the generals to attack the city desperately. The Japanese soldiers and mercenaries at the head of Pusan have been beaten up a long time ago. They have not recovered from the chaos caused by the lime bomb. I saw the densely packed Goryeo soldiers carrying the ladder to the city, and the most terrible thing was that the soldiers of Daewoo were scattered on the long battlefield, shooting at the city from time to time, and their soldiers continued to be killed and injured. Philip, this city cannot be defended. Brothers have died and injured too much. We can't continue like this. Let's withdraw, Robert persuaded. He was hit by a bullet in the arm, and now the blood donated constantly pouring out, and the other soldiers were no better. The intensity of this war is not lost to any battle in Europe. Relying on their 2,000 mercenaries cannot change the situation. The other backbone mercenaries also looked at Philip expectantly. The mercenaries traded their lives for money, but they didn't want to die in this ghost place. Philip no longer insisted. At least they completed another task, and now they have a full understanding of the military power of the country. Back in Manila, their intelligence is enough to exchange a lot of money. While the two were discussing, the Japanese flag, who was stationed in Pusan City, came up to him and asked, "Why don't you fight back? Hurry up, otherwise, I will kill you." Philip raised his head. They were all people who had licked blood on the knife head. How could they be afraid of the threat of this Japanese flag? Staying here is mortal, and there may be a chance to escape. Now the Great Yu Kingdom's siege has restricted most of the forces of the war country, and now it is a good opportunity to escape from the waterway in the city. "Fuck you!" Philip cursed in Portuguese. Then he knocked the Japanese flag out with a punch. "Brothers, withdraw!" Philip shouted. Upon receiving the order, more than 900 mercenaries alive quickly ran under the city wall. At this time, the ladder of the Korean soldiers had leaned against the city wall, and a large number of Korean soldiers climbed to the wall through the ladder. At the same time, the soldiers of Daewoo also entered within 100 meters of the city wall, and at this distance they accurately shot and killed the Japanese soldiers who were defending the city. For a time, the entire city wall was in chaos, and the soldiers of the Japanese nation had no time to worry about what was happening here. Philip led people into the city, and they immediately headed east of the city. There was an underground river in this city. From this river, you could reach the sea directly. They entered Pusan City from there. Killing the Japanese soldiers guarding the Dark River, more than 900 mercenaries fled from the Dark River to the sea in small boats, and at this time, the city wall was lost. After the baptism of guns, the morale of the war country has been extremely low, and they have already learned that this is the last city. Looking at the city of Pusan lingering amidst the artillery fire, Philip said fiercely, "Great Yu country, we will still fight? Then I will definitely let you experience the shame of my experience today." Robert looked at the battlefield dumbly. This was the first time they were deserters. He knew how hard it was for Philip. "And their reputation will rot in the colonies and European mainland. Only the regular army can fight against the army of Daewoo. This time we will warn others to let them build the fortress in advance. And there is this." Robert held up something when he spoke. "This is the cannonball of Daewoo country?" Philip asked in surprise. Robert nodded. "It's weird that this shell did not explode, but it seems that this shell is a little different from ours." "Clever Robert, I finally understand why you want to persuade us to retreat. I think no matter which European country it is, it will be happy to spend a lot of money to buy it. This is the treasure of Great Yu country," Philip said excitedly. Robert laughed happily. "Wei Igo's life and death are not our business. This is our purpose here." After all, the two carefully wrapped the shells, as if this was their only hope. At the same time, Yikinyan and Kudong outside the city of Pusan began to move towards the city of Pusan. The battle for the head of the city was already very clear. Now the Japanese army has been unable to support them, and they continued to retreat. The soldiers from Goryeo and Daewoo had already rushed into the city and began the final hunting. Commander Yi, the group of mercenaries ran away. At this moment, a scout came from the sea. Yi Qian frowned when he heard this, and he complained, "This Yan shouldn't come when he really should." Dong was worried. The new type of shells still have misfires. What if these soldiers leave with some misfired shells? Can we not defeat the other party with the same weapons? The army of Daewoo is not only relying on weapons, but also the spirit of shining swords in every enemy. Yi Qian's expression was serious. "You don't have to worry about this. The loss of conqueror muskets and shells started at the Battle of Jinzu." In the words of the military workshop people, these things cannot be manufactured by them. Even if they can be manufactured, they will consume 10 times 100 times the resources. And when they worked hard to build it, we would have replaced it with new equipment. They wanted it at that time, and it didn't hurt to sell it to them. Dong nodded. "I'm relieved." "Now you go to seize the firearms of the Japanese country." King Zhu has been urging. "It is said that the new rifles are in production, waiting to be replaced by selling old firearms." Yi Qian laughed. Dong's eyes lighted up immediately. The news has spread in the army. In recent years, the army of the Great Chongqing has been replaced frequently, almost every 2 years. Even he knows that such a large-scale dressing is a heavy burden on the treasury. Chapter 867 Bicycle Mercenary. In the Imperial Study Room, Xiaoming slammed the memorial in his hand onto the table. 5 days have passed since the Battle of Pusan, and the power of the Japanese kingdom was completely beaten back to China by the Great Yu Kingdom. But what he didn't expect was that Western mercenaries appeared this time. According to the news in the battle report, this group of mercenaries are indeed stronger than the soldiers of the Japanese nation. Fortunately, they are not many. Otherwise, with Yi Qian's 8,000 people, it would be difficult to handle it. Nu Ben faced a heavy face. "But it's a pity that some of the mercenaries escaped, and they probably took our shells." Xiaoming frowned. "This is a very helpless thing. It is inevitable that weapons and equipment will be acquired by the enemy in a war unless they are not used. It's just that he is not very worried. As long as his industrial capabilities in the country will continue to improve, soon they will no longer be able to imitate the weapons of the country, because their industry will not be able to manufacture these weapons and equipment. HMPH. These Western robbers are beginning to be scared, and their conspiracy cannot succeed here." Xiaoming sneered. Had it not been for him in this country, the British strategy would have been successful long ago, and the country of Daewoo would have been ruled by barbarians, and its technological decline would continue. But now he broke all their conspiracies. Nu Ben said after hearing this, "The Emperor, these Western countries are too much. They have repeatedly interfered in the war between Great Yu and other countries. In the end, they will think that they should be taught some lessons. This is natural. The elimination of the Merchant Council is their biggest failure here." Xiaoming said categorically. According to the intelligence provided by the Guard, the war in Chu Kingdom has now begun. The Merchant Council controlled most of the new army and violently attacked the city controlled by Li Chuan. Now Suzhou and its nearby cities have been lost. This information surprised him a bit. He was worried that it was not the Kou family's continual victories, but the amazing support of southern merchants, wealthy families and people to the Merchant Council. The firearms of the new army surpassed Li Chuan, but the support it received also surpassed Li Chuan. It can be seen that the South has accepted the Merchant Council from top to bottom, and because the royal family of Daewoo Kingdom has done little to the South in these years, and the South does not have much recognition with the court, this is the real problem at the moment. It can be said that after 300 years of rule, the old system of Daewoo state has been unable to maintain the country, and it has reached the point where it is as unbreakable and unreliable as the late Ming Dynasty. Over the years, he completed a thorough reform in the north and reunited the people, while the south began to experiment under the control of the Merchant Council. The emperor meant that the Merchant Council was not only controlled by the Kou family? Nu Ben asked. Of course not. In addition to France, The British are now also coming in. The secret guard also discovered that Cao Zhengyang seems to be a member of a British secret society. This secret society also absorbed a lot of southern wealthy families and giants. The establishment of the Merchant Council played a huge role, and there seemed to be people in King's who were bewitched by them. Xiaoming squinted his eyes, revealing a dangerous light. Nu Ben was a little hard to understand. He said, "The Emperor, this is unlikely. How can they have such abilities?" Xiaoming comes from modern times, and naturally has more knowledge than people in this era. After the secret guard investigated this secret society, he suddenly remembered a similar society in contemporary times. Legend has it that this society is extremely powerful. The world's top talents and dignitaries are their members, and the operation of the world is the confrontation and cooperation between their members. He just listened to this rumor as fun. After all, it was too nonsense. But it is different in this world, because this secret society was the most active during the 17th to 19th centuries, and he couldn't help but guard. After all, according to the information provided by the Dutch, the French Revolution has this secret society. That's because you don't understand the West. Xiaoming still doesn't want to strengthen this matter too much. He said, "In addition to the garrisons stationed at Kanto, Korea, and the garrison that cannot be mobilized, how many troops can we mobilize now?" After pondering for a while, Nu Ben said, "About 60,000 people." 60,000 people? Xiaoming pondered, and he said, "This time the army is changed to these troops first. If Li Chuan can't hold on, we can only send troops." Nu Ben nodded in excitement. After returning from Kanto, he went to the military workshop to visit the new rifles. These breech-loaded rifles have fast firing speed, great power, and can be shot in any posture. Once equipped with the army, Great Yugo, the military's combat methods will undergo a third change, and this change will lay the foundation for the future of the army of Great Chongqing. Yes, the Emperor. Nu Ben nodded excitedly. After explaining Nu Ben these things, Xiaoming looked at the map on the wall. Now the territory of the Great Yu Kingdom includes Bashu, the area from the north of the Yangtze River to the Great Wall, and the entire Kanto and Jiaoli regions. In nearly 8 years, he almost has the land of Great Yu Kingdom expanded by half. But this is not enough for him. Tabo is still a factor of instability in the southwest. The Yunnan generation is still under the control of Annan Kingdom, and the barbarians to the north of the Great Wall are still waiting for opportunities and looting from time to time. And the Japanese nation across the sea is not a good crop now, let alone Tsarist Russia, which is now expanding its sphere of influence eastward. Looking around, Xiaoming suddenly felt a little dizzy, and the country of Dau was really in a troubled era. As if feeling Xiaoming's doubts, Nu Ben said, "The Emperor shouldn't worry. These foreign enemies have to be eliminated one by one." In the opinion of the veteran, the most important thing at present is the Wa Kingdom and Jiangnan. The population and land of this Wa country surpasses that of Jiaoli. China is a good dumping market. If you get the south, you will have enough money. This is what I thought. So you are in charge of Jiangnan, and I will take care of this Japanese country personally," Xiaoming said in a deep voice. As the two were talking, Qian Defu suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Imperial Study Room and said with a smile, "The Emperor, the Department of Equipment has sent a novelty." Xiaoming seemed to have thought of something. He said, "That's something with 2 wheels?" "Yes, it is 2 wheels, and there is a handle." Qian Defu didn't understand what this was. Xiaoming laughed. "This is a bicycle." It seems that the increase in the type and accuracy of lathes this time has allowed King Zhu to produce a lot of things. Bicycle. Qian Defu and Nu Ben were a little surprised, and they followed Xiaoming and walked out. The 3 people arrived on the square inches front of the Zhengde Guangming Hall. At this time, the people from the equipment department were waiting for them. In front of them, it was the bicycle that Xiaoming was familiar with. "The Emperor, what's the use of this thing?" Nu Ben asked. Xiaoming smiled and did not speak. He took the bicycle from the craftsman and stepped on the bicycle expertly, and rode a long distance. Nu Ben and Qian Defu were dumbfounded. Chapter 868. N says Bull. / The Emperor, slow down, don't fall. The old slave can't keep up. On the square, Xiaoming rode a bicycle to and fro like the wind. Qiandafu and Nu Ben ran behind him. After a while, the two were out of breath, but Xiaoming was still relaxed. In this lathe upgrade, King Zhu has been able to produce chains for bicycles, and they have already mastered the technology of rubber, so bicycle applications were born at this time. It can be said that the birth of bicycles is the proof of King Zhu's industrial upgrading. Stopping in front of the two, Xiaoming said to Nu Ben, "General Nu, how about this bike?" Nu Ben's eyes were amazed, and he said, "The Emperor, this thing is amazing. We have been running for so long, and the Emperor doesn't mean to be tired at all, and he can run really fast on this thing." "No, the old slave broke his leg," Qiandafu panted. Xiaoming laughed. "He was only riding 2 miles just now. With this in the future, he can travel from Kingzhou South to Kingzhou North in only half an hour." After patted the bicycle's strong skeleton, Xiaoming began to look carefully. This bicycle is a bicycle with a beam designed by him. It looks the same as contemporary bicycles in the 1960s and 1970s, with a sense of vicissitudes. Nodding satisfied, Xiaoming looked at Nu Ben. "Do you want to try it?" "This, how embarrassed you are." Although Nu Ben pushed off, his hand was holding the handlebar of the bicycle. This new thing made him feel unbearable. Xiaoming was not in a hurry to let the bull run. This veteran was also an old man. If he fell, he would have to go to the hospital. So he showed it to him in front of Nu Ben, and then asked Qiandafu to grab the back seat of the bicycle to prevent Nu Ben from falling and eating shit. At this time, Nu Ben could no longer restrain his impulse. As soon as Xiaoming let go, he immediately pushed the bicycle forward for a few steps, then stepped on the pedal with one leg, and the other foot passed from behind and stepped on the other. Step on one foot. It was only the first time to ride a bicycle, and Nu Ben couldn't grasp the balance of his body. When he got on the bicycle, he twisted and twisted a few times and fell to the ground with a snap. Qiandafu could suffer, he couldn't hold the weight of Bull Run, and he fell to the ground. When the guards on both sides saw this scene, they couldn't help but laugh. Qiandafu got up in embarrassment, put one hand on his waist, and complained, "The Emperor, the old slave's waist is about to be broken." Promising. Xiaoming understood that Qiandafu's intentions were a little hypocritical. He pointed to the guard who was snickering and said, "You guys." The guards didn't dare to laugh anymore, and Nu Ben got up at this moment. The rich did not fall. His interest was not diminished by the fall. "I don't believe it is harder than riding a horse." After that, he pedaled his bicycle again and ran slowly on the square. With the help of 3 young guards, there were 3 guards holding them around, and Nu Ben slowly found a sense. 10 minutes later, he let the guards let go, and he walked around the square on a bicycle alone. While riding on him, he laughed and said, "The Emperor, this is so interesting. It is the first time that the final general has seen such an interesting thing." Qiandafu was a little jealous. He said, "General Nu, you also want me to try?" Nu Ben was on his head, and there he was willing. He pretended not to know that he was riding a bicycle and then went around, stomping his feet in anger. Xiaoming shook his head. This bicycle was a rare thing in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China. At that time, there was this bicycle in the 3-turn and 1 ring of marriage. From the two people's fascination with bicycles, Xiaoming seemed to see another avenue for making money appear. In his opinion, once the bicycles are sold, it will definitely cause the wealthy to buy them. Thinking of this, he asked the craftsman, "How many bicycles have you made now?" Back to the Emperor, "A total of 8 have been manufactured, and 8 are still being assembled," the craftsman said respectfully. Xiaoming nodded. "Go back and tell Zhang Liu to start building production. This matter cannot be delayed. In addition, please send the remaining 7 vehicles to the palace." "Yes, the Emperor." The craftsman bowed and left. For Xiaoming, he suddenly found a new thing that could be used as a reward. He said to Nu Ben, "General Nu, this bike will be given to you. You can ride it back." "What?" Nu Ben almost fell off the bike. He stopped in front of Xiaoming and his face flushed with excitement. This bicycle was too appetizing for him, and he wanted it from his heart. "I didn't give you any reward for the victory of the northern expedition. This bicycle is supposed to make up for it," Xiaoming said. On the one hand, he wanted to win people's hearts, and on the other hand, he wanted Nu Ben to ride his bicycle back to his hometown. In this way, the veteran Nu Ben is a living sign, and the name of the bicycle will soon spread in King's Grandmaster Xi. Grandmaster Xi, Nu Ben said happily. For him it was more than rewarding him with 1,000 taels of silver. After thanking him again and again, Nu ran to Xiaoming to say goodbye. He could not help but want to show off in front of other officials. After leaving, he rode his bicycle to the outer palace, where the court officials worked. If it was before, Nu Ben had gone straight out of the outer palace gate, but today he deliberately rode his bicycle around in front of the outer palace official office. Along the way, the guards, officials and court ladies all showed curiosity and envy to him, which made him feel an unprecedented satisfaction. This satisfaction is not the joy of victory in a war. "General Nu, what is this?" The appearance of Nu Ben quickly attracted the attention of officials. It was almost noon, and it was time for officials to eat. At this time, when Fiji was busy with government affairs at hand, he saw Nu Ben riding on 2 wheels like wind. The emperor just rewarded the first in the country of Dau. The emperor said this is called a bicycle. Nu Ben showed a sigh of beating on his face. Fiji still doesn't understand what this bicycle is, but the emperor gave him a reward. The first such word already made him a little envious. Pang Yukan and other officials also surrounded him at this time. Unlike other officials, Pang Yukan had gone to see bicycles with Xiaoming. He couldn't help but be surprised. This is the bicycle that travels 300 miles in China and Japan. 300 miles. A group of officials took a breath after hearing the words. How is this possible? Nu Ben's eyes rounded, and he said, "Why is it impossible? It's fast to ride a bicycle, don't believe me." After all, Nu Ben rode the bicycle hard enough, and rode hundreds of meters before breathing. The officials were stunned, and they all showed envy. Fiji and Pang Yukan looked at each other, and the two showed old and cunning expressions. This good thing, of course, is a good thing, and they also want one. Chapter 869 Brandon's Arrival. Again the Emperor. This bike is really interesting. You can go out for 10 meters with 1 foot on your feet, and you won't feel tired even if you ride for a few miles. It's the first time a veteran has seen such a magical thing after he has lived so long. Pang Yukan and Fiji stood in front of Xiaoming in the Imperial Library. After reporting some government affairs, they began to praise the beauty of bicycles. Fiji is even more straightforward. The old minister is getting older now, and he still walks every time he goes up and down. If there is a bicycle to walk around, it would be wonderful. Xiaoming was reviewing the memorials sent by the two of them. Today, it was all small things. He picked up the pen and ticked it off and gave it back to the two. At this moment, he looked at the two of them and felt a little funny. Only 20 minutes after this bullpen left the royal study room, the two of them rushed over before he returned to the harem, which was extremely punctual. Don't always say that walking can exercise your body? Why is it tired today? Xiaoming teased. He already understood what they meant. Fiji sighed. The Emperor, after all, the veteran is getting older day by day, and this body is not able to follow suit. This walking fitness is still suitable for Pang Shufu. Pang Yukan's eyes widened when he heard the words. And he thought that you can't use me as a backstop, so he said. The Emperor. The minister is not young anymore. Although he is younger and older than Fei Ige, the cost of eating and drinking is not comparable. Go, this body doesn't need to be strong. Xiaoming has long been accustomed to sarcasm between the two, so he said, okay, I understand what you mean, but the number of this bicycle is limited. I can't send one for every official. Go back and tell the officials not to jealous. If you want to get a bike, you can do things steadily. Only if you pass the annual year-end assessment, there is a chance to get it. Of course, there is another way to buy it yourself. But the price of this bike is not cheap. I wonder how I can get 100 gold dragons. Vehicles. 100 golden dragon coins? Pang Yukan and Fiji were taken aback. Since the currency reform, The country has started to use a new currency from top to bottom, because dragon coins are made of real gold and silver, coupled with Confucian propaganda in the people. This dragon coin has been implemented well. Now the new currency is already on the market circulation, and their salary has also begun to change the dragon coin. According to the previous standard, the salary of a first-grade senior member is 300 gills of silver a year, and the new currency is 2,000 silver dragon coins and 200 gold dragon coins. This bicycle is basically their salary for half a year, so they are not surprised. For the salary of 80 gold dragon coins a year for ordinary officials, they need more than a year's salary to buy a bike. The price is already very low. The manufacture of this bicycle is very troublesome, but the spare parts need to be manufactured with different lathes. But this is the initial stage. When the industrial capacity increases in the future, the price of this bicycle will naturally come down. Xiaoming still remembers that in the 1970s, the price of a bicycle was about 120 yuan. At that time, factory workers were paid only 20 yuan, and a bicycle was paid for half a year. So now the prices and wages in the country are somewhat similar to those at that time, but because the industrial base is relatively poor, prices will be higher. That's it, so this bicycle is precious, Pang Yukan said. Of course, otherwise, how could I treat it as a reward? Xiaoming laughed and said, but you are the cabinet minister, and you have a share of this bicycle. But if you have a bicycle, you have to learn how to run. For bicycle propaganda, if there is a high demand for bicycles purchased by the private sector, I can build more factories. Xiaoming expects. Now that the people in the north are richer, Xiaoming has to think about promoting consumption. Only then can the country of Dau have enough taxes, and only with taxes can he do more. Xi-Emperor, Pang Yukan and Fiji immediately became happy when they heard this. While the three of them were talking, Nu Ben rode his bicycle all the way to his mansion, behind him his soldiers panting and running behind. The people in Kingzhou along the road were shocked. They stopped and looked at the bicycle Nu Ben sat down. If it hadn't been for the many kinds of machinery in Kingzhou now, they would have thought they had seen ghosts during the day. Nu Ben showed a triumphant look on his face. He was in a good mood. This thing was really amazing. And not long after Nu Ben was passing by, the people on the street saw Fiji and Pang Yukan also riding this thing to their own residences. The magical country of Great Yu. A pair of blonde Dutch businessmen in the crowd grew their mouths in surprise. Brandon was triumphant among the businessmen. He said to the businessman, I said, you will not regret coming here. This is a miracle. Country. I hope that this time we can reach more trade with Great Chongqing. The opportunity for the revival of the Netherlands is right in front of us. A businessman said, they are all big businessmen from the Netherlands. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. Next we should go to see the steam locomotive in Kingzhou. Brandon couldn't wait. As soon as he arrived in Kingzhou, the Dutch negotiating team based in Kingzhou informed him of the changes in Kingzhou over the past 2 years, which made him excited for a while. Nowadays, the British and Portuguese are targeting Dutch merchant ships everywhere at sea. Their maritime trade has been further compressed. Now they need a strong friend to face the enemy together. This is also one of his purposes here. Of course, he can buy some precious commodities. It's even more wonderful to go back. A group of 36 people walked along the street to the station in the north of the city. Brandon was a little dumbfounded along the way. It was different from the layout of the city 2 years ago. Now the residents of Kingzhou, the workshop was even worse. What replaces the private buildings are exquisite masonry buildings. Some tall buildings even use steel and concrete. But these buildings retain the traditional architectural image of the country of Dau, and they still look like carved beams and painted buildings. In the past, the East-West market in Dau State has now become a farmer's market selling chicken, duck, fish, vegetables, clothing, and watches. The shops are arranged in a special area, which is called a commercial street by merchants. In addition to shops, many companies from Dau State also settled here. Brandon was sighed by all these things. From his point of view, the city construction of Dau State has finally improved. The group quickly arrived at the station, when a steam locomotive made a loud whistle and began to move forward slowly. At the back of the steam locomotive are connected 50 carriages, each of which is 12 meters long, which is as spectacular as a long dragon. Chapter 870 Tap Water. Congressman Brandon, this is the steam locomotive of the country. It is simply too great. How good would it be if we could build such a railway in the Netherlands? Amidst the roar of the steam locomotive, a Dutch businessman said with envy. Brandon's eyes shone with a strange light. The trade between the Netherlands and Great Chongqing has increased unabated in the past 2 years, and the two sides have already had some trust in each other. Now he is coming to Dayu with the mission of Parliament. There will be some in the future, but before that we need to maintain a good relationship with Great Chongqing. Brandon said, the foreign trade between the Netherlands and Great Chongqing makes European countries greedy. In addition to them, there are other European countries that want to establish contacts with the Great Chongqing, but because these countries do not have a strong navy, they can only sigh. However, this makes them cheaper. Aristocrats in some countries are trying to buy goods from the country of Chongqing through the Netherlands. It's too late today. Tomorrow morning, we will ask the Emperor of the Kingdom of Dayu, and you will prepare a document to achieve more cooperation this time. Brandon's eyes have been on the steam locomotive. The other businessmen nodded their heads. It took 4 or 5 months to go from the country to the Netherlands in a short period of 6 months. It was not easy to come here. They could only cherish every opportunity. While the group was marveling at the steam locomotive of Dayu country, Xiaoming was in the Imperial Study Room to meet the members of the research room. The members of this laboratory are composed of 6 people. Among them the person in charge is Gao Qian. You designed this city's water supply system? Sitting on the chair, Xiaoming turned to look at the 6 people who were a little nervous. With Qingzhou government's emphasis on science and technology, large and small research laboratories are now blooming in Qingzhou University, and the patent office receives various patents every day. After 6 or 7 years of training, the talents of the former Bowen College began to give back the knowledge they learned to the country. Lin Wentao is certainly a genius, but now successors continue to appear. They study things that are different from Lin Wentao and are also proving their value. Yes, the emperor, from Qingzhou City to the imperial family down to the people, are using well water and river water. This is very inconvenient, and it cannot meet the supply of restaurants. After Komin designed the tap water system, many businessmen are willing to invest in construction, but Komin thinks that this water cannot be handed over to the merchant. Gao Qian said. Xiaoming nodded. Dayu has made great progress in military industry over the years, but there are still many shortcomings in terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation. Now with the improvement of industrial capacity, it is time to increase the schedule of tap water. Well, you are doing it right. In that case, I will give you an imperial decree, asking you to establish the Dayu State Water Supply Company. The 6 of you are responsible for establishing a water supply system for Qingzhou. He who is used to tap water in modern times is looking forward to tap water system. Historically, water supply in European cities and towns has developed considerably after the 16th century. London first used pumps to pump water. Cast iron pipes began to be used in the 17th and 18th centuries. At the beginning of the 19th century, Britain first created water treatment facilities, sedimentation tanks and sand filters. From the end of the 19th century to the beginning of the 20th century, disinfection measures for urban water supply began to appear in Europe. In China, the first water company was established in the late Qing dynasty, but the purpose was to provide firefighting water for the old summer palace. For Xiaoming, now he does not need to develop tap water from scratch, but is ready to skip the previous stage and let the tap water enter the sedimentation tank and sand filter. It's just that he can't have the luxury of using chlorine for disinfection, because the advent of electricity has made it possible to produce chlorine on a large scale. Gao Qian and others were overjoyed when they heard this. As a result, they, like Lin Wenyao and Lu Tong, went from ordinary students to members of the official company of Dayu. Xi Huang, Gao Qian and others said in unison. Xiaoming nodded. He looked at the reciprocating pump structure on the drawing and said, "This pump is good at shooting. I will hand it over to the machinery factory to let them produce it for you." The structure of this reciprocating water pump is similar to that of a steam engine. It consists of a cylindrical cylinder, a cylinder plug, and a cast iron water pipe. The power is provided by the steam engine. Because the reciprocating movement of the steam engine is in line with the principle of the water pump, the back and forth movement makes the air in the cylinder tend to vacuum, so that the water is sucked in and then flows out from the water pipe. So when Xiaoming saw this design, he was very satisfied, because this reciprocating pump can be used as a large-scale machine for pumping river water. If this is the case, I will build the water tower first. After all, according to the people's knowledge, the water supply pipes were reserved in Qingzhou City when the drainage system was first built. From this point of view, the emperor is really far-sighted. Forget about flattering. Xiaoming smiled. Qingzhou's construction not only reserved space for tap water, but also reserved space for electricity construction. He knew the development context of science and technology clearly, so he would naturally not go to dry demolition and construction. Stupid thing. Okay, just do it. As for the construction cost, you'll go to the cabinet for approval, Xiaoming said. Gao Qian thanked him again, and then left with the members. Qian Defu shouted at this moment. Next, after a while, 3 people arrived at the Imperial Study Room. Like Gao Qian, they were all from the research room. Nowadays, in order to speed up the application of various scientific and technological items in Dau, Xiaoming is now a guest of honor to various research laboratories. But this is not his first creation, and this is also true in Europe in this era. Both the royal family and the aristocracy are happy to prove various technological inventions. The emperor, the Coman, brought the plan for the Biogaz street lamp, and I hope the emperor will look at it. The young man in the uniform of Qingzhou Academy presented a drawing to Xiaoming. Today I am quite rewarding. 1 tap water, 1 is the biogaz street lamp. The biogaz digester outside Qingzhou City can provide biogaz. It seems that you have given up on it, Xiaoming said with emotion. The headed young man said, "We originally studied gas street lamps, but getting gas is far less simple than obtaining biogaz, so we changed to design biogaz street lamps, but the principle is still the same." Yes, now that Qingzhou is becoming more and more prosperous, we should add some bright colors to this night, he said to the young man. This project has been approved and the money has been approved. You are responsible for supervising the construction. The young man was both happy and disappointed when he heard the words. Obviously, his design is not as important as Gao Qian, but although he cannot enter the royal company like Gao Qian, it is still possible to earn some money to continue research. After sorting out his mood, the other 2 of him thanked Xiaoming. Noting the youth's expression, he said, "Don't be discouraged. In my opinion, your research direction is right. Both biogaz and gas are very important energy sources. You may be able to continue your research further in the future. These things will not. It's worse than tap water and electricity." Chapter 871. Brandon looked at the magnificent palace in front of him with a look of wonder. Yesterday's Qingzhou party made him feel a lot of emotions. The changes in the country of Great Yu are utterly rapid. Now Qingzhou City has completely changed its appearance to him. "Congressman Brandon, please follow me." Qian Defu appeared at the gate of the palace. Brandon submitted an application to the royal palace through the Dutch negotiating team in Greater Chongqing yesterday, and he got a reply this morning. "Thank you very much." Brandon saluted Qian Defu and walked to the palace in awe. Compared with the first trip, this time he has a mission, which will be related to the fate of the Dutch sea routes. In a short while, the 2 arrived in front of the Imperial Study Room. At this time, he saw Emperor Xiaoming of the Great Yu Kingdom. Compared with 2 years ago, the young emperor became more like an emperor. There seemed to be an irresistible will between his gestures. Brandon sees the Emperor of Dau. Entering the Imperial Study Room, Brandon took off his hat and saluted. At this time, Xiaoming was looking at the folder sent by the Department of Agricultural Affairs. He raised his head and smiled. Brandon? I still remember you. You visited King Zhu once 2 years ago and bought a steam engine to go back. Exactly. Brandon behaved cautiously. He said, if the two countries are not far apart, I would be happy to come to the country often. This is indeed a pity. Xiaoming squinted his eyes, and he teased, then what is your purpose in coming today, you country this time? Brandon likes Xiaoming's straightforward character, which can avoid wasting too much of his tongue. He said, His Majesty, this time I have been appointed by the Dutch Parliament to come again. I hope that I can reach an agreement with DAU on the sea, with more cooperation. I think your Majesty should be aware that British and Portuguese merchant ships have been attacking our merchant ships, so if this route cannot be protected, then our trade will be continuously affected. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming laughed. He said, The Brandon messenger, the British and Portuguese attacked the Dutch merchant ships, not the merchant ships of Great Chongqing. You seem to be mistaken about this. Brandon suffocated. He did play tricks on this issue. In fact, the trade between the Netherlands and Great Chongqing is basically a trade surplus. Every time, it was Dutch merchant ships that bought things from Great Chongqing and shipped them back to Europe. Great Chongqing never went to Europe to purchase anything by merchant ships. Even if there were merchants in the south, they were not controlled by the royal family in the north. Therefore, they have always suffered losses on the route from Asia to Europe. Your Majesty is right. But Your Majesty, we have signed an agreement after all, haven't we? Brandon reminded. Of course I remember. But it is very clearly written in the treaty that the country only guarantees the safety of Dutch merchant ships on Asian routes, doesn't it? That's true, so this is the reason why I came to Great Chongqing this time. I hope that Your Highness can cooperate with our Netherlands. Brandon's forehead began to sweat. This Emperor of Great Chongqing is really a difficult troll to deal with. Xiaoming frowned. Although the United Kingdom secretly added to him everywhere, there was no clear war with Great U. If he rashly and the Dutch act against the British Navy, he will add another front after the three fronts of the barbarian, the Japanese, and the Chu. And this is something that Great U can't bear. After all, the civil war in Great U may start at any time. The most important thing is that he is really not optimistic about the Netherlands in European countries. According to the news he got from other European businessmen, the Netherlands is now the largest lender in Europe. It can be said that the current Netherlands is a treasury guarded by the Navy. The problem is that when the Netherlands lends to every European country, it also means that it must maintain good relations with European countries. If he goes to war with Britain or France, it will mean that these European countries will immediately stop paying most of their borrowing interest, thus causing great harm to the overall prosperity. The worst problem is that no matter which European country the Netherlands is involved in, it will mean that it is fighting with its borrowers. For this reason, the Dutch avoid full-scale development with any country, but according to the last word of owing money is the uncle. Those borrowing countries are not polite to the Netherlands. While borrowing, they continued to create disputes with the Netherlands, which caused the Dutch to continue to be involved in wars and support military spending while also losing large amounts of interest. It is said that the Netherlands lost a large amount of income during the French Revolution. Moreover, the Dutch have a small land area, no resources, and insufficient development potential. On land, they are easily beaten by countries such as France, Tsarist Russia, and Prussia. Therefore, it is not reliable to expect the Dutch to be his loyal allies in Europe. Although the Dutch in this period declined a bit, the accumulation of centuries made him still a big dog in Europe. Otherwise, the Netherlands will not be called the World Bank in Europe. For all these reasons, Xiaoming is only willing to develop economic trade with the Netherlands, otherwise he is likely to be betrayed by the Dutch. However, in addition to this reason, he denied that this incident was also involved in an exchange of interests. So first suppress Brandon. Like European countries that desperately need funds, Xiaoming also wants to borrow some money from this big dog household. This is a very risky behavior. After we leave Malacca, the British Navy belongs to the world. I can't take this risk. Moreover, such a risk is not equal to the actual benefits. Xiaoming continued to deny. Brandon is a little anxious. The declining Netherlands needs to cooperate with this Eastern Empire, he said. Your Majesty, I know that this request is a bit too much, but this is also for the sake of the country and the Netherlands, for the long-term prosperity of trade. In order to realize the cooperation, we can accept the reasonable request made by Great Chongqing. Xiaoming's eyes flickered. It seems that the Dutch understand the rules between countries better than he thought. He said, country exchanges are only an advantage. It seems that you understand this truth. In that case, I said, according to me, I understand that the Netherlands has provided huge loans to the United Kingdom, France, and even Tsarist Russia. These loans have greatly promoted the development of these countries. Nowadays, Great Chongqing is waiting to be flourished, and it also needs huge financial support. Therefore, I want to tell you, borrow 5 million ducats. Borrow 10 million ducats. Brandon felt dizzy. Ducats are currently circulating gold coins in the Netherlands. A ducat weighs 3 grams. This 10 million ducats is basically equal to 600,000 tals gold. This is also a huge loan for the Netherlands. His Majesty, the amount of this loan is really big enough. The most important thing is that the Netherlands and the country are so far apart. Guaranteeing the repayment is a problem. Brandon is a member of parliament and a businessman. He is not stupid. There is no guarantee that he is unwilling to sign such a large order. Chapter 872 Second Route. The atmosphere in the Imperial Library is a bit awkward. After taking a deep breath, Brandon said, Your Majesty, 10 million ducats are beyond the ability of the Dutch Bank of Amsterdam. After all, we have provided loans to many countries. Really? So how much can you provide? It is said that you have many large silver mines in South America. Xiaoming stared at Brandon. That's true. It seems that your Majesty knows us very well. Brandon was a little surprised. He said, 5 million ducats, we can only provide so much now. After all, it is true that this batch of gold and silver is transported from Holland too dangerous. Xiaoming was silent for a while, which was equal to half, basically equivalent to 300,000 tals of gold and 3 million tals of silver. After a pause, he continued, but even then we can't provide so much real gold and silver. According to my estimation, we can come up with 1 million tals of silver and 30,000 tals of gold. The rest can only be saltpeter, iron ore, rubber, sulfur and other materials. Let's do it. Xiaoming agreed. The most important issue for him now is to obtain funds to speed up domestic construction. If the Netherlands can continue to provide funds for him, the industrial and commercial development of the country will be faster. Brandon breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and said, So your Majesty is willing to provide in for the Dutch caravan? Of course, but this route is not from Malacca to Holland, but from here to here. When Xiaoming spoke, he walked to the world map and drew from Ryukyu to Australia, and then from Europe to South America. This is the contemporary era. One of the 8 major maritime routes. He chose this route not because he was afraid of the British fleet, but because he wanted to learn about the route from Australia to South America through escort, so as to prepare for the future occupation of Australia and to enter South America and North America. At the same time, it can also train Great U, the Navy's ocean-going combat capability. Brandon was stunned. He only noticed the huge map of the world in the Imperial Study Room. What surprised him was that this map marked the geographical location of the world in great detail. God, this is the greatest map I have ever seen, Brandon whispered. Xiaoming waved his hand in front of Brandon to get him back. He said, There are 8 routes on this map. The British control the first one. This route is relatively weak. If you agree, if so, I will send a fleet to you to a safe area. After all, you can only provide half of the loan, and I can only choose the easy one. Brandon spread his hands helplessly. He seemed to have no other choice. After all, this was indeed a way back. He said, Well, it looks like this is the only way to go now. You also have to pay for the fee. After all, I want to repay your interest. Business is business, and everyone can't suffer. Xiaoming added. Brandon had thought of this a long time ago. This is natural, but in addition to escorting, this time we are here to deepen business contacts with your country. We hope to be able to purchase more goods from the country, such as steam engines, bearings, sugar, cotton cloth, silk, and even firearms. I have to say that you Dutch have a very poisonous vision. These are all the treasures of the Great U country. Xiaoming was a little surprised. And you also seem to understand the power of the Great U country's firearms. Brandon told the truth. Many people know about the war between the Kingdom of Dayu and the Northern Nomads, and of course they also know some magic weapons in the battlefield. If your Majesty is willing to sell, we are happy to buy them. Nodded slightly, he said, of course you can. You can discuss this with Li Kaiyuan. He will tell you what you can sell and what you can't. But in any case, you need to prepare enough money to purchase these things. Yes, Your Majesty. Brandon breathed a sigh of relief. He was very happy. This time, the country of Dau seemed more open in the past 2 years and more willing to participate in overseas trade. He is both happy and worried about this phenomenon. What is happy is that the Netherlands has such a strong partner in Asia, and what is worried is that the sphere of influence of Great Chongqing is beginning to expand overseas. After deciding on the loan, Brandon and Xiaoming discussed some details of the cooperation before leaving. Watching Brandon leave, Qian Defu said with emotion, "The Emperor, this Holland is really rich, and he just took out so much gold and silver." "That's not too much. Brandon is very cunning. He is worried that we will fall back on our accounts, so he only provides these loans. Even if we don't pay them back then, they won't lose too much." Xiaoming analyzed. But it doesn't matter. The real profit this time lies in the trade with Dutch businessmen. This time he brought many big businessmen over. The Emperor really intends to sell industrial products such as conquered muskets and steam engines to the Dutch. Qian Defu was a little worried. If you sell a conquest musket, the Great Chongqing army can be equipped with a breech rifle. Why don't I do it? Besides, the conquest musket may have fallen into the hands of Europeans a few years later. I'm afraid they not surprisingly. As for the first generation of reciprocating steam engines, of course they have to be sold. Only by selling money can we study more advanced steam engines. Xiaoming looked excited. On the whole, he supported the sale of these products, because at this point in time Europe's industrial capabilities were already able to manufacture these things, and it wouldn't make much sense to wait until then to rot. Of course, he will never trade some core technologies, such as industrial mother machines, breech gun technology, and steam locomotives. He maintains his principle of generation difference. Here Brandon heaved a sigh of relief. After leaving the palace, the businessmen who had been waiting outside for a long time immediately gathered around and asked him about the result of this visit. Thank God, the Emperor of the Kingdom of Dayu showed amazing benevolence this time. The route and trade were successful. Brandon laughed. Other businessmen suddenly became excited. Yesterday, they wandered around Kingzhou and thought about something they were about to purchase, but it was not enough for them, because they believe that there are other commodities in Dayu country waiting for them to explore. A businessman said, "Congressman Braden, we should continue to play in Kingzhou for a few days so that we can confirm what else we need to buy." Brandon nodded. He also wanted to try the feeling of riding a steam locomotive. He mentioned this when he left, and the Emperor of the Kingdom of Dau promised to take him a bit during the trial operation of the steam locomotive. For him, this is a complete temptation. He is also preparing to record the trip to the country of Chongqing, so that the members of the Dutch Parliament can understand the country of Chongqing more deeply. Chapter 873. Empty alley. In the early morning, with a loud whistle, the entire Kingzhou city boiled. After 2 years of construction, the railway line from Dayu State to Liwa in the south, Kaping in the north, and Dengzhi in the east was officially opened. The people who heard the news were all overjoyed and went to the station to buy tickets, and the whole station was surrounded by water. Xiaoming and a group of officials also arrived at the scene, and Brandon was also here. After staying in Kingzhou for a month, Brandon has basically completed the purchase of supplies. There are a total of 75 Dutch merchant ships heading to the country, all of which are full of cargo. This time the Dutch mission purchased 100 reciprocating steam engines, confiscated 16,000 muskets, 70 tons of white sugar, 3,000 pieces of porcelain, 9,000 pieces of silk, and 20,000 pieces of cotton. Lee on the platform Kai Yuan read this Dutch purchase list to Xiaoming. Speaking of the main point, how much money is there in total? Xiaoming's eyes remained on the crowded station. A total of 6 million golden dragon purchases. Li Kai Yuan smiled without seeing his teeth. This amount is not small. Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction, and coupled with the loan obtained from the Netherlands, the country's finances are finally prosperous, especially since the sale of Concord rifles has basically reached the level of cost equivalent to breech rifles. In this way, his army can successfully list 16,000 conscripts from this transaction, and this does not include the transaction with Li Chuan. Arms and industrial products really make money, Xiaoming said with emotion. He finally understood why contemporary America is keen on making war fortune. This is indeed addictive. Brandon smiled on his face, and he could see that the Emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom was very satisfied with this visit. Envoy Brandon, I hope that the friendship between Great Chongqing and the Netherlands will last forever, Xiaoming said. Brandon was a little flattered. Of course, this is what we expect. When the three people spoke, the steam locomotive made a loud whistle again. At this time, holding the tickets, the long queue of people began to get on the train in an orderly manner. The Emperor, it's time to get in the car, Princess Pinyin reminded. Xiaoming nodded and made a gesture to Brandon. Braden looked excited. He tidied up his dress and walked to the locomotive. Father, go. Xiao Yi was jumping in front, looking like he couldn't wait. In order to witness this great event, Xiaoming brought a lot of people here this time. Luluo and Asta, Qixiu'er and Fu'er, of course. They were also young. Xiao Yi. In addition, the important court officials also arrived. Fiji, Pang Yukun, Zhang Xingcheng, and even the Confucian father and son, Jiaran and others also arrived. Not only that, King Yong, King Huainan and his son and King Runan also came to observe. For Xiaoming, this is not only the opening of the railway, but also an opportunity to show muscle to the outside world. Slow down, Xiaoming said to Princess Pinyin while holding Xiao Yi's hand. The main task of the railway department is to run through the railway lines north of Yaozu, Jinzu, Rozu, and Liaozu. Although the barbarians have withdrawn from Kanto, their threat is still great. For Xiaoming, even after the loss of the Kanto, the barbarians are the largest nomadic people in the north, and the threat is only relative reduction, not absolute. And after the barbarians, a more dangerous enemy has already taken root in the vast land north of Jiangsu. This is Tsarist Russia. In the past, because of the barriers of the barbarians, he could not understand the situation north of Jiangsu. After the occupation of Jiangsu, he immediately ordered an advance team to search north. The news that came back shocked him. Compared with contemporary times, Tsarist Russia in this era has more penetration into Kanto than contemporary. They found the Tsarist city just 300 miles north of Jiangsu. This incident attracted great attention from Xiaoming. He ordered the secret guards to investigate the influence of Tsarist Russia in Siberia, and at the same time began to recapture Siberian land, and the railway was undoubtedly the key to this plan. Yes, the Emperor. Princess Pinyin could see from Xiaoming's serious expression that things seemed a little serious. To remind Princess Pinyin, Xiaoming entered the steam locomotive. For today's experience, they reserved the first 5 carriages. Entering the steam locomotive, Xiaoming seemed to return to the contemporary era. Although the steam locomotive is a bit backward, many of the layouts of the carriages are still the same as modern ones. After all, it is much easier to operate a steam locomotive with modern experience. The Emperor, this is the seat. Princess Pinyin introduced Xiaoming herself. Xiaoming saw that the seat of the locomotive is now a metal frame, with a new cotton cushion installed on the frame, which looks similar to the seat of a contemporary train. In the middle of the seat is a small table, so that some items can be placed, and above it is a protruding luggage rack, which is also designed in accordance with contemporary design. What satisfies Xiaoming the most is the thickened glass window of the locomotive. You can see the outside scenery while sitting at the table. Very good. Xiaoming was very satisfied. Princess Pinion breathed a sigh of relief, and arranged for Fu Ear and the others to sit down. She said, "My lord, this steam locomotive is equipped with an improved high-temperature and high-pressure steam engine. The speed can reach 90 kilometers per hour, and the load can reach about 60 kilometers, so it only takes 6 hours to travel from Qingzhou to Dengzhou. After all, the railway detours many detours, and it is necessary to add coal and water along the way. 6 hours to get to Dengzhou." Brandon's mouth closed in surprise. It took him 3 days to get off the ship in Dengzhou and then to Qingzhou. Princess Pinion said proudly, "This princess doesn't speak big words. You will understand when you get to Dengzhou." Ha ha ha. Xiao Ming was in a good mood. He hugged Xiao Yi and said, "Yaya, when we arrive at Dengzhou, my father will take you to eat the most beautiful seafood." The officials in the carriage all laughed when they heard the words. At this time, they were all excited, because it was really incredible. When everyone was chatting, it was time for the locomotive to depart, and with a loud whistle, the locomotive began to move slowly. Motion, moved. Xiao Yi clapped his little hand happily. Outside the window, the station was retreating, and there were huge cheers on the platform of Renshanshan. Xiao Ming sitting by the window was recognized by the people, and they began to shout, "Long live my emperor, long live, long live." Xiao Ming waved his hand through the car window. Undoubtedly, today is also an exciting day for the people of Qingzhou. The sleeping lion of Dayu has finally begun to wake up. Amidst the cheers, the locomotive was getting faster and faster. At this time, the cabin was quiet, and everyone began to admire the scenery along the way and indulge in it. 3 hours later, the locomotive stopped slowly at the Zhu platform and set off for Dengzhou again after adding water and coal. Chapter 874 Prosperous Dengzhou. Yang Cheng'ai has been waiting at Dengzhou railway station since noon. With him are officials of Dengzhou, large and small. According to the established plan, the train for the first trial operation of the railway will arrive at 3 in the afternoon. The emperor and a group of court officials will arrive in Dengzhou by train. The season has entered the winter, and officials in the cold wind are shivering. But even so, all officials have maintained a good image. Yang Cheng'ai governs his officials very strictly. Officials in the officialdom of Dengzhou are somewhat afraid of him, especially when Yang Cheng'ai is now at the gate of entering the cabinet, and officials are even more afraid to be careless. "I'm coming." Just as everyone was looking forward to it, a white plume of smoke floated from a distance, and at the same time the sound of a siren was heard. In the cold wind, Yang Cheng'ai showed a smile, and his eyes were even moist. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. For him, once the locomotive is opened, the development potential of Dengzhou will rise sharply, because from now on, inland cargo can reach Dengzhou by steam locomotive, and Dengzhou cargo can also reach the place where the railway is laid by locomotive. Woohoo! The locomotive immediately entered the station, and the siren became louder and louder. Under the attention of the officials, the steam locomotive slowly drove into Dengzhou station. "It's really long. How many people can such a long locomotive hold?" The officials were amazed. 50 carriages, at least 2,000 people. It's really terrible. Yang Cheng'ai was also a little dumbfounded. Although he had seen locomotives, it was the first time that steam locomotives were filled with 50 carriages, but this confirmed the huge potential of steam locomotives. Hey! When everyone was attracted by the locomotive suddenly made a sound like a sigh, and then the whole locomotive stopped. The staff at Dengzhou station immediately stepped forward and stood at the door of each car. Then the doors opened, and merchants and people from Qingzhou to Dengzhou filed out from the locomotive. "Dengzhou station, we are here." A businessman put his arms around his daughter, who was from Dengzhou. This time he bought a ticket to go home while the locomotive was running, but he was overjoyed. They returned after a 6-hour drive. "So fast, 1 ticket and 1 golden dragon is really worth it." Another businessman laughed. "Yes, otherwise it would take 3 days before And this boat is a lot of money, someone agreed. A thick smile appeared on Yang Chengai's face in the noisy voice. The praise of the businessman and the people proved that the prospects of the locomotive were very good. More than 2,000 people got off the steam locomotive. For a time, the station was overcrowded. When the crowd dispersed, the door of the first carriage opened and Xiaoming led the crowd out of the locomotive. The lower official Yang Cheng'ai seized the emperor. Seeing Xiaoming, Yang Cheng'ai immediately took a few walks. Let Yang Cheng'ai exempt him, and Xiaoming looked at the pure blue sky of Dengzhou. He enjoyed the beautiful natural scenery of the country on the way. There is no need for imaginary gifts. I and the ministers still want to taste seafood. Stay today and tomorrow, and return to Kingzhou the day after tomorrow. Xiaoming smiled. So fast. Yang Cheng'ai was a little disappointed, but he hoped to have more opportunities to contact Xiaoming. There are only 2 cabinet ministers at present. It is said that at the end of this year, 7 other cabinet ministers will be determined based on the assessment. It is said that the former 6 state governors have hoped to enter the cabinet, which makes him somewhat expectant. Traveling for too long will only hurt the people and money. This is not what I want, Xiaoming said lightly. In addition to testing the functions of the steam locomotive, Xiaoming also wanted to take a tour of the Navy. In the past few years, the Navy's shipbuilding work has not stopped, and since the emergence of the 3 expansion steam engine, the previous sailing warship was completely eliminated and replaced by a hybrid-powered battleship. Zhang Liang's memorial stated that he had built 36 such battleships, and he was looking forward to seeing it with his own eyes. Yes, the emperor. Yang Cheng'ai nodded. Seafood in Dengzhou is not a precious thing, and ordinary people can afford it. It can be said that this royal trip was extremely frugal. It was already 3 o'clock, and it was dark early in winter, and the group left the station and went into the city without staying at the station for too long. Like Kingzhou, the railway station in Dengzhou was also built in the city. After exiting the platform, a group of people went directly to the center of Dengzhou city. The ministers looked from left to right. Many of them have never been to Dengzhou today. Dengzhou is no less prosperous than Kingzhou. They are a little surprised. Few and others are thinking of traveling. They are more concerned about the goods sold on the streets of Dengzhou, and they are also very interested in some gadgets from the Gentiles. Yang Cheng'ai did not rush to take the people to the government office, but deliberately walked around Dengzhou city, and kept introducing the development of Dengzhou over the years to everyone along the way. So the glass canning factory can already produce canned fish, and the iron canning factory will be able to produce it in April next year. Xiaoming asked when Yang Cheng'ai introduced it. Yes, the emperor, in order to produce canned fish. The lower officials increased their support for the fishing industry. Now the output of cod is increasing day by day, and after the steam locomotive runs, the material of the can truck will not be a problem. After a pause, he said, in addition to these, more and more businessmen have built factories in Dengzhou in the past 2 years. Basically, some Dengzhou in Kingzhou have them. Fiji laughed and said, Yang Cixi is indeed an individual talent. It is said that he has attracted a lot of favorable government orders to attract businessman Yang Cixi. This is much better than those rigid officials. Pang Yukan nodded slightly. Yes, not just the prefectures and counties, even the officials in the court should learn from Yang Cixi. Yang Cheng'ai was complimented by the 2 cabinet ministers. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He said, the 2 old cabinets are ridiculously praised. This is just what I should do. Xiaoming has a smile on his face. The officialdom needs to establish typical figures to promote the change of officials. This Yang Cheng'ai has been observing for a long time. He is a flexible and practical talent. He said, you are worthy of your name. A little Dengzhou is a little wronged. You are here. I am going to let you enter the cabinet chief to grasp the industrial and commercial construction of Great U. What do you think? Yang Cheng'ai opened his mouth. He didn't expect the surprise to come so soon. He didn't even know what to say for a while. Pang Yukan smiled and said, you are not thankful yet. You are already on the list of cabinet ministers. Xi Huang. Yang Cheng'ai saluted deeply. Xiaoming patted Yang Cheng'ai on the shoulder. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility, and the 9 ministers of the cabinet will perform their duties. I entrust such an important responsibility to you, and I hope you can lead the development of the city and great you. The meaning of the cabinet to Xiaoming is to share the responsibilities of economy, clean government, law, public order, propaganda, agriculture, education, industry and commerce. He is mainly responsible for the future development strategy of Great Chongqing, foreign diplomacy, military affairs and warfare, so that everyone can perform their duties in order to make Great Chongqing develop in an orderly manner. Chapter 875 Ironclad Ship Construction. The setting sun dyed Dengzhou city red, and the faint twilight began to descend at this time. Yang Cheng'ai excitedly led the people to the palace after thanking them for their gratitude. A banquet has already been set up here, waiting for everyone. After sitting on the train for 6 hours and wandering around the city for a long time, both the ministers and concubines were hungry. When everyone sat down and faced the fragrant seafood, they couldn't help it. After Xiaoming spoke and opened the table, the atmosphere suddenly became strong. The little guy Xiao Yi immediately picked up the king crab on the table and shouted, "Father, you see, this crab is really big. I have never seen such a big crab before." Fu looked at the king crab on his table at this time and was a little surprised. He said, "The emperor, we have eaten a lot of seafood in Dengzhou, but this is the first time we have seen such a big king crab." Yang Cheng'ai smiled and said, "Niang, there are no such crabs in the Dengzhou waters." This time, the crabs on the table were caught by fishermen in the waters north of the country. If it weren't for the emperor, the edible seafood in the sea would have been taught to local officials. They really didn't dare to bring it back. The north of the Japanese country. Xiaoming showed an interesting dark color. The red king crab is a typical Hokkaido king crab. Yes, the emperor. Fishermen used to dare not leave Dengzhou to go to the waters of the US to fish. But since the imperial order to start war with the US, General surrounded the warships of the US at sea. Now the waters between the US and Goryeo are very safe. Some daring fishermen went out to sea to fish in the waters of the country at this time. After all, now the drag fishing technology allows fishermen to fish far away, so they can get more. Xiaoming has always supported marine fishing. In this era, he rarely realizes the importance of marine resources, but he does. Compared with the depletion of marine fishery resources in the 21st century, the fishery resources of this era are astonishing. When Xiaoming traveled from Jinling to the Kingdom of Three Mountains a few years ago, he often saw large schools of fish along the way. Coupled with the fact that Diaoyu's navy is already at an early stage, he can squeeze the fishery resources of Korea and War, and give this benefit to the people of Diaoyu. Well, yes, fishery is an important industry for Dengzhou. You not only need to develop large fishing boats, but also encourage fishermen to fish in the open sea. Wherever the navy of Diaoyu State goes, it is the fishing grounds of Diaoyu State. If you can't, you won't give them canned fish. Xiaoming laughed. He doesn't care about more fishing boats, because the fishing power of this era is very different from that of modern times, and the entire Dengzhou is probably not as good as a modern fishing village. Ha ha ha. The officials laughed at Xiaoming's joke. After skipping this topic, everyone had a formal meal. While eating seafood, while chatting about the details of the development of Dengzhou, many talents dispersed until 7 o'clock in the evening. The next day, Xiaoming left Xiao Yi, Fu and others in Dengzhou city, while he and Yang Cheng'ai went to the shipyard in Dengzhou. "Emperor, this is the latest battleship." Zhang Liang pointed to the 20 brand new warships in the military port. These warships were similar in size to Tier 3 warships, except that 3 chimneys were erected in the middle of the masts. "Are these warships using the latest triple expansion steam engines?" "Yes, the Emperor, so these warships need 3 chimneys, because warships need more boilers to burn coal. Relatively speaking, the power of these warships is much higher than that of a chimney warship," Zhang Liang explained. Xiaoming nodded. He naturally understood the truth. This time he reached a deal with the Netherlands, and Brandon will provide on his way back to the Netherlands. So he had to transfer 10 warships to the Netherlands. As for the 10 warships, he does not plan to use steam warships, but still uses sail warships. These more than 20 steam warships will make up for the vacancy of these 10 warships and be responsible for encircling the war. The reason why it was to encircle the Japanese nation instead of choosing to start a war with the Japanese nation. Xiao Ming had his own consideration. Now that the ocean is in his hands, and the Japanese nation has no power to invade the Great Yu nation. In this way, he can concentrate on realizing the reunification of the country. After observing the new type of warship, Xiao Ming had a scrupulous mind, and then he and Zhang Liang went to the first shipyard and the second shipyard. Compared with the previous pure handwork, the current shipyard is full of the roar of machinery, and the existence of these machinery greatly accelerates the speed of shipbuilding. Zhang Liang, I once told you about the iron-armored battleship. Do you think it is possible to add a layer of iron armor to the outer layer of the battleship with the current shipyard's capabilities? Xiao Ming asked. Zhang Liang said, this is okay, because the steam engine power gives the shipyard the ability to hoist, but the production of this armor still needs the steel plant to do it. Xiao Ming nodded. In the Battle of Pusan City, the artillery shells may be lost, so we must prepare for naval battles and enter the era of blooming bombs. After all, European technology has been moving forward, and industrial capabilities have been improved because of steam engines. This is relatively primitive. His fuse research can still be copied for 1 or 2 years, so he now has to build a bomb against this kind of shells and maintain his advantage in naval battles. Because for him, he wants to easily defeat to seize and occupy their colonies, Europe must at least raise the industrial level to the level of World War I. I will supervise the construction of the iron armor. You only need to add a layer of iron armor to the battleship, Xiao Ming said. Zhang Liang's son has been studying shipbuilding in Qingzhou and has now returned to Dengzhou. This technology should not be a problem for them. Yes. The Emperor. Zhang Liang wiped the sweat from his forehead. The development of DAU countries' technology is too fast. Often a new technology has just been mastered and a new technology has been used. It is not easy to be responsible for the construction of the battleship of the Great Yu Kingdom. This time Xiao Ming came mainly to explain Zhang Liang's incident. After visiting the shipyard for a day, he and Yang Cheng'ai returned to Dengzhou. The next day, he and a group of officials came to Dengzhou station again, and they will take a locomotive back to Dayu. Father, Dengzhou is really fun, can I come again in the future? Xiao Yu looked at the outside by the car window, a little reluctant. Taking advantage of his time of inspection, the little guy looked at the sea under the leadership of Fu Ir and others, and ate again. A lot of good things. Rubbing Xiao Yi's head, he said, of course you can. But you have to study hard. Xiao Yi nodded obediently. Woo! The familiar siren sounded again, and the locomotive began to accelerate slowly. 6 hours later, the locomotive arrived in Qingzhou. After getting off the locomotive, a group of officials were full of emotions. Now they finally realized the terrible transportation capacity of steam locomotives. With railways, factories will bloom everywhere in the country without resource constraints. At this time, Xiao Ming, who got off the locomotive, turned his gaze to the south, and it was time for the civil war in Dau to begin. Chapter 876. Be born all over the world. As the cold wind from Siberia moved to the south, Qingzhou city became colder overnight, and then heavy snow fell from the sky, staining the streets and alleys into bright white. But even so, the soldiers in the Qingzhou camp are still undergoing daily training. But the difference is that in addition to practicing the traditional array, the soldiers are also practicing crawling forward. The Emperor, the military workshop has already delivered 5,000 Falcon rifles to us. According to Song Chengping, it will be able to complete the installation of 60,000 people by the fall of next year. Nu Ben and Xiao Ming patrolled the barracks in heavy snow. It has been a month since they returned from Dengzhou last time. This is also his normal inspection of the army at the end of the year. This progress is satisfactory, but thanks to Li Chuan and the Dutch, this arms trade has allowed the military workshop to have sufficient funds. Xiao Ming smiled. Although it cannot be compared with the production efficiency of millions of rifles in European countries during World War II, He is very satisfied with the current gun production efficiency of the Dau State Military Workshop. After all, this is the military workshop's first attempt to produce breech rifles. Nu Ben looked excited. The breech rifle produced this time was finally named the Falcon Rifle. The effect of equipping the army surprised the generals. In contrast, although the traditional line-up shooting is still necessary, they can take a more flexible combat method with Falcon rifles. This time the battle between Li Chuan and the Merchant Council is really cheap for us. Nu Ben laughed loudly, but the Emperor, although we got a lot of silver from Li Chuan, let the war last until next autumn. I am afraid the damage to the south will be greater. Don't worry about this. There is not much industry in the south, and agriculture is only prosperous. Besides, I have my own consideration in it. Xiaoming's eyes were deep. Nu Ben was a little puzzled. He looked at Xiaoming and waited for an explanation. After pondering for a while, he said, "Do you still remember the decree of the Imperial Court to move the narrow township last year?" "Of course I remember that. After this decree was issued, the southern tycoons deliberately obstructed it, and the effect was minimal." Mentioning this, Nu Ben was indignant, and in his opinion it was simply a deception. However, he was also very aware that the South had a weak view of the royal family, and had always violated the court's orders. "That's it. If you don't let them beat each other up, how can I take the opportunity to move the people to the Guangdong?" Xiaoming said lightly. Nu Ben suddenly felt that the Kanto area is now sparsely populated, and the people who rely on the 6 cities cannot completely control the Kanto area. What's more, a country called Tsarist Russia has appeared in the north. According to previous statistics from the Imperial Court, most of the population of Dayu was concentrated in the south, and during the Northern War, many people fled to the south for refuge, which increased the population of the south. The Emperor's thoughts are far-reaching, so to speak. It is really necessary, Nu Ben said. Xiaoming nodded. Now a large number of secret guards are going south, and they have been monitoring the Chu Kingdom war. Generally speaking, the two sides are still gearing up, and occasionally there is a small degree of friction. He doesn't want to use his power at this time. This is the case. The fundamental reason for the loss of control over the north in the past dynasties is that the Han people did not allow the Han people to thrive on these lands. For me, the most terrifying weapon is not a gun or a cannon, but the weapon of thriving. To control the Guangdong area, we must move the people to give birth to children. Only when every inch of land in Guangdong area is Han Chinese, the power of the Great Yu country can truly take root there. Nu Ben was stunned when he listened. He sighed. The words of the Emperor made the final admiral come to realize. If you think about it, it seems that foreign races once occupied our land and thrived so that they became more powerful. Now we should also use them. The way is back. Xiaoming looked at the soldiers who were training and smiled. Why did Europeans occupy most of the world's land in the Great Voyage era? What they rely on is the migration of civilians in their own country. In this way, after hundreds of years of reproduction, it has become a contemporary pattern. Therefore, he had already had a majestic plan in his mind. This was to lay a place to move the Han people to have children and thrive. Based on the concept of how many people can give birth to in this era, he believes that the population of Dayu will explode as long as the living standards are improved. At this time, coupled with the population base of Dayu, it is not a dream to have the whole world. Nu Ben discussed this issue trivially, and Xiaoming returned to the palace after inspection. At this time, he drafted a decree to reward childbirth. Since the decree is implemented, all households in Dau with 3 or more births will be taxed for 1 year. If the 4th child is born, the government will give the hardware dragon a subsidy, the 5th one will give the hardware dragon, and so on. After making this decision, Xiaoming called Pang Yukan and Fiji over. He first explained the necessity of the birth plan and then began to discuss the decree with the two. The 3 starting points are a bit low. The Emperor. In fact, most people's homes in the country of Dau will have more than 3 children because for them, children are labor, and at the same time avoid being heirs by other children. The root of many people's bullying, the minister thinks, adjust the tax reduction and exemption to 4, and the golden dragon subsidy starts from the 5th. Pang Yukan said. Fiji nodded. Pang Shufu is right. The Emperor, this will also reduce the burden on the treasury. After all, there are too many places to spend money. Xiaoming thought for a while, and finally nodded. Just do what you said. In addition, in the next year, you will start preparing for going south. You will have plenty of treasury after copying the Merchant Council and the Royal Court's homes. Pang Yukun and Fiji glanced at each other. It was obvious that there was no such thing as winning over the rich family in the plan to go south. In the past, the imperial court compromised the rich family because their strength was not enough, but now they can deal with it completely. And the most important thing is that the rich family in the south are more hostile to the royal family. This can be seen in the last time the narrow town moved to the wide township. Both of them are well aware of this issue. When Xiao Wenxuan was in his seat, a group of officials from the southern wealthy family strongly advocated exemption from taxes on the southern wealthy family. When this proposal was rejected, these southern tycoons simply resisted and evaded taxes, which also led to the emptiness of the government treasury. In the eyes of the two, their emperor must hate these southern tycoons more than them, and this decision is not surprising. Yes, the emperor, the minister will prepare for this when he goes back, the two said, bowing. Xiaoming nodded. He was ambitious looking at the heavy snows that was still falling. Now Daewoo's industry is developing steadily, and railway construction is also showing a good momentum. The only thing lacking today is the market for dumped goods. In order to feed more and more people in the country of Daewoo, he can no longer wait. This unification of the country is the first step. Chapter 877 Opportunity to go south. Children are exempt from taxation. Each child subsidizes the hardware dragon. In the festive atmosphere of the new year, the policy of encouraging childbirth was spread through newspapers in Daewoo. Now for the scholars in the country, newspapers are the weather vane of the country, and even many scholars will collect newspapers to check the policies issued by the country. The immature voice of the newsboy made many people laugh softly, and they all took out copper coins to buy newspapers to understand this new decree. There is no doubt that this decree is a happy event, whether it is for officials, businessmen or the people, because for those who want to continue having children, they will get a lot of money. So Hyere's decree is naturally the fastest to pass. After the new year, the decree is passed from Kingzhou to other prefectures, and the various prefectures have also increased their publicity efforts. In half a year, people in the entire northern states and counties learned about this birth encouragement policy. The effect of this policy is that before the beginning of the spring, many young and strong people in Daewoo are thinner, and the atmosphere of striving to have children gradually expands. However, this decree also gave the ministers a reason to let Xiaoming continue to have children. He reluctantly jumped into the pit he dug. After Quigzhou was pregnant, Luluo and Asta were also pregnant, and the number of royal children would increase to 4. That's it. When the North was carrying out childbirth as a war, the conflicts accumulated by Chu State broke out. On June 13, Li Qian's General Jiang Ying led 80,000 soldiers to attack Suzhou, and the two sides fought at Wu County, the southern gateway of Suzhou. At the same time, the other two generals, Huiqing and Liu Xu, each led 50,000 horses to attack Jiaxing and Songjiang. For a time, the south was filled with smoke. The emperor, at the end, the soldiers who have installed the Falcon rifle will be transferred to Jinling City. The remaining 20,000 people are estimated to be able to complete the installation and training in September. Zongliu, the staff of the Kingzhou camp, ran to Xiaoming to report on the deployment of the army. After Nu Ben finished speaking, Liu Oquan said, "We have sent orders from the Navy to keep them on standby. The cannery in Dengzi is also producing canned food day and night for use in wartime." Well, yes, this logistics will definitely not be able to use hundreds of thousands of civilians on a large scale like before. If you have canned food, you must choose the advantages of canned food and try to use the army's own logistics army. Xiaoming commanded. Yes. The Emperor. Nu Ben and Liu Oquan said simultaneously. Xiaoming nodded. He had already received news in advance before the start of the Chu State War. For Li Qian, The soldiers trained for most of the year are enough to be used. With this confidence, he officially declared war on the Merchant Council. For Cao Kun, he did not have enough confidence to defeat Li Qian at the beginning. After all, the power of the Merchant Council was still somewhat weak. But in the past 6 months he has been actively expanding his army. The number of troops controlled by the Merchant Council has overturned, and his back has become hard. After deploying the army, Xiaoming returned to the palace, and immediately after he summoned Pang Yukun, the Dau cabinet was officially full during the Chinese New Year. In addition to Pang Yukun and Fiji, Zhang Xingcheng, Jiren, Yang Cheng'ai, Chang Yakun, Kong Yonggan, Zhao Jun and others were added. Pang Yukun of the 9th Middle School is still the first minister, responsible for coordinating the overall situation, so sometimes Xiaoming just goes to Pang Yukun directly. According to the plan, he will go south this fall. At this time, Li Qian and Cao Kun, who have been fighting for 3 or 4 months, are estimated to be tired. At that time, he can easily push it down. But compared to the situation in the Kanto region, there are few people. The south is a densely populated area with many cities. Once the fight is up, it will inevitably cause the people to be displaced, and this time is the time for drainage. This time he came to Pang Yukun for this. According to Lin Wentao's statistics, the number of steam engines sold to civilians in Qingzhou Prefecture last year reached 2,000. Even if a merchant's factory uses 4 steam engines, Dau has now established 500 steam engine-powered factories. This number increased more rapidly in the first half of this year, reaching the number of last year in half a year. It can be seen that since the railway was connected, the enthusiasm of business people to build factories was high. After a pause, Xiaoming continued, the government-run factories of the imperial court have developed faster than the private factories and used more steam engines. However, the result of this is that there is now a shortage of workers in Qingzhou Prefecture. Pang Yukun nodded. Last year, Dau introduced a series of specific terms. The workshop officially changed its name to the factory, and the craftsman also changed its name to the worker. So he understood what Xiaoming said. The lower officials understand what the emperor meant. At present, the industry in Dau is mainly concentrated in the south of the Yangtze River. This is difficult to change in the short term. Therefore, Jiangbai needs more people to enter the factory as workers, and the chaos in the south is giving. If our opportunity is handled properly, the industry of the country will win another explosion. A smile appeared on the corner of Xiaoming's mouth, and Pang Yukun looked very poisonous. An obvious fact is that the resources brought by railways, the dividends of the Northern Expedition, and the Korean market have brought capital. The bottleneck of industrial development is now the mobile workers. Novel. Now that the chaos in the south has made up for this shortcoming, the industry will naturally explode, and the city along the railway will definitely develop. That's right. Besides that, the cabinet must draw up a preferential decree for moving out of the Kanto area as soon as possible. I will give you a death order. This time you will move at least 3 million people to settle in the Kanto area. Xiaoming said. 3 million. Pang Yukun felt a lot of pressure at once. Although this number is not large compared to the total population of Dau, the project is not small, and he has to use a lot of officials for this. After gritting his teeth, Pang Yukun said, yes, the emperor. The lower officials promised to complete. That's great, Xiaoming said. By the way, how is the production in Kanto now recovering? Pang Yukun said, after the end of the war last year, the household registration system of the Kanto people has been perfected, and the land has been allocated to the people of the Kanto region. At the same time, because the Kanto region is blank, the lower officials implemented the contract responsibility system of dividing the land to the household according to the emperor's order. The production was under the management of the team. According to the feedback received from the officials, the people in the Kanto area welcomed this kind of land contract responsibility system. They were also very active in cultivating their own farmland. In addition, the land in the Kanto area was fertile. A bumper harvest was achieved a year ago. The second season wheat will be harvested soon. If the effect is good, King Zhu and other provinces will gradually cancel the collective work of the production team. After all, collective production raises lazy people, but the production team cannot be cancelled. They still have to supervise and assist the people in production. In the past, Xiaoming promoted collective production because of the scarcity or production tools. But now it is different. The development of the breeding industry over the years has greatly increased the number of cattle. Moreover, the development of the steel industry has also allowed sickle, steam threshing machines, drills, and animal harvesters to enter the civilian population. For him, it is time to increase the enthusiasm of the people in production and raise agriculture to a higher level. Chapter 878 Li Qian's Despair Linen. The palace of the king of Chu. Li Qian's face was ashen as he threw the report on the ground. It's been half a month. 6,000 people died, but not even a single Wu county was shut down. This Jiang Ying is really a waste. If so, I don't know if it is the year of the ox and the moon and the capture of Suzhou City. Li Qian looked very irritable when he spoke. He can't help but rush now. In order to purchase flintlocks and ammunition, Chu State spent 12 million taels of silver this year, and he was also forced to ask for the silver taels to be exchanged for the Great Yugo Dragon coins, which is not equal. The exchange of proportions has been exploited for the second layer. He didn't understand when he was the Prince of Chu, but now he understands that tea, rice, oil and salt are expensive. Although Jiangnan is rich in the world, and Chu is rich in Jiangnan, so much money is enough to make him feel bad, but as long as he can defeat the Merchant Council and pay this price, it doesn't matter. But the current situation of the war clearly makes him unsatisfied. Sima Hao sat under the head of Li Qian. After the Kou family fled to Suzhou, he immediately united with the great family of the Chu kingdom to send Li Qian to the throne. A few days later, the imperial decree of the court arrived. At this time, Li Qian both in the court and the Chu state are justified. Lightly stroked his beard, Sima Hao looked indifferent. He said, His Royal Highness, don't worry, war is a matter of overnight. This Jiang Ying Nai was born in the family of famous generals. It is outstanding compared to other generals. As far as I know, the army was very cunning. They dug a lot of trenches and built a lot of earth walls in Wu County. It was through the trenches and earth walls that they were able to stop Jiang Ying's attack. In the opinion of the officials, they must find a way to conquer the trenches. Hey, it took only a few days for the Masters of the Saints to the northern expedition to conquer Pingzhou and Jinzhou within a few days. Why is it our turn to fight so hard? Li Kaiyuan sighed deeply. Sima Hao gently shook his head. This is actually very simple, because the firearms that the emperor sold to us were eliminated by the royal army. This king knows. But even so, this eliminated weapon is more advanced than the Merchant Council. After all, in addition to the smoothbore flintlock, we also bought the rifled flintlock. No, the problem is not the gun, but the artillery. The artillery used was left by the father, and the artillery used by the Merchant Council was sold to them by the French. Li Qian suddenly realized. Sima Hao pondered for a moment, and he said, It seems that this is the truth. Jiang Ying's battle report said that our artillery range is not as good as the Merchant Council. Li Qian suddenly stood up when he heard this. He said, The old father bought the earliest artillery in Qingzhou. These artillery could sweep the kings at the time, but now they are of little use. Now we must buy from Qingzhou for a longer range and power. Bigger artillery. His Royal Highness, these 80,000 muskets cost so much. If you buy more artillery, I am afraid that most of the money in the treasury will be consumed. This is equivalent to the Chu kingdom giving it to the royal family in one day. Sima Hao felt a little painful. Although Chu is rich, the treasury is not inexhaustible, and most of the wealth in Jiangnan is in the hands of the rich. Li Qian suddenly smirked when he heard this. He said, Don't you want to buy some artillery for the Sima family? As soon as this statement came out, Sima Hao's pupils suddenly enlarged. Now the Jiangnan chaos has become a pot of porridge. The biggest reliance for the rich is not Li Qian but their trilogy, so they have been greedy for guns and artillery for a long time. His Royal Highness is going to lift the ban on firearms? Sima Hao said in shock. When King Chu was still alive, He had ordered the powerful tribe to strictly prohibit firearms. Li Chuan nodded affirmatively. The merchant council relies on the giant merchants and the wealthy, and the non-governmental groups practice against the king. Why can't the king rely on the tribe of the rich family to deal with them? Sima Hao's eyes rolled. Since the death of the old king of Chu, the Sima family has no respect for the Li family. The reason why Li Chuan is appointed the king of Chu is the current helpless move. After all, there are still some wealthy people in the Chu kingdom who support Li Chuan. If not, the Sima clan would have already replaced him, so why succumb to others? With a light cough, he said, His Royal Highness is a general. Such a strategy is really admired by the lower officials. Uncle's praise is absurd. This is just a helpless move by this king. Li Chuan's smile was a little complicated. Sima Hao was a little excited. He said, if this is the case, Sima is willing to bear 100 old artillery for His Royal Highness. But these old cannons are lacking in range and power. Your Royal Highness can't sell us at the price they once purchased. Li Chuan nodded. He said, in the past, when my father bought these artillery pieces, it cost almost tens of thousands of silver. Now I can always sell 5,021 pieces. After all, these artillery pieces have insufficient range. A few hundred meters is still enough. Generally speaking, artillery shoots best in this range. Sima Hao's heart was clear. He had been salivating about firearms a long time ago, so he said, well, 520,000 pairs of Sima's family is not a big number, but it's obviously not enough to have artillery. All right, can your highness buy a gun from King Zhu after waiting for me? Uncle's business is my king's business. Of course you can. Li Chuan laughed. Sima Hao agreed and laughed. He couldn't wait. Then you will go back to prepare for the money when you are under the authority. After that, Sima Hao saluted Li Chuan and turned to leave. Watching Sima Hao disappear into the main hall, Li Chuan slammed a punch on the table in front of him. Asshole. Do you really think Ben Wang is a fool? Li Chuan's eyes were filled with despair. He was only testing Sima Hao just now, but the results he got made him see the reality clearly. Almost everything he did this year would be frustrated, and he knew who was behind it. After living in Kingzhou for 2 years and coming back again, he lost all his foundation. He finally understood why Xiaoming would ask him what he said in the Imperial Study Room. It turned out that even if he came back, he couldn't get back to heaven. He could only become a puppet of Sima. You forced me to do this, Li Chuan murmured. Maybe he had a chance to restore Chu Kingdom, but now he just wants to fight for himself a rich and honorable second half of his life. After all, he already has it. Wife and children. This time he lifted the ban on firearms to test Sima Hao and also to show his good to Xiaoming. Before Chu was broken, through the arms trade, Chu's wealth would be transferred to King Zhu. With his knowledge of the emperor, he was sure will be very happy. However, he was not without conditions. After the larger firearms trade began, he would let Xiaoming leave a way for himself to escape. Thinking of this, he immediately drafted an excerpt and asked Xiaoming to send officials to Linan to negotiate. 4 days later, Zizi arrived in Kingzhou. Chapter 879. Crazy again? This Li Chuan seems to have finally gotten his way. Xiaoming laughed a lot after seeing Li Chuan's book. At this time, he was in the cabinet office. The 9 cabinets were all in place. Seeing Xiaoming smiling so happily, Pang Yukan smiled and asked, the emperor is so happy. It seems that something good has happened. That's for sure. Li Chuan wants to buy more artillery, muskets and ammunition from us, and the scale is beyond imagination, because he lifted the ban on firearms in Chu State, and now the wealthy families in Jiangnan crane their necks one by one. Want to get firearms to arm yourself? Xiaoming said. The firearms ban has been lifted. Pang Yukan was also a little surprised. It seems that Li Chuan finally saw through Sima. He thought that Sima would help him, but he never thought that Sima would have been wronged long ago. Fiji knows the Sima family best. He said, the old official once said that if the Chu king dies, only Sima can take over the country of Chu. Now it seems that it will be fulfilled soon. Xiaoming nodded slightly. If this is the case, I will have more reason to send troops. But before that, I still think about how to make more money. Everyone laughed. And Zhang Xingqing said, "During the Northern War, we confiscated a lot of export-type artillery from the princes. We were able to sell to them at this opportunity, and the first batch of artillery was also produced because of material problems. After the bombing, since they want better artillery, they will also sell these artillery that is about to be eliminated. It's just that the firearms seized from Goryeo have been sold to them, and now they can only let the military workshop produce them if they want them." Yang Cheng'ai said in deep thought. "It doesn't matter. The structure of matchlock and flintlock guns is simple and easy to produce." A group of old workers are transferred from the military workshop and asked them to bring some workers to reopen the obsolete production line, which can fully meet their requirements. Xiaoming said, "If this is the case, the next official will immediately order the mobilization of resources for production, and we will make a lot of money before going south." Pang Yukan was very excited. Obviously, the rich south will bring them more war dividends. With these dividends, the industrialization and railway construction of the north will speed up again. They will have sufficient military expenditure to attack the country and stabilize the north. This matter was decided. The entire cabinet began to function, and the 9 people headed by Pang Yukan began to cooperate in all aspects of the firearms trade. The military workshop that received the order quickly pulled out a part of the old workers, and soon the flintlock production line was fully restored, and flintlocks and matchlocks came off the production line. From June to October, the court has been in a frenzy of firearms trade for 4 months. What did not disappoint them is that they really made a lot of money this time. In addition to the normal purchases made by the royal mansion of Chu, this time the rich and powerful people in the south showed their heroic side. Now Xiaoming finally understands that the people are rich and the country is poor. In the late Ming dynasty, these southern gentry and tycoons sell firearms just like contemporary Shanxi coal bosses sell their houses. Basically, these gentry can digest as much as they produce. In order not to affect the firearms trade, he even postponed the plan to go south for a month. The firearms trade did not cool down until November. At this time, the silvermetals, gold, tea, porcelain, silk, and ore shipped from the south have been converted into 60 million tals, which is about 200 million golden dragon coins. The cost of making weapons in these young states has been recovered, and they have also made huge profits several times. But Xiaoming is still not satisfied with this figure, because he knows very well that even this is only a small part of the wealth of the rich. The rich southern rich still have a lot of oil and water to pump, and this last cut will be solved by war. On November 5th, when the weather in Qingzhou gradually turned cold, 2 divisions with Falcon rifles took a train from Qingzhou to Dengzhou, and then boarded the ship from Dengzhou to Jinling. Although the firearms trade is lucrative, the attack in the south will inevitably be more difficult. I hope the Falcon rifle can really exert its outstanding capabilities. Nu Ben is a little worried on the train. This time, Xiaoming is also preparing to go to Jinling City with his concubines and heirs. Now the cabinet is operating steadily and the government affairs are handled in an orderly manner. He doesn't need to stay in Qingzhou all the time. So, taking advantage of the opportunity to go south, he was also planning to visit Jinling City for a while, and at the same time to visit Jinling Mansion. In the past, this was the crown of Wai Wang, leaving many elders left. Both Pang Yukan and Fiji have a headache here. Why should the general worry? The rich family in Jiangnan scolded me stupidly while buying weapons. Don't you think so? Xiaoming laughed. Nu Ben's face paled. The old minister would never dare. Xiaoming smiled and said, in fact, both the rich and the merchant councils know that I will go south. This is the reason why they rush to buy firearms for them. I know that, but I still have to buy weapons. Arm the enemy, but they don't understand that without an industrial foundation, the muskets in their hands will soon become fire sticks. Fire stick. Nu Ben was puzzled. Xiaoming continued, I have ordered Yan to block the sea routes of Great Yu. Neither Britain nor France can supply them with ammunition from the sea. At the same time, I have ordered the Yazoo government to ban the sale of saltpeter to the south. As long as they run out of ammunition, what use are artillery and musket? Nu Ben suddenly realized, the final will understand that Li Qian deliberately pestered the merchant council to fight, so that their ammunition was consumed very quickly, and they would not have much left when we shot. Exactly, in order for Li Chuan to continue to muddle the water, I promised his prosperity for the second half of his life. Xiaoming looked to the south. After the officials he sent arrived in linen, Li Chuan, this request was made secretly. The reason why he wanted to talk to King Zhu officials was because he couldn't believe anyone in linen. Nu Ben's face relaxed a bit, while Liu Qin was full of confidence. For him, the Great Yu country had been split for too long, and now they are finally about to complete the great cause of reunification. 3 days later, Xiaoming arrived at Jinling City. Back again, Xiaoming found that not only the prosperity was restored here, but also better than before. Through the dock, he even saw the plumes of smoke floating in the sky. This is a typical feature of a steam engine factory. Seeing this, Xiaoming had to sigh with emotion. This Jinling City indeed occupies too many advantages. However, there are more places in Jiangnan that occupy excellent terrain, such as Songjiang, because this is contemporary Shanghai, and this is also the first place of this southward attack. As long as we take this place and build a wharf, King Zhu's materials can be directly transported to Songjiang, and the province's materials will be dumped from Jinling. Chapter 880. Obo Luf, commander of the Tiger Ben First Army, see the Emperor. In the Jinling City camp, Luf paid a military salute to Xiaoming. After taking Jianzhou, Luf handed Jianzhou City to Ming, and he and Liu Oxin led their troops back to their bases. According to the original intention of military reform, each army has its own scope of responsibility, which is like contemporary military districts, each with its own combat targets. During the northern expedition, Ming could not deal with the barbarians alone, so Luf and Liu Oxin were able to go north. After the battle was over, Ming's army was able to defend the 6 cities, so Luf and Liu Oxin led the troops back, and everyone performed their duties. Now that the war against the south is about to kick off, Luf naturally has to undertake the main offensive task. At the same time, he has also transferred Liu Oxin's 3 divisions. As a result, there are a total of 60,000 horses in Jinling City. Flat. Xiaoming looked at Luf, and at the same time stopped Liu Oxin's polite gift. He said, "How are you preparing now?" Back to the Emperor, everything is ready, we can cross south at any time. Liu Oxin said very confidently. Xiaoming nodded, and he looked at the soldiers who lined up in 2 rows to welcome him. At this moment, these soldiers tilted their falcon breech rifles and hung ring-shaped bags on them. The small hole is filled with paper bullets. Such a bullet belt contains a full 120 rounds of ammunition. During a war, soldiers can take out the bullets from their pockets at any time and shoot them in any position. In addition, the cloth shoes under the feet of the soldiers turned into black leather shoes, with steel helmets buckled on their heads, and a dark green gown. The military looks were very powerful. His eyes swept over the soldiers, and the smile on Xiaoming's face became stronger and stronger. He had actually proposed the idea of a steel helmet long ago, and the military workshop has been designing steel helmets. It's just that the northern expedition faces the barbarian army, which basically has no firearms, without helmets. But this is different for the Southern Army. This time he will face a large-scale firearms battle. Therefore, while producing the falcon musket, he requested the production of steel helmets. This type of helmet is a curved surface. If the opponent's bullet does not hit the center of the helmet, since the helmet is a curved surface, most of them will slip and fly. This is his equipment. The reason for the helmet? Because it can reduce the casualties of soldiers. With the advancement of King Zhu medicine today, if it weren't for being shot in the head, the current firearm level would cause more injuries than deaths. Inspected the Jinling camp, Xiaoming settled down, and everyone went to the general staff in the camp, where a sand table in the south of the Yangtze River had been created. Through the sand table, we can see the current situation of Li Chuan and the Merchant Council. The Emperor. After 4 months of fierce battle, Li Chuan conquered Wu County. But even though the Merchant Council lost Wu County, it consumed a lot of Li Chuan's troops. Chu State lost 40,000 horses here, almost half of it. Now Li Chuan is planning a direct attack on Suzu. Lu pointed to the battlefield area near Suzu to explain the current situation to Xiaoming. After a while, Lu continued, in addition to Wu County, Jiaxing and Songjiang were also attacked by Li Chuan, but Li Chuan failed in 2 places here. Liu Quan frowned. So it seems that the two are really evenly matched, but what does this mean? While talking, Liu Quan pointed to Jianing and Guangzhou. Liu Xin said, this is the news just sent by the secret guard. Businessmen in these places have responded to the Merchant Council. Now they are organizing a civil group to fight against the local wealthy people. This Ko family is really capable, but Jianing and the Guangzhou generation are well-developed businesses, and there are many giants and wealthy merchants. It is not surprising that they support the Merchants' Council. Xiaoming said lightly, it's just that, we have to eliminate them first. The Merchant Council, after all, the establishment of the Merchant Council is inextricably linked to Western forces. After pondering for a while, he said, we have discussed with Li Chuan privately. According to the time, tomorrow he will invite me to assist him in countering the rebellion. With my idea, we and Li Chuan will first eliminate the power of the Merchant Council, and then we will take advantage of the trend to solve the rich family in Jiangnan. Nu Ben and others nodded. This is their strategy of going south this time, pulling one by one and hitting one, and finally eat the ones that are still alive. Decided this matter, everyone went back to prepare. Xiaoming took his concubines and checked into the Jinling City Hall. At random, 5,000 imperial troops from Qingzhou tightly protected his residence. The next day, Li Chuan arrived at Jinling City with Sima Hao as scheduled. Different from the arrogant and domineering appearance in the past, Li Chuan is now embarrassed. Although Sima Hao is well-dressed, no one can see the haggardness on his face. For them, life is getting harder and harder. Chu is now full of flames. The rich and the merchants have become a pot of porridge, and the people have joined the two camps to attack each other. Now he is very fortunate to have bought a lot of firearms from Xiaoming, otherwise their property would have been snatched away by the chaos instigated by the Merchant Council. And with the progress of the war, although they played equally on the bright side, they gradually lost their foundation among the people. Many people who were oppressed by the rich and bullied for hundreds of years fell to the Merchant Council. If this continues, they can only fail. Therefore, Sima Hao had to give up his insistence and agreed to Li Chuan to ask Xiaoming for help. For him, as long as he can completely eliminate the Merchant Council now, let's talk about the other things. The Emperor. In the hall of the hall, Li Chuan knelt down when he saw Xiaoming puffing, then climbed up to Xiaoming and hugged Xiaoming's legs. Chu State hopes that the Emperor can save the little king in this disaster. It's not in vain that the little king is loyal to the Emperor. Xiaoming's expression of pity, but his heart is already blooming. He cooperated with Li Chuan and said, Chu is the country of Great Yu, the vassal state. Now the state of Chu is in trouble. The court naturally cannot stand idly by. After all, the state of Chu is also the territory of the state of Great Yu. Although Sima Hao was unwilling in his heart, he had to nod his head when he wanted Xiaoming. Thank you. The Emperor. If the Emperor doesn't take any action again, I'm afraid Xiaoming will already have life worry. Li Chuan said. Xiaoming nodded, and he took the opportunity to say, if this is the case, you should stay in Jinling City. Although the Merchant Council is huge, it is not my opponent. You can also be safe here. Li Chuan lightly breathed a sigh of relief. This is what he wanted this time. This is also their agreed plan. As long as he is in Jinling City, he can save his life, and Xiaoming can use him to give orders to Chu State, killing two birds with one stone. Sima Hao opened his mouth wide in surprise. He didn't even think that there would be such a thing. He only felt that the sky seemed to fall. Chapter 781 Matsu Castle. His Royal Highness, absolutely must not. This Chu State still has many important matters to be judged by His Highness. How can His Highness stay in Jinling City? The atmosphere in the main hall stagnated for a while. Sima Hao shouted anxiously. Presumptuous. This is also where you make a lot of noise. As soon as Sima Hao's voice fell, Qian Defu immediately rebuked him severely. Sima Hao's heart was shocked. At this time, He realized that he was the emperor of the Great Chu Kingdom, and because he lived in linen all the year round, he had no respect for the royal family. Xiaoming's eyes narrowed slightly. He naturally saw that Sima Hao had no trace of awe for him, and hearing was not as good as seeing. Now he finally understood the status of the royal family in the eyes of these Jiangnan tycoons. Sima Hao, a person with a sensitive political sense, would ignore respect for the royal family because of his habit. What about other wealthy people? Now he feels more and more how right it is to let the Jiangnan tycoons and the merchant council attack each other, as long as their influence disappears. The royal influence can control the south. Li Chuan, who was kneeling on the ground, was delighted when he saw this, and this time he finally saw Sima Hao collapsed. Xiaoming snorted softly, and he said nakedly, "I have heard about the reputation of your Sima family, but you will remember to me that you and others are all citizens of the Great Chu Kingdom, whether it is Jiangnan or Jiangbai. For you, the royal family can also get it back." Sima Hao looked gloomy, but still forced to smile. He said, "The emperor, he is only in a moment of urgency. After all, a country cannot have a king for a day, and this domain cannot have a king for a day. Isn't Li Chuan the king of Chu? He is in your royal court. If you are willing to stay in Jinling City, I will also agree." Sima Hao suffocated. Li Chuan was the card in his hand long ago. Now that this card has been taken by Xiaoming in 3 years, he is really unwilling, but he also understands that he is no longer able to argue. So he said, "Yes, the emperor, but Linen is busy with government affairs, so he can't stay behind." Xiaoming nodded, and he said to Li Chuan, "At this moment, the merchant council colluded with Yidi to confuse the people. The party who is in trouble is a chaotic courtier and thief. Today, I will bring the king to crusade." Thanks to the emperor, Shang Longjun. Li Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Now he is finally out of danger. After making the decision, Li Chuan asked Sima Hao to go back first, and asked Sima Hao to provide convenience for the royal army. After returning to Linen, Sima Hao sneered in his heart, but his mouth was full of promise. For him, he would not provide even a grain of food for the royal army. Watching Sima Hao leave, Li Chuan's face turned gloomy at this time. He turned to look at Xiaoming, and said sadly, "My father hates me and doesn't believe me. The Sima family is ambitious and wants to control me, but Cao my family wants to destroy me even more. There is no place for me, Li Chuan, in this country of Chu." "It's really sad and sad," Xiaoming said upon hearing this. "You don't have to belittle yourself. Chu's accumulated abuses are not a cold day. Even if there is no merchant council, your succession to the throne will end in the same way." Li Chuan sighed slightly, and he said, "The minister has nothing to ask for now. I just hope that he can be prosperous and rich in the second half of his life." "Why is this difficult? I have prepared a large house for you in King's. You will love it when you see it." Xiaoming smiled. It is useful to keep Li Chuan. After all, the Li family still has an influence on the people. Only Li Chuan is here. He can play this card at any time. If he is dead, he has no more to play. "Thank you, the emperor," Li Chuan said sincerely. He believed in Xiaoming, because the 3 princes are still living well in Bashu. Xiaoming can be so kind to the rebellious 3 princes. He believes that he will also keep his promise to himself. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Xiaoming asked Li Chuan to go back to rest and leave the rest to him. After Li Chuan left, Qian Defu said with emotion, "The name of the emperor's kindness spread all over the world, and Li Chuan is sincerely attached to it. But it's a pity that the old king of Chu didn't see it through. He is clever but was mistaken by cleverness. If he wakes up early, why should he end up like this?" Xiaoming said angrily. Now the situation in Jiangnan was caused by the king of Chu. Talking casually with Qian Defu, Xiaoming drafted the imperial decree and sent it to Jinling camp. He ordered Luf to cross the Yangtze River south and attack Songjiang and Jiaxing. Jinling camp. After receiving Xiaoming's order, Luf immediately ordered his troops and generals, and Liu Oxin went to Songjiang alone and Jiaxing alone. On the dock, the King's Navy's warships have been resupplied, and the 2 men led 20,000 horses to board the boat along the Yangtze River and landed near Songjiang and Jiaxing from the sea. marched overnight. Early the next morning, Luff landed in the eastern part of Songjiang. On board, the soldiers disembarked after 3 days of rations in their combat backpacks. Songjiang is less than a day away from here. These rations are enough. After all, the warship is parked at sea, and we can get supplies at any time. Luff pointed to the landing place on the map and the location of Songjiang Castle. Next to him are the commanders of the 1st and 2nd Divisions. One is called House City and the other is Go-Ming. There are a total of 40,000 soldiers from the Merchant Council stationed in Songjiang City, according to the Secret Guard. They use old flintlock guns provided by France. They have 72 artillery guns. They are all traditional garrison guns. King Zhu's first-generation artillery is similar, said Jiaqing. Go-Ming frowned, and he said, "These artillery can still pose a threat to us, and the skirmish line can come in handy." "Well, that's right. This time, our first life, Hu Ben, was first equipped with a falcon breech rifle." "Don't shame Lao Tzu. I only give you 2 days. You must send Songjiang City to me south." "Yes, Commander of the Army." Jiaqing and Go-Ming shouted loudly, and they didn't want to lose to Liu Xin's people. Say it. The two led the men and horses to Songjiang City. In half a day they saw Songjiang City standing on the plain. At the same time, the assembly army in Matsu City also saw this army. "Look, General, the dress of this army is really strange," said a general on the wall. The person responsible for guarding Songjiang City is Yao Hongtao, the old general of the old king of Chu. Under the lure of money from the Merchant Council, he chose to betray. After the death of King Chu, under the attack of Li Qian's army, he repelled the attack of Li Qian's army several times with the new army he trained. But when he saw the army clearly, the wind on his face faded away, and he was shocked. "Oh, this is the Northern Army. It can't be wrong." Although they wear helmets, their uniforms are still the same. Yao Hongtao said. He once followed the king of Chu to scout the deployment of Jinling City and knew the Northern Army. The soldiers were a little flustered when they heard the words. They all knew the news that the Northern Army had defeated the barbarians. Can they resist them now? Chapter 882 Advanced Tactics. The salty and wet taste of seawater comes on coming under the blowing of the east wind. Yao Hongtao stared at the royal soldiers who were slowly coming. Unlike their nervousness, these soldiers seemed to be holding a winning ticket. They even heard a loud singing far away, which was impassioned and exhilarating. "Let the artillery be prepared." Yao Hongtao put down the monoculars in his hand. These items were purchased by the Merchant Council from Western merchants. "Almost every general now has one." "Yes, General." Upon receiving the order, the lieutenant immediately put all their artillery in place and filled the shells and waited. At the same time, soldiers with flintlocks ran back and forth on the wall to arm their defenses, and everyone found their shooting position. "Everything is ready." The lieutenant frowned. He said, "General, there don't seem to be many soldiers in Dayu. There are only about 20,000. Maybe we can defeat them head-on." Yao Hongtao glanced at the lieutenant, and he said lightly, "Do you think the Northern Royal Army is Li Qian's stragglers? You didn't know where these soldiers were when they defeated the barbarians in Jizu with flintlocks." Lieutenant's face was flushed. After successfully defeating the siege for several times, he was very confident in the current firearms army. In his opinion, defeating Li Qian was only a matter of time. Because of this, they didn't bother with the army in front of them. He said, "The general seems to be a bit more ambitious to destroy his prestige. Now it turns out that the loyalty of soldiers loyal to the king is far less than that of soldiers loyal to the Merchant Council. I believe that the people must be dissatisfied with the decadent dynasty in the north, and their soldiers will not sacrifice their lives for them." "Really? Have you been to the north? Have you known King Zhu?" Yao Hongtao was a little dissatisfied. This deputy is not his person, but the one assigned by the Merchant Council. He knew very well that the Merchant Council was not very at ease with him, but he chose to betray the King of Chu, and now he had to follow the Merchant Council. What's more, Cao Kun promised to give him a seat as a member. The lieutenant was speechless again, and he argued, "General, It seems that you don't trust the Merchant Council enough. Now the Merchant Council has decided to adopt the same method he used in Jizu to win people's hearts under the proposal of the King Long King. You will wait and see. Well, soon the people in Jiangnan will gather around the Merchant Council just like they were in Jizu. The Blue Dragon King. Yao Hongtao frowned. The Blue Dragon King he had seen before was a very cold scholar, and the most frightening thing was that the Blue Dragon King was very good at bewitching people. The King of Chu reused him in the past. He succeeded in provoking turmoil in Jizu, but he was refrigerated after returning to Chu, because the King of Chu was also worried that the King Long King would bring cholera to Chu. Now that the Azure Dragon King has defected to the Merchant Council, he can already imagine what would happen to these two freaks together. The Deputy General laughed immediately when he saw this. He said, "The Azure Dragon King still has a way to win over the people." Now many people are even going to join the Merchant Council in order not to pay for food. Yao Hongtao suddenly sneered after hearing this. He suddenly felt sad for the people, because he knew very well that this slogan would eventually become a dead letter. Throughout the ages, there has been a dynasty that did not pay for food. Now the Merchant Council has just drew a big cake for the people to die for them. Sad. Sigh. Yao Hongtao didn't know if he was talking about the lieutenant or himself. He stopped talking, but fixed his eyes on the approaching royal soldiers. Outside the city, Luf is observing the situation in Songjiang City. Different from the past, the current Tiger Army is not arranged in a dense formation as before, but is distributed in a line of skirmishers outside the east wall of Songjiang City. There are 20 artillery pieces on this city wall. The walls are full of soldiers with flintlocks. If we attack from the front, we will suffer a lot of casualties. We only have 20,000 people. We have to take advantage of the breech rifle, Luf said sternly. Even with artillery, siege warfare is still a headache. Especially the soldiers in the city still use firearms. They can completely rely on the city walls to use firearms to kill and wound the soldiers. Siege of the city, which is not cost-effective. So, he continued, Go Ming, you immediately led the soldiers to dig the trenches until they were within 50 meters of the city wall. Yes, General, Go Ming responded, and now the iron shovel has basically become the standard configuration of the army. In order to dig trenches, after being ordered, thousands of soldiers were thrown into it. So Yao Hongtao was surprised to see that after the royal army stopped at a distance of 300 meters, they began to dig. General, what are they doing? The lieutenant was surprised. They had never encountered such a situation. Yao Hongtao shook his head. He is also at a loss now, but he understands that this is definitely not a good sign. He shouted at the artillery, "Fire!" At his command, the artillery on the wall suddenly roared, and the solid bullets went toward the royal army like lightning. But when the gun sounded, the royal army on the opposite side immediately dispersed and looked for the uneven terrain as a barrier to lie down. At the same time, he saw the royal soldiers lying on the ground shooting. Boom boom boom. There was a burst of fire, and bullets flew around the city wall. Some soldiers couldn't dodge and were hit. They fell down with a scream, and the city wall suddenly fell into chaos. Yao Hongtao has a cold sweat from his back. When will the royal musket shoot 300 meters? Luf kept urging the soldiers to dig trenches when he was mad. In fact, this shooting standard is not much. After all, the accuracy of 300 meters shooting is not high. He has gained experience in daily training. In fact, as the distance increases, the shooting accuracy of soldiers continues to decline. Even though the range and accuracy of the breech rifle have been greatly improved, the human vision and operation are also limited. It is difficult to accurately shoot a person within 500 meters. The best shooting distance is still within 200 meters. So this shooting is just to suppress the opponent's artillery and not to kill the enemy. After some fire cover, the soldiers dig trenches faster, and none of the soldiers wanted to be hit by the artillery on the wall. 3 hours later, a winding trench extended to the bottom of Songjiang City, and other soldiers entered the trench and continued to expand the trench project. After the initial shelling, the Parliament army quickly gave up shooting because the royal soldiers hiding in the trench could not be injured by the solid bullet. At this time, Luf ordered all the soldiers to enter the trench and encircled Songjiang city. At the same time, the mortars carried by 2 people also entered the trench. They advanced to a distance of 50 meters from the city wall. After receiving Luf's order, he immediately threw the flower bombs and lime bombs onto the wall of Songjiang city. Soldiers with falcon rifles also shot at the wall through the edge of the trench. The Battle of Matsu Castle officially started. Chapter 883 Flat Push. Shoot, shoot! Yao Hongtao shouted hoarsely on the city wall. The soldiers of the parliament held flintlocks and fired at the trenches, but the helpless precision of the smoothbore flintlocks made it difficult for them to suppress the royal soldiers who used breech rifles in the trenches. The council soldiers on the city wall kept falling in a pool of blood, but the soldiers under the city rarely suffered casualties. This is just the beginning. During the shooting of the royal soldiers, shells rose from the trench and fell on the wall in a parabolic shape. These shells are mainly divided into 2 types. One type explodes directly on the ground, and the other type turns into white powder smoke. No matter what kind of shells, this caused a lot of casualties to the council soldiers on the wall. Under the fierce fire, the soldiers were suppressed and couldn't raise their heads. At the same time, the artillery of the royal army began to fire back at the artillery on the city gate. In just a while, all the 10 artillery pieces on the east's wall were destroyed by shells that the royal army could explode. Yao Hongtao commanded in a panic. Now he has lost his composure. Outside the city, Luf looked at the effect of the offensive with satisfaction. They could only use artillery to bombard things like the opposite city wall until they completely destroyed the city wall and the city gate. The current war is still about artillery, Luf said with emotion. Goming said, nevertheless, if the opponent has a rifle with the same range, our artillery is in danger. Luf nodded. He looked at the soldiers shooting in the trench. Now the soldiers don't need to use complicated procedures to load the ammunition. They only need to take out a paper shell bullet from the arm belt and insert it into the breech, then close the shooting. Moreover, their movements do not have to remain rigid before, and they can flexibly dodge and shoot in the trenches with their rifles. Although the suppression of artillery turned Songzu City into a sea of flames, the rifle that killed the soldiers the most. Hey, this falcon rifle is amazing. This is the 6th one. Luf, a soldier, couldn't help yelling excitedly as he walked by. The companion beside him was also pleasantly surprised. I am the 5th one, and I will catch up with you soon. After he raised his rifle and aimed it at an exposed council soldier on the wall, pulled the trigger, the soldier fell down at the sound of a gunshot. Luf smiled, and he said loudly, yes, lads, if you don't want to spend the night in the trench tonight, take down Songjiang Castle. The 2 did not notice Luf's arrival at all. After realizing that it was their army commander, the 2 immediately saluted and shouted yes. The short body continued to walk through the trench. Luf and Goming arrived at a slightly spacious place in the trench, where the mortar soldiers were constantly shooting at the city gate. The flames mixed with white lime powder on the city wall are like the same ink painting, but behind the coquettish beauty are the limbs of the parliament soldiers who were blown up and blood donations. Just as the 2 of them were about to stop for a rest, a swish suddenly sounded, and a black solid bullet hit the soil above their heads firmly. Dust splashed, and Luf and Goming's bodies were covered with dust. These puppies! Luf cursed, and he said to the mortar soldier, fight hard, don't be afraid of wasting shells. If you shoot Jiangnan, we will have money. Yes, General, the soldiers responded. They stuffed the cannonball into the mortar and adjusted the angle. A cannonball was directed at the artillery fired just now. Different from the direct-fired gun, the mortar gun's parabolic shooting feature allows the cannonballs to bypass obstacles and attack the soldiers behind. With a violent explosion, several soldiers in the city head into the air, and even the soldiers' clothes were torn by the shockwave. Luf looked at this scene, his eyes flickering. In fact, for the generals in the army, this war is a united war from north to south. After all, the influence of the royal family in Jiangnan is very weak. Whether it is the rise of the King of Chu or the Merchant Council, their fundamental willingness is that the people only know the king but not the royal. Faced with this situation, They can only reunify by force. Both the merchant council and the wealthy are a minority, and most of the people still want to live a good life. At the same time as the war, the Secret Guard's propaganda team has entered the south of the Yangtze River. They will describe to the people the bustling scene of the north. What do these merchants do? Aren't the merchants in Kingzhou very free? What else do they want? Guoming said with some emotion. Right. Luffy looked at Songjiang City. What he is doing now is only for his own personal gain. For this reason, he will not hesitate to sell his interests to Western countries. If his conspiracy is really achieved, Jiangnan will be completely reduced in the future. Colonies of Western countries. Guoming nodded. Jiangnan belongs to the country of Dao. No one can take it. When the two were talking, there was a bang suddenly, and the front wall collapsed under the fierce attack of artillery. Grey smoke and dust accompanied the collapsed city wall, covering the entire battlefield. Luffy raised his spirit, and he said, "Blow the trumpet." As soon as his voice fell, the melodious charge horn sounded. The soldiers in the trench crawled out of the trench one after another, shouting, "Go!" Suddenly, densely packed soldiers rushed towards the collapsed city wall in a skirmish line. Under the fierce firepower of the Tiger Army, the parliamentary army had long been beaten and couldn't find it. Now the high rushing sound like the sound of the devil has broken many soldiers. Yao Hongtao was full of dust, his forehead was hit by gravel and was bleeding, but now he can no longer take care of so much. Looking at the royal soldiers who are constantly pouring into the city, he shouted, "Finalize, stop." There were also prepared council soldiers under the city wall. They rushed to the collapsed city wall and stood in 3 rows behind the city wall and aimed their flintlocks at the gap. Tiger Band soldiers saw this scene and immediately crawled into the debris of the collapsed city wall, raised their rifles, and they shot violently at the parliamentary army in a dense formation. Because of the sufficient accuracy, the Huban soldiers holding the falcon rifle can achieve the effect of a dense formation even if they are not in a dense formation, but the parliamentary army obviously did not think of this. They waited for the royal soldiers to rush over, but only bullets greeted them. In an instant, the assembly soldiers in the dense formation were shot down by the tiger soldiers and fell one after another. Finally, in hysterics, they completely collapsed. There was a trace of despair in Yao Hongtao's eyes. Now he finally understood the gap between the two armies. From the beginning, they were doomed to lose. Looking at the royal soldiers pouring into the city, Yao Hongtao smiled miserably. In his eyes, the bullets fired by the royal soldiers seemed to have eyes, and the soldiers fleeing everywhere were slaughtered like lambs. He understood that Matsu Castle was lost. Chapter 884 Coax Cao Kun looked at Yao Hongtao in embarrassment with a blue face. After hearing the news of Songjiang City's fall, he was poured cold water all over. The dog emperor Cao Zhengtong on the side scolded fiercely. He still intervened. Cao Kun's eyes suddenly sharpened. He expected Xiaoming would not always sit on the mountain and watch tigers fight, but choosing to take action at this moment was too annoying. After such a long period of fierce battle, both Li Qian's army and the parliamentary army are very exhausted, and there are more or less problems with ammunition and food. And Songjiang is the base for the parliamentary army to transport grain and grass from the sea. Now this place is taken by Xiaoming, and their supple Li line is even worse. The Merchants' Council was formed with all our efforts, in order to make the Great Yu Kingdom truly prosperous. In any case, we have to fight against the corrupt imperial power to the last person. Cao Kun suddenly and passionately told the council members in the hall. Shouted. Yao Hongtao suffered a gunshot wound to his arm. After the royal soldiers rushed into the city, he led his own soldiers to fight back to Suzhou City. This battle made him truly realize the power of the royal army. He began to suspect Cao Kun's elaborate lies, so he retorted, "Cao Kun, you must be wrong. The royal family today is no longer the royal family before. I can see the firm will of the royal soldiers in battle. If every soldier is if you support Xiaoming in this way, then Xiaoming must be highly respected by them. Not to mention, as far as I know, the north is becoming more and more prosperous." Cao Kun stared at Yao Hongtao, his face turned from blue to red, and he pointed at Yao Hongtao and cursed, "Coward! Are you scared by the army in the north? Only the Merchant Council can completely destroy the decaying Tao. It is the will of every member of the parliament to build a prosperous and strong country. After a pause, he continued, every member of the council has to fight to the death for the Merchant Council. You are a deserter and a shame to the council. Come here, take Yao Hongtao down and show it to the public. Yao Hongtao suddenly raised his head. He said angrily, dare you? I am the Speaker of the Parliament, why dare not? Cao Kun gently raised his hand, and the soldiers on both sides immediately rushed forward and pressed Yao Hongtao to the ground. Only then did Yao Hongtao realize that Cao Kun was acting for real. He smiled sadly, I'm really blinded by rights. How can I trust you merchants who do not believe in words and are motivated by profit? Cao Kun, you don't think we are all fools, you are just for your own ambitions. You running dogs of Westerners. Don't take it down yet. Cao Zhengtong scolded angrily. The soldiers immediately pulled Yao Hongtao out of the main hall upon hearing the words. After a while, a gunshot entered the main hall, and Yao Hongtao's screaming stopped. At this time, Cao Kun turned to the members of the assembly in the main hall. He said, now we have no retreat, or defeated Xiaoming, who was sitting on half of the country, or died in his hands. Songjiang City was destroyed. Xiaoming will definitely send a navy to block the coast. None of us can escape from the land of Dayu State. There are 375 members of the assembly sitting in the main hall. Some of them were merchants, some were rich and powerful, and some were generals and officials who took refuge in the assembly. As soon as Cao Kun's words fell, a man in his 30s stood up. He looked at the crowd and said, what President Cao said is really a three-pointer. Now we are in the eyes of Xiaoming and Li Qian as chaotic officials. Can't run. Now I can only make a desperate move. Now my people have gone to various places to gather the people to join the army of the parliament. Soon we will have an army several times more than now. The congressman looked at this person with complex expressions. They all knew that this person was beside him. He was the Azure Dragon King who once stirred up the situation in Jizu. Not long ago, the King Long King brought his tribe to Suzu City, and in a very short time he became an important figure in the parliament. What's the use of more people? Yao Hongtao said, the Northern Army's muskets and artillery are much more powerful than ours. The 40,000 soldiers in Songjiang City are also elite, but they were defeated in just one day. A fat congressman, standing up, he was the largest porcelain merchant in Chu State. A member of the House of Representatives fell silent. As this member said, the firearms they were proud of were nothing at all before the Northern Army. Upon seeing this, the Azure Dragon King said jokingly, look at your appearance, but you just lost Songjiang and scared them like this. With such courage, can you fight the Northern Army? Firearms are important, but the morale of the soldiers is more important. It is important that as long as soldiers can rush within 100 meters, there is not much difference between the firearms of the Northern Army and ours. As long as they can fight hand to hand, their weapons will lose all their advantages. As expected to be the Azure Dragon King, you are right. We just need to find a way to lose the advantage of the opponent's weapon. Yao Hongtao said that the army of Great Chongqing had used trenches. Why can't we use them? Wouldn't they prevent their firearms from taking advantage of it? Cao Kun listened to the following discussion and gave the King Long King applauding eyes. Songjiang City was not terribly lost, and there was still a large area of land in the south. It's just that this is a serious blow to morale. Now the Azure Dragon King's words have restored many legislators' confidence, but this is not enough. After hesitating, he said, in addition, there is another good news to tell you. You will get a group of elite talents, all of whom are from King's University. Their arrival I think will bridge the gap between firearms. What? There is such a thing? The congressmen were shocked. Cao Kun showed a mysterious smile. They have been working on this project, but he really wants these dark children to learn more. But from the current situation, it seems that the time has come to have to move. I will reveal the specific details when they arrive. Cao Kun showed a mysterious smile. The councillors were happy, and they became enthusiastic one by one. In their opinion, the future is still full of hope. Reinvigorated the members of the council, Cao Kun let them disband, leaving the Azure Dragon King alone. Sighed lightly, he said to the Azure Dragon King, These people are really easy to swindle, and just 2 words in 3 years cost them their lives." The Blue Dragon King laughed loudly. "Chairman Cao, just talk about it in front of me, don't reveal it to outsiders. Be careful that there is an inner ghost inside." Cao Can's expression became serious. He sneered and said, "The news I just revealed was to elicit the inner ghost. It is said that Xiao Ming's secret guard is a bit capable." "That's it." King Long King's eyes rolled. This Cao Can is indeed an old fox, and he doesn't believe anyone. Chapter 885 Secret Letter. Lin Yao rubbed his palms uncomfortably, and didn't pay attention to what the friends around him were saying. He didn't come back to his senses until he was patted again. "Brother Lin, are you still worried about the Northern Army?" a member of the Diet said with a smile. "No, I'm just afraid of blood." Lin Yao glanced at Yao Hongtao, who fell in a pool of blood. The senator turned his head and sneered, "There is more than a guilty death, and the generals who escaped should die." Lin Yao smiled consensually, and did not answer the conversation. The other party seemed to feel a little boring. He turned and walked towards the other congressman. At this moment, he relaxed. For him, these days are a bit difficult. After the secret guard handed over the undercover task to him, he came to Chu, and he has been doing business in Chu for 5 or 6 years. After the Merchants' Council was established, he received a task to mix into the Merchants' Council and listen to the internal news of the council at any time. However, he is just a low-status congressman, who rarely gets any big news. But today's Cao Can's words make him a little unable to sit still, because the last remarks were too shocking. If Cao Can really got talents from King's University, he believed that Cao Can would send these talents to the UK as soon as possible. After all, the secret guard had already understood the relationship between Cao Can and the British Association, and the establishment of the Merchant Council was also established under the sign of this association. At the same time, France and Britain, the mortal enemies, also came together because of common interests, and together they supported the Merchant Council established by Cao Can. And this parliament is something that even their country does not have, and all that Cao Can preached today is nothing but a deceptive fallacy of association. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that European countries are feeling uneasy about the development of science and technology in Great Chongqing, and they are trying their best to obtain the science and technology of Great Chongqing. So if Cao Can's words are true, Daoga may face the loss of technical talents. In order to avoid this problem, he must pass the news. When he got home, Lin Yao immediately took out a piece of white paper, and then he took out a small box. Opened the box, there was some white powder in it. He poured the powder into a basin and added some water, and then used a brush to dip the transparent liquid to record all the news. After finished writing, he dried the white paper. The white paper was still white, and there was no handwriting. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yao stuffed the white paper into the sleeve cage, got up and walked outside the city. Nowadays, because of the war, a large number of displaced people gather outside Suzhou to beg. In order to demonstrate the mercy of the Merchant Council, Cao Can sends people to serve porridge outside the city every day, and at the same time seeks young men to join the council army. These congressmen, occasionally go there for the same purpose as Cao Can. After arriving outside the city, Lin Yao went to the porridge stall as usual. On the side of the stall there was a stall full of steamed buns, and some soldiers were distributing it to the people. Lin Yao took the opportunity to take out the folded white paper from the sleeve cage. After waiting for a while to see a dirty middle-aged man walking in front of him, he picked up a steamed bun, put it on the paper and handed it to him. That guy. Wait a minute. Just when a stone fell in Lin Yao's heart, a voice sounded. He turned his head, and Cao Zhengtong brought a row of soldiers to him. Lin Yao, you really have a leisurely sentiment, and you still have the mood to do porridge at this time. Cao Zhengtong said sarcastically. Lin Yao said calmly, believing in Buddhism, I have always treated sentient beings with compassion and kindness, and I will come here to give alms at this time of the month. Everyone knows this. Cao Zhengtong looked at Lin Yao suspiciously. He suddenly snatched the steamed bun from the man's hand, and then picked up the paper that wrapped the steamed bun. "Then why do you always like to wrap the buns in white paper?" Cao Zhengtong's eye carefully glanced at the white paper. There was nothing on it, and his spirit suddenly relaxed. Lin Yao said unhurriedly, "This fresh steamed bun is too hot and can be separated by paper. You see, there is still a lot of paper here. This is specially prepared by Lin for the soldiers." Cao Zhengtong looked at the paper in front of the mantu and frowned. He returned the mantu to the man again, then turned and left with a snort. After the congressman left, he stepped up patrols to prevent the inner ghost from passing on the news. This Lin Yao's presence here inevitably aroused his suspicion. Originally, he thought that Lin Yao was the inner ghost who passed the news through porridge, but he found nothing after checking, so he had to keep staring at the other councillors. Seeing Cao Zhengtong's departure, Lin Yao's eyes flashed an imperceptible smile. In fact, he has been using this method to deliver news during this period. The blank paper in front of the steamed bun stall was specially prepared by him from the beginning. After a long time, soldiers and congressmen took this as a habit. In order to avoid suspicion, the people who come to the joint are different every time. Everything is perfect. Continued to serve the people at the gate of the city for a while, and Lin Yao returned to the city before dark. Taking advantage of the night, the man with the steamed bun stuffed the white paper into his belt, and went all the way to the river, where there was a boatman who belonged to the secret guard. The next day, this secret letter was delivered to Jinling City. The Emperor. The secret letter of Suzhou City has arrived. At noon, Li San entered the main hall of the Ro. Xiaoming took the secret letter. There was a blank sheet on it. There was nothing. He was not surprised. Instead, he took a bottle of water from the table and poured it on white paper. Suddenly, 3 rows of blue writing appeared. At this time, he taught one of the many ways to write secret letters to the secret guard. This time, Lin Yao used only the simplest starch secret letter. As long as the starch comes into contact with iodine, the handwriting on the secret letter will change. Exposed. Scanning the content of the secret letter, Xiaoming frowned. He said to Li San, "Lin Yao said that Cao Kun buried a dark child in Kingsu College. These elite talents will soon go to Jiangnan. How is this possible? Now the students at Kingsu University have to roll their names. Even the former students who enter the factory need to go to the guard station to roll their names every day, and they still need the guard station's way out of the city. How could they escape?" Li San shook his head. Xiaoming didn't believe it too much, as Li San said, in order to avoid the leakage of talents, he set strict restrictions to fear that these people would run around. Cao Kun is not necessarily nonsense. After all, he has to rely on this to boost morale. Xiaoming said to Li San, "You should immediately inform the Kingsu guards to stare at the students of Kingsu University. You must not go wrong." Li San nodded. He didn't dare to take this matter lightly. "Cao Kun, I want to see what tricks you can do." Li San gritted his teeth, looking bitterly. Chapter 886 Ding's Entanglement. King Zhu Ying glanced sternly at the list of student reports. After the order from Jinling City was passed back, the cabinet immediately asked the security station to strengthen the supervision of the students. "Commander, what kind of tricks do you think the Merchant Council can do?" "They are a little bit whimsical if they want to take people away from our eyes," a guard said. Ji Ying snorted softly, and he said, "No matter what they are capable of, they can't escape the eyes of our guard station. Anyway, since it is the Emperor's order, we must pay attention to it, otherwise whoever will bear it if there is a mistake. This responsibility cannot be ignored." "Yes, Commander," the guards said in a solemn voice. Confessed to a group of guards. Ji Ying left alone. He turned a corner and walked to a breakfast stall. After patrolling the guards every morning, he always came here to eat a bowl of hot tofu. "Commander, he came late today, but the old rule is that I still reserve a bowl for the commander." As soon as Ji Ying sat down, the owner of the Danao stall narrowed his eyes and laughed. Because it was too late, Ji Ying was the only one in the Danao stall at this time. Looking around, Ji Ying said to the owner of De Brain Palsy, "Thank you." While talking, the owner of Bin Brain Palsy came over with a bowl of warm Bin Brain and put down Bin Brain. Picking up the tofu and taking a sip, Di Ying said unintentionally. It is said that people take the tea to cool, and the tofu is cold, and people should also leave. The owner of Bin cerebral palsy suddenly suffocated his body when he heard this. His eyes flickered, and he said softly, "Thank you." Ding did not speak, but lowered his head and ate tofu brain, but his hands were shaking slightly at this time, because he knew that once you walked out of this path, you would never be able to look back. The hand holding the spoon became harder and harder. Di Ying's breathing also became faster. He vaguely remembered the picture of the 500,000 gold dragon bank notes displayed in front of him by the owner of the Bin cerebral palsy 3 months ago. At first, he only wanted to arrest this person for interrogation, but a word from this person made him give up in the end. "General Di, you made great achievements for Xiao Ming's birth and death, and rushed to bash you alone, but finally won such a fate. Is the commander of this guard station willing to make you willing? Look, now Liv, Chi Guanyi, Liu O believe that the general is not the leader, but what about you? You are just a scapegoat. You can't help me." This sentence kept ringing in Di Ying's ear like a spell, and he began to mutter to himself. Since he became this commander, he hasn't been happy for a day. He is a soldier and should lead the war instead of shrinking to Kingzhou City to catch thieves every day. He thought he could accept the punishment from the court, but the arrival of this person completely broke his psychological defense. "I don't know how to finish tofu now." Di Ying stood up slowly. He looked at the Danao shopkeeper who had disappeared in the crowd. "This person is a hidden lion buried by the King of Chu in Kingzhou City. He has lived in Kingzhou City for a total of 6 years. If he hadn't appeared on his own initiative, no one would know his true identity." In that remark, he was revealing to the Danao shopkeeper that everything was ready, and he had designed an escape route for him. Sighed, Di Ying turned around and walked back, not far away only to see Wang Xuan coming towards him. Ding suddenly felt a cold sweat on his back. He couldn't help but put his hand on his waist knife, and all kinds of thoughts filled his head. "Commander Di, what a coincidence." Wang Xuan looked like a servant, and when he saw Di Ying, he took the initiative to say hello. Ding still did not dare to relax his vigilance. He said, "Commander Wang, are you just coming back?" "Yes, I plan to come back for a few days off this time, and then go to the south to help Li San." Wang Xuan's expression is relaxed. Now the war in the north is basically over, and the work of collecting intelligence is less. Now the focus of secret guard work is in the south. Di Ying nodded, feeling a little uncomfortable in his heart suddenly. He said, "How is the war in the south?" "Needless to say, Luf is going to make a great contribution again." Wang Xuan, a person like a spirit, suddenly heard the sourness from Di Ying's mouth. He said, "Commander Di must be envious." "If you are envious, it is better to be relaxed in Kingzhou than to lose your head on the battlefield at any time." Di Ying looked indifferent. "Ah, that's a pity. As far as I know, the Emperor seems to have the intention to use Commander Di," Wang Xuan said with a smile. Di Ying's body was solidified. He couldn't believe it and said, "Commander Wang, don't blame me. I am only a sinner. How can I re-enter the army? My words can still be false." "Your performance in Kingzhou in the past few years is in the eyes of the Emperor. So much credit is enough to offset the mistakes you made at the beginning. What's more, you can't be blamed for that incident. I said that I dealt with you in this way because of the anger of the civilians, so I was a little impatient in dealing with it, and I was a little ashamed of you in this matter." After a while, Wang Xuan said, "It's just that the Emperor is the Emperor after all, and it's hard to chase after a word, so now that the opportunity comes, I am going to reinstate your official position." Di Ying was stunned. He murmured, "Impossible. Impossible." Wang Xuan patted Di Ying on the shoulder. "Believe it or not, I'm going home to sleep. After that, leave Di Ying alone on the street." His eyes wander aimlessly. Di Ying's expression is a bit trance, and she doesn't know how long she has been standing. Di Ying's expression suddenly becomes firm. He immediately rushed to the guard station and said to all the guards, "Everyone is coming with me. The work of King Chu is in the city. Today, he is going to lead the students to flee to the south." The guards were taken aback. They immediately put on plate armor and left the guard station, blocking the 4 gates of Kingzhou City. At the same time, Di Ying sent someone to send the same news to Wang Xuan. At this time, Wang Xuan had just returned home, and when he heard the news, he realized the seriousness of the incident and immediately asked the secret guard to act. Di Ying, you almost made a big mistake. Wang Xuan looked at Di Ying a little bit of hatred for iron and steel. Di Ying is the oldest group of generals in the King's army. They have grown up together. Now Di Miles is a foreign enemy, and this incident makes him also dull. Di Ying explained all his problems, and he sighed. I have always had a grievance in my heart these years, so I was easily deceived. I am sorry for the Emperor. I am waiting for the matter and let the Emperor handle it. Wang Xuan shook his head. He stopped saying anything, but immediately followed the guard station to King's University. Now they still have a chance to stop this from happening. Di Ying also followed closely. He was so wrong about this matter, and now the only chance to make up for it is to seize the treasurer of the Danao booth. Chapter 887 Defect. Wang Quan is reading in the library. At this time, a student of the same class walked up to him and threw a note in front of him. Opening the note, Wang Quan took a quick glance and tore it up and hid it. Then he got up and walked out. After leaving the library, he immediately walked out of King's University, and then mixed into the vast crowd. At the same time, several students also walked out of the university to the same place. It's just that their path was quickly blocked by the oncoming guards. They couldn't help but immediately arrested them. At this moment, they saw the Commander Di Ying staring at them, and there was another person beside Di Ying who looked like a very strict person. Commander Di Ying, what are you doing? Wang Quan was panicked, but his performance remained calm. After all, students have the right to go out freely. Di Ying sneered, and he said, you know what you are doing. When you are in prison, you will say everything. Wang Quan's face turned pale, while the other students who were caught were already scared to death. They were once the sons of the wealthy family. After the family declined, they had to enter Kingsu College to study in order to find a way out. But even so, their resentment towards the court has always existed in their hearts, because it was the court that made them lose the days when they were pampered. Therefore, they are easily bought off. As long as they agree to go to Chu, they will be prosperous and wealthy. Since then, all are taken to prison for severe punishment. Di Ying said angrily. As soon as his voice fell, a student suddenly cried, the commander is forgiving. We are just a momentary fascination. We will not go. We will not go. Wang Xuan took the opportunity to say, where are you going? And who else? We really don't know this. Only one person is responsible for contacting us. We don't know each other. We only know that we are going to the East City, where they will meet us. A student said anxiously. Di Ying and Wang Xuan glanced at each other, and the two immediately rushed to the meeting point in Dongxi, where the shopkeeper of Danao's stall was here. Commander Di, you betrayed me. Danao Tan said sternly. Di Ying snorted coldly. I have confessed all the transactions between you and me. I used to be the one who was obsessed with and fell on you. Ha! The Binny cerebral palsy shopkeeper snorted angrily. It's not right. It's not right. At this moment, Wang Xuan said to himself, Di Ying, are you still lying to me? This is too easy. It can't be like this. Wang Xuan, I have said everything. What else can lie to you? Waiting for the Emperor to come back will be a capital crime. Di Ying said anxiously. Wang Xuan stared at Di Ying's eyes again for a while, nodded slightly, and said, these students, including him, are too simple to get caught. Do you think the plan elaborated by King Chu and Cao's family would be so simple? When Wang Xuan was talking, a panic flashed in the eyes of Danao Tan's shopkeeper. But apart from these students, no other students came out of King's University. Di Ying said. Wang Xuan frowned and thought deeply. He said, immediately check all the students from King's University and the former Bowen College. The secret guard behind him nodded and set off for King's University. At the same time, the guards began to investigate one by one under Di Ying's order. At the same time, Wang Xuan asked the guards to control the city gate, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. He got the result at night. The students at King's University are all there, and there are not a few students working in the factory. Wang Xuan, Do you think too much? Ji Ying said after looking at the search results. Wang Xuan shook his head. The commander of the secret guard must develop suspicious skills, and with his years of experience, a group of intelligence personnel trained by King Chu still has a few brushes, although it is nothing compared to them. Commander, you can't go wrong, except for the students who were expelled before. Everyone is there, a secret guard said lightly. A bright light flashed across Wang Xuan's mind, and he sat down suddenly. This is bad. We have all been deceived. These students who have been expelled from King's University are the real defectors. The bidding from above is just a blindfold. After that, he immediately sent someone to search, and it didn't take long before the guard returned. Commander Wang, 6 students and their families left the city today, the guard said. Ding's face became very ugly. He was fooled. Everyone was fooled. Sure enough, these 6 students failed the exam deliberately, Wang Xuan said. In order to encourage students to learn, both King's University and the predecessor Bowen College have been implementing the terminal elimination system. Students whose academic performance is not up to the standard will be asked to leave. These people will become ordinary people after they leave the college. After all, they will not have much knowledge if they are unlearned. So they would not have thought that some students would deliberately choose this route to leave the college and get rid of the surveillance or secret guards and guards. What should I do now? Blame me, Ji Ying said painfully. Wang Xuan sighed. This has nothing to do with you. Even without you, the students who have been removed from the list will run away. The only difference is that the elite students they bought will also run away. Now that you have said it, at least some of them have been avoided. Loss. What about this? Ji Ying said anxiously. I can't let these people escape. Wang Xuan turned and walked out. We will now go to Pang Shufu, let him order all roads and piers to be blocked, and launch a militia search. After all, the two went to find Pang Yukun together. After learning the news, Pang Yukun knew the seriousness of the matter, and he immediately ordered the mobilization of all forces to find these 6 students. Just disappointed them. I searched for several days without any results. At this time, the news also reached Jinling City. This Ji Ying is simply. Nu Ben glanced at the news sent by Pang Yukun with a complicated look. The emperor, the old minister is guilty, and the old minister has no choice. Xiaoming smiled bitterly. Ji Ying was confused for a while, but fortunately he repented in time. But I can no longer protect him. Let the law of the Great Yu country handle this matter. Liu Qin and Nu Ben looked at each other and sighed. People are most afraid of being confused for a while, because once some mistakes are made, they can no longer go back. Xiaoming's mind is not on Ji Ying, but on the students who defected. At this time, he is very glad that King's University teaches only general knowledge, and some technical details are still in the research room. But even so, they have enough knowledge. From the very beginning, he paid great attention to the loss of technical talents, but he never thought that something went wrong. Chapter 888 Retreat South. The atmosphere in the staff is a bit solemn. Nu Ben and Liu Qin were naturally sorry for Ji Ying, while Xiaoming was also thinking about a problem while feeling sorry. Can he completely prevent the loss of talents? After thinking about it for a long time, he felt it was impossible, because now the comprehensive education in Dayu has been launched, and tens of thousands of people in Dayu are learning modern scientific knowledge, and he can't stare at everyone. What he needs to focus on now is to supervise cutting-edge talents with cutting-edge technology, such as Su Liangkai, Lin Wentao, Lu Tong, and Song Chengping. As long as they are active in the front line of scientific research, even if others choose to treason because of money, the technology of Dayu will remain at the forefront. What's more, the real technological advantage of Dayu country lies in him, not anyone else. Moreover, he is currently taking a steady technological development route in Dayu, and some advanced technologies have not yet come out in the technological spa. What is currently being developed is only the science and technology of the 18th and 19th centuries. Every time the country of Chongqing has untied a technological shackle, he will come up with higher technologies. In this way, the technological gap in Great Yu country has been realized. The emperor, The veteran is willing to personally lead the troops and destroy the city of Sazu. He personally beheaded all the Merchants' Council members. Nu Ben had anger in his eyes. Although the dark line of King Zu City was buried by the King of Chu, it now belongs to the Merchant Council management. Now that the war is in full swing, the Merchant Council has shaded them at this time. How is Nu Ben not angry? The veteran is also willing to go. Liu Oquan said loudly. Xiaoming sighed slightly and figured out the joints. He no longer struggled with the defecting incident, even though these 6 people did steal part of their knowledge. Besides, the current level of science and technology in Europe is basically equivalent to the mid to late 18th century. Various technological breakthroughs will soon follow, and the things they bring cannot last too long. Containing his mind, Xiaoming patted the table fiercely. He said, "You can no longer give the Merchant Council any opportunity to grow. 2 generals, you must mobilize the remaining troops to send Sasu. Besides, don't worry about wasting ammunition. Hit hard." "Yes, the Emperor." Nu Ben felt excited. Although the incident was not serious, Cao Kun angered Xiaoming. From the angry eyes of Xiaoming, they could see how angry he was now. Making a plan for a full offensive, Nu Ben assembled 2 divisions equipped with Falcon rifles in the city. At the same time, he mobilized 40,000 recruits who were still using conscription muskets. During the northern expedition, the conscription of the Great Yu Kingdom had been going on. According to their plan, the infantry must be expanded to at least 200,000, so that the defense of the border area of the country can be easily achieved. After all, after the northern expedition, they suddenly had a lot of places to be stationed by soldiers, but a small Goryeo had to be stationed with more than 20,000 people to make King Goryeo dare not have any ambitions. The pass on the front line of the Kanto and the Great Wall to defend Liu Ohong and Qi Guanyi's soldiers from the barbarian was unable to move. This was another 78,000 people. In addition, there is the border between Bashu and Tabo. Although the threat of Tabo is not as great as that of the barbarians, it is still necessary to keep a few tens of thousands of people in Bashu. In this way, the remaining forces he can use for offense are not enough. After 60,000 elites, he can only recruit another 40,000 recruits who have been trained for 6 months. On December 7, after the victory of the 2 coastal cities of Songjiang City and Jiaxing City, the General Staff made the decision to concentrate their forces on attacking Sasu. In Songjiang City and Jiaxing City, Lu Fei and Liu Oxin each left 5,000 people to defend the city, and led the remaining soldiers to Sazu City. At the same time, the army in Jinling City entered Taiyou Lake through Lujiang with the help of the navy. Landing on the coast of Taiyou Lake in the western part of Sazu City, more than 100,000 people prepared to encircle Sazu City. At the same time, Li Chuan issued an order to Sima Hao, asking the 80,000 Chu country army to approach Sazu and fully cooperate with the royal soldiers to attack Sazu City. For a while, Sazu City was shrouded in the haze of war. Such a big movement was naturally seen by Cao Kun. After hesitating for a day, he and King Long King presided over the meeting and decided to withdraw south. "Father, did you just give up Sazu City like this?" Cao Zhengtong asked unwillingly. "They left Sazu City at night last night, and now they are leading the main elite transfers, leaving only some less important members of the parliament and the old and weak remnants to defend the city to delay the speed of the royal armies southward. And they are preparing to establish their power in Fasu, Nancheng, Gizu, Changsha, and Dali. Although the Jiangnan area is rich, there is no risk to defend. The Merchant Council cannot stand in the Sasu generation." Originally, Xiaoming did not interfere, but now he can only pursue safety. On the contrary, Nancheng, Gizu, and Dali are mountainous and the people are very strong. The fierceness is suitable for the long-term survival of our Merchant Council. As for Fasu and Guangzhou in the south, they are important trade centers. We can continue to trade at sea for materials. The most important thing is that the more south we are, the closer they are to the military bases of Western countries. We provide convenience. Cao Kun had a plan in his heart. Cao Zhengtong nodded. He looked back at the endless soldiers, and then at the people who were transporting grain and grass on both sides of the soldiers. These were the tribes gathered by the Azure Dragon King during this time. He believes that the Israeli Assembly Army is in such a position that as long as it reaches the old land of Lingnan, a country belonging to the Merchant Assembly can be established. Luff was confronting Sima Lang, the general of the Chu army, and the two armies are now asking each other to get out. Xiaoming and Li Qian were watching the fast below on a hill not far from Suzu. Suzu is very close to Jinling, so he decided to come to supervise the battle himself, but he did not expect to rush. Asshole. If it wasn't your intention, how could the parliamentary army in Suzu city run completely? Luff cursed. When they arrived outside the city of Suzu, they found that there were only some old and weak remnants on the wall. After a shelling, these remnants cried and surrendered. Only then did he discover that Suzu city was already an empty city. On the night before they completed their encirclement, the parliamentary army fled southward at night. Sima Lang, who had been besieging the parliamentary army on the southern line of Suzu, said that he didn't know anything. Obviously, they deliberately let go of the parliamentary army. Keep your mouth clean. This is the land of our country of Chu. Now that the parliamentary army is gone, you should also go back. Sima Lang said angrily. He is the eldest son of the Sima family. Luff abused. If it were before, Luff would definitely have beaten Sima Lang in a rage, but this time he was smiling, because he knew very well that Sima Lang was about to die. Glancing at Sima Lang coldly, Luff suddenly drew a short-barreled musket from his waist and shot Sima Lang's forehead with a shot, and then he shouted, "Hit me hard." As soon as his words fell, the Huban army soldiers who had already prepared immediately raised their guns and fired at the soldiers led by Sima Lang. For a time, the gunshots were loud. After Luff killed Sima Lang and quickly withdrew to his army. The reason Sima clan still exists is that they need Sima clan as cannon fodder. Now that the parliament army was deliberately let go by the Sima clan, there was no need for them to exist, because since they chose to go south, both the Chu state and the parliament army were their enemies. Chapter 889 Annex Chu. Sima Hao really has a good calculation. He thought that deliberately letting go of the parliamentary army would justify our army's withdrawal from the land of Chu state. This is really fantastic. On a high ground, Xiaoming and Li Qian chatted lightly. Li Qian sweated a little on his forehead, and did not dare to breathe. Although he knew that Xiaoming's goal was to achieve the reunification of the Great Chu Kingdom, he had just cooperated with Sima and turned around and destroyed Sima. Some changes were too fast. He couldn't help sighing in his heart that maybe he was really not suitable for strategy. He could only be played to death in front of Xiaoming. The Sima clan had long been treasonous, and the ministers had the heart to eliminate it. Now it is really happy. Li Qian smiled, and his heart was bitter. In his opinion, Xiaoming and Sima Hao were not good people. But how could he be? Is nothing but a winner. Xiaoming nodded lightly. Don't forget what else you have to do next. I will honor my promise to you. The current situation in the Chu kingdom is complicated. In addition to some of the support for the Sima family, there are also a group of people who support Li Qian, but the strength of these people is obviously not comparable to the Sima family. But it doesn't matter anymore. With the growth of his mind, Xiaoming has already seen through many problems. He wants to build an immortal empire and must pay equal attention to grace and power, killing and benevolent. Therefore, he no longer feels pity for the wealthy family of Chu. In the case of internal and external troubles, he only used iron and blood to bring Chu into the management of the court as soon as possible. And the enemy that hinders this goal must be completely eliminated. Because of this, he decided to make Li Qian a sin against himself, formally announcing that he would no longer inherit the king, ending the centuries-old rule of the Chu kingdom by the Li family, and handing it over to the royal rule. Glanced at Li Qian again, Xiaoming patted him on the shoulder. Wang Xuan also sent other information during the defection a few days ago. This information made him feel that the reunification of the Great Chu kingdom is imminent, and he can no longer drag it so slowly. In fact, this is a set of data. According to various surveys conducted by Wang Xuan, he has obtained the approximate populations of some countries. Among them, the population of Japan is 22 million, the population of Britain is 29 million, and the population of France is 32 million. Tsarist Russia has a population of 44 million, and India has a population of 120 million. In addition, the population of Korea is 7,500,000, the population of the Netherlands is 1.9 million, and so on. This general data is similar to the contemporary data recorded by the technology SPA. In fact, with the improvement of living standards, the population of Europe has increased sharply. But I have to say that these population data put a lot of pressure on Xiaoming, because the current population of Dayu state is only slightly advantageous. Relatively speaking, these countries are all populous countries, especially Tsarist Russia. Understanding this, Xiaoming dared not take it lightly. The enemies he faced would be a very powerful force if they unite. In history, although Europe has often fought internally, it has always been united with foreign enemies, such as responding to the Ottoman invasion. But dealing with the enemy always requires flexibility. He also has a plan to split Europe and a plan to deal with another new country. According to information obtained by Wang Xuan, the British Sequoia Army just lost in the North American Colonial War, and the American War of Independence has begun. The Netherlands, Spain, France, Tsarist Russia, Denmark, Sweden, and Austria all secretly supported the independence war in the North American colonies, and the Sequoia Army was in a difficult situation. For Xiaoming, he has no affection for the United States, which is clamoring for independence. But from the background of this era, Britain is the world's hegemon. That's why France, Tsarist Russia, and the like would support his colonial independence. According to the normal logic, he should support this new country, because then Britain will lose a large part of its territory. After all, it is now Britain that is the world's hegemon. After pondering for a while, Xiaoming shook his head again. Although he has many ideas, he is still beyond reach. What he has to do now is just a powerful great new country. As for whether the United States is established, he is not very worried. After all, this new country is very weak. He can bully whatever he wants. The fierce gunfire continued, and then the rumbling gunfire also rang. Xiaoming continued to look, and the current war in Suzhou City had already become intense. The Huben army soldiers with falcon rifles fired at the trenches dug by the merchant council outside the city. The soldiers flexibly ran between the trenches and obstacles on the ground. The awkward Chu army still moved towards them with a flintlock rifle, and this dense formation immediately became a favorite of artillery. 360 field guns were loaded with bloom shells and directly bombed the Chu army marching in dense formation. The shells exploded in the pile of people, and the soldiers of the Chu army rose into the air with a splashing mud. After the shells were not fired, the Chu army's array would be short of a large piece. Boom boom boom. The artillery seems to have found an opportunity to vent. They are fighting more vigorously, and the frequency of artillery shooting has also increased. At the same time as the bombardment, some Tiger soldiers formed an array of skirmishers, and after shooting with a distance advantage, they quickly dispersed. Under this fierce attack, the Chu army soldiers finally collapsed. Only half an hour's time before Suzhou City left more than 8,000 Chu army corpses. The most important thing was that these soldiers had no chance to shoot until they died. This kind of despair caused the morale of the Chu army to collapse. "Kill!" Luff shouted, and the soldiers rushed out of the trench towards the disintegrated Chu army. A soldier of the Tiger army took a step and loaded a paper shell bullet into the gun chamber. When he closed the locking structure cut the paper shell bullet to expose the gunpowder. The trigger was pulled, and the flash cap ignited the gunpowder. With a pop, the soldiers of Chu State from 50 meters away fell to the ground. Xiaoming closed his gaze at this time. This is the advantage of the breech rifle over the flintlock rifle. Before losing, he wants to unify the great Chu country. Boom boom boom. In the rain of bullets, the soldiers of the Chu army suffered heavy casualties. These soldiers of the Chu army and the sons of the wealthy tribe, who had been living in the comfort zone, fled everywhere crying and crying. Now they finally understand that the war is not more beautiful than the military uniform. Li Qian followed Xiaoming. He also saw this scene. His expression suddenly became more respectful. Suzhou is a big city, and it is connected to Taiyu Lake. It can be said that it controls the water and land routes in the south of the Yangtze River. With Suzhou as its support, Linen is tantamount to being under threat from the royal army at any time. The emperor. The soldiers are ready, Nu Ben suddenly said to Xiaoming, with a hint of enthusiasm in his eyes. Xiaoming's eyes narrowed. When they were in Jinling City, they set a strategy to stabilize the Chu kingdom. He said, all the wealthy family properties are seized and the land is allocated to the people for farming. I want the people in Jiangnan to see what it's the Emperor's grace. Chapter 890 Sima Hao's decision. Linen. Sima Hao fiercely overturned the table in front of him. His eyes were crazily crimson like wild beasts. The battle in Suzhou City had already come, but his beloved eldest son Sima Lang died in the hands of the royal army. The former residence of the king of Chu was filled with great families from all over the country of Chu. They looked at Sima Lang and waited for his decision, because Li Qian's order had arrived in Linen. He announced that he would abandon the position of the king of Chu and obey the mission of imperial unification. From then on, he and Guang Dongzhen were handed over to the court. Li Qian betrayed King Chu and all of us. Now they are just a puppet of Xiaoming. Now we can no longer trust him, we can only rely on ourselves. Sima Hao said utterly. Then what should we do now? A wealthy family asked worriedly. Now the royal army has occupied Suzhou, Songjiang River and Jiaxing, and the land near the Yangtze River has fallen. After they rest, the next step must be Linen. Yes, all 80,000 soldiers have been disintegrated, and now we can only mobilize more than 90,000 troops. How can this resist Xiaoming's 100,000 troops? Besides, there are still some people who have obeyed Li Qian's orders to surrender to Xiaoming. Surrendering are all those generals who came from untouchables. What's to worry about? A wealthy clan said with disdain. He said to Sima Hao, Master Chang Shi, from the beginning to the end, this Xiaoming hugged our Chu state. The only hope now is that we all join the Merchants' Council, so that we can still have the status of a member of parliament. If the Merchants' Council establishes a nation, we will still keep our wealth and status, but this Xiaoming is different. You see, looking at the north, all those wealthy families have now become ordinary people, and at most they have retained some silver. The court is tantamount to uprooting the wealthy families that have existed for thousands of years. Sima Hao lowered his head and remained silent. The man continued, what's more, now Cao Kun is supported by Westerners, and the Azure Dragon King is helping. This Azure Dragon King is still a bit capable. Now he has gathered a large number of tribes and has a huge momentum. Now he has promised the people in the south to divide the land. Not paying for food, I received a lot of hearts. Ha ha ha. Sima Hao suddenly laughed a few times, and he suddenly said coldly, Yao Bin, I had long suspected that you had a secret relationship with the Merchant Council. I didn't expect it to be so. You are now bewitching people. Why do you want to? Yao Bin did not panic, but looked indifferent. He said to Sima Hao, Chairman Cao Kun asked me to thank Chengxi. If it weren't for Chengxi.com, the parliament could not withdraw from Suzhou City so smoothly. As soon as these words came out, the wealthy family in the hall suddenly talked, and their eyes changed when they looked at Sima Hao. Sima Hao's face sank. From the beginning, he had not fully believed in Xiaoming. If it were not for Li Qian to be the king of Chu, he would not even allow the royal army to enter the territory of Chu. And when the royal army took the two cities of Songjiang and Jiaxing that they hadn't taken for a few months, he panicked, because he was worried that he would attack them after the Xiaoming assembly army. So I was playing a double-handed man, placing part of the bet on the Merchant Council. Now it seems that this decision is quite correct. Yao Bin saw Sima Hao's expression in his eyes. He said, Master Chang Shi, Chairperson Cao Kun also said that if Master Chang Shi is willing to join the parliament, he is welcome at any time, and he is willing to give the adults a position of deputy chairperson. Then he turned to face the other tycoons and said, Brothers, for the present, we can only save our lives by relying on the council. In fact, The Merchant Council is to protect the interests of the big businessmen and the wealthy. Not only will we lose anything in the future, and will gain more rights through legislation." The nobles moved slightly, and Yao Bin's words were in their hearts. Sima Hao's expression at this time also eased. He said to Yao Bin, "Long live the Merchant Council. I will join the Merchant Council on behalf of Sima." Our Sun family also joined. The Dong family also joined. After Sima Hao, one by one the rich and powerful expressed their opinions. Yao Bin smiled, and he said loudly, "It should not be too late. Now we have to gather all the tribes and new troops. If nothing happens, the royal army will soon go south. Before they go south, we must build around Linen. The fortifications drag the royal army here. Only in this way can the parliamentary army have a chance to take a foothold in the south." Sima Hao nodded. He said, "Our rich family has passed on for thousands of years and has always been in peace with the courts of the past. But Xiaoming wants to destroy our foundation and distribute our land and wealth to the people. How can we bear it? Everyone fight with him. Even if we can't win, we will drag him exhausted, waiting for the barbarians in the north to slow down. That's when we are attacking from the north to the south." Yao Bin nodded in satisfaction. It didn't take long for him to come back from Europe. Such a change happened in Chu country. This made him very excited and felt that what he had learned in Europe could finally be used. In the past 2 years in Europe, his psychology has also undergone drastic changes. The prosperity and strength of Europe made him enviable, which made him believe in the correct establishment of the Merchant Council. In Suzhou City, Xiaomingxing and Li San marked the location of the current parliamentary army on the map. After the war began, a large number of secret guards poured into the south to collect intelligence. Lying on the map, a strong smell of ink came out. This is not a hand-drawn map, but a mimeographed map. In order to facilitate warfare and exploration, Xiaoming asked the printing factory to engrave several versions of maps. These maps range from simple to complex. There are simple maps of the world and partial maps of states and counties, as well as maps of minerals, water conservancy, oceans and ocean currents. Among them, except for some of these maps for culture and education, most of them will be used for military and exploration. Lin Yaod is now retreating southward with the parliamentary army. Before he left the decision of the merchant parliament that they will establish a foothold here, here and here. While speaking, Li San pointed to the location on the map. Xiaoming nodded slightly. In modern terms, these places are Fujian, Hunan, Jiangxi, Guangdong, Guangxi, Yunnan and other regions, while Chu State includes parts of southern Jiangsu, Shanghai, Zhejiang, and eastern Jiangxi. Now he has conquered Suzhou, Songjiang, and Jiaxing, which is equivalent to taking the area of southern Jiangsu, Shanghai, and Jiaxing, Zhejiang. This is only part of the Chu State, and most of the land is under the control of Sima Hao. Cao Kun, an old fox, is not an ordinary character, and it is estimated that someone behind him is giving directions. All his actions now are carried out in an orderly manner. Xiaoming said in a deep voice. "That's true. We found traces of British Association activities, and they are likely to advise Cao Kun." Chapter 891 Thermal power. A slightly solemn atmosphere permeated the main hall. Li San's words made Xiaoming frown slightly. This very mysterious organization in contemporary history seems to be more active in this era. If you don't experience history yourself, you can't understand the taste of history. Before, Xiaoming only briefly scanned the book, but now he has to pay attention to it. After all, he is now in the vortex of history, and the current situation is much worse than contemporary. They think their success in France can be replicated here? Wishful thinking. Xiaoming sneered and practiced. He said, continued to stare at them, and give me a chance to come back. Yes, the Emperor. Li Sanying said. After a pause, he continued, the Emperor. The lower officials think that the Azure Dragon King is more troublesome than Cao Kun now. Under his bewitchment, many people have believed him and joined the Merchant Council with him. There is now a song. Children's songs are circulated. Oh, come and listen. Xiaoming became interested. Li Sanyan said, the dynasty is prosperous, The dynasty is extinct. Since ancient times, the poor and humble are sad to live. Open the door to usher in the king. Long king. Discipline the old and young are happy. Don't ask your mother, you don't have enough food to have a dragon king. No food? How long can this beautiful lie last? Xiaoming sighed. Li San said, as Pang Shufu said, the people are easily deceived. Yes. The Azure Dragon King has succeeded once in Jizu, and now he is more familiar. Xiaoming clenched his fists. Although he still bears the name of an emperor, the system of Dayu has become more and more modern and more suitable for people's lives. From Xiaoming's point of view, it doesn't matter whether he bears the name of the emperor. After all, even in a contemporary country with a monarchy, do their people live in dire straits? What's more, what is the difference between the head of the three armies, the president and the emperor? The only difference is that they fabricated an illusion through the media. For him, he can also play this set, but what's the point? Who can be more forward-looking than him in this era? If the Merchant Council is changed to rule the country, it will only be the tycoons who have become members of parliament, just as the grandfather of the county in the late Qing dynasty has become a revolutionary. Everything will be changed without changing the medicine. Coupled with the urinary nature of these people, it is estimated that the country of Dayu will soon be torn apart and warlords are fighting. After all, there are lessons for later generations. You don't have to worry about this. The Azure Dragon King is just playing this banner now. He can't fulfill his promise. What he needs most in war is food and grass. If he doesn't pay for food, he can only grab food and grab someone's food. It's not the food of the people and wealthy people who don't follow him. For a long time, they will be angry, and once the people understand it, they will fall to me. Xiaoming said confidently. Now, both the Merchant Council and the Azure Dragon King are the grassroots team for him. This play will not last long for no other reason, because he is confident that the national system after the reform is more attractive. The people's eyes are discerning. As long as they see the facts with their own eyes, they will make the most correct choice, so now he only needs to manage Chu State well. In order to achieve this goal, he will mobilize students from the School of Political Affairs of King's University to come to Chu State. After several years of training, he now has ample talents. The most important thing is that he is ready to completely transform the Chu country, because the development potential of the front line from Suzhou to Linen is huge, and it is also a famous economic zone in later generations, especially Songjiang. This area is the future of Shanghai, with unique geographical conditions. The emperor is far-sighted, the minister thinks too much. Li San breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoming smiled and said, however, in order to let the people be attached, your secret guards have to be stepped up. The Azure Dragon King can confuse the people, and you can do the same. As long as the people see a rich future, they will definitely turning back. Li Sanhong nodded. The emperor can rest assured, the minister will certainly live up to expectations. After that, Li San bowed and left. Li Sanyi left. Nu Ben and Liu Oquane walked in, looked at the map. Nu Ben said, the emperor, the materials and people in Suzhou have been counted, and the grain, grass and luggage in the city have been taken away by the parliamentary army. Those that were not taken were burned, many people were robbed of food, and many people died, and there are only 800,000 people left in the city, and about 200,000 people have served as the council, the civilians who transport food and grass to the army. Ha ha ha! Xiaoming suddenly laughed when he heard the news. Nu Ben and Liu Oquane asked puzzledly, why is the emperor laughing? Xiaoming explained, what the minister laughs is that the parliament army is nothing more than a group of thieves and can't get on the stage. Liu Oquane and Nu Ben immediately came to their senses. Nu Ben said, yes, our soldiers never harass the people wherever they go, nor do they take anything from the people and will never kill the people, now not to mention the fact that the parliamentary army burns grain and grass, but also robs and slaughters to gather grain and grass. This is bound to be hated by the people. That's what I'm talking about, so you have to restrain the people even more, let the people see what the king's teacher is like when entering the city, and distribute some rations to the people so that they can survive the cold winter," Xiao Mingling said. The two nodded upon hearing this. Liu Oquan then asked, "The Emperor, this is the offensive plan drawn up by the ministers, and strive to recover the entire territory of Chu within 2 months." Xiao Ming took it over and glanced at it. The order of the next offensive and the dispatch of the army and the grain and grass. According to Liu Oquan's plan, they will steadily advance southward from Songjiang, Jiaxing, and Suzua's strongholds. "Well, let's do it like this," Xiao Ming agreed. 2 months are already very short. After all, Chu State is relatively large. It takes a long time to walk from south to north and from east to west. King Zhu, when the war in the south is in full swing, a major event is happening here. After passing through the haze atmosphere of the trainees fleeing, the power research laboratory headed by Su Liangkai successfully used the small thermal power generation facilities established to produce electricity. After learning the news, Pang Yukan personally went to the scene. While the war was going on, various developments in the Great Yu country were also going on. It is undoubtedly an encouraging event that Su Liang succeeded in running the power generation equipment at this time. "Pang Shufu, please look." Su Liangkai pointed at the equipment in front of him proudly. In front of him is a large horizontal generator. Now the generator is rotating under the rotating motion of the steam engine. Connected to the steam engine is a large boiler. Workers are filling coal into the boiler to generate electricity from the generator. Is making a motor spin. Its smoothness and stability are better than steam engines. Chapter 892 Rebellious Goryeo. Su Liangkai, you don't lose the name of Liangkai. Pang Yukan looked excited in front of the hot boiler. He is no longer Wuxiaoman. He learned a lot of scientific and technological knowledge during his studies at King's University, and he also has a simple understanding of this power. According to what he learned in his book, once electricity is put into use, it will produce more efficient productivity than steam engines. Su Liangkai was embarrassed to be praised by Pang Yukan. He said, "Pang Shufu, this is just a simulation of a thermal power plant. To build a thermal power plant requires a lot of funds and electric workers. Don't be afraid of this. As long as you can build a thermal power plant in King's, the court will squeeze you out even if it is tightly packed." Both the cabinet and the emperor are now looking forward to King's city being able to use electricity. Pang Yukan was in a good mood. Su Liangkai's expression was moved. The cabinet's attention made him feel that everything he is doing now is worth it. Pang Shufu can rest assured that as long as the funds are sufficient, Liangkai can build a basic thermal power plant within 1 to 2 years to satisfy King's usage of 1 to 2 years. Pang Yukan was a little dissatisfied with this date, but he knew that building a large thermal power plant does require a lot of equipment. This time is not too long. "Well, today I will refer this matter to the cabinet. Go and approve the money. You are solely responsible for the construction and operation of the power plant." "Yes, Pang Shufu," Su Liangkai answered. Nodded with satisfaction, Pang Yukan commended all the students participating in the research room, and then returned to the cabinet. After the cabinet mechanism is mature, the 9 cabinet ministers perform their duties. Even if Xiaoming is not there, they will handle all aspects of government affairs in accordance with the cabinet system, allowing the country to develop in an orderly manner. In addition to electricity, the water supply project is under intense construction, and a water plant with a tall water tower outside the city is under construction. At the same time, the pipeline from the water plant is under construction. This pipeline uses a thick ceramic pipe to transport the treated tap water. Once connected with the clay pot reserved in King's City, the tap water can enter thousands of households and be used by the iron pipe. Thinking of this, Pang Yukan feels more comfortable. After all, everything now is thriving under the Emperor's plan. When electricity is used, Great Yu country will once again undergo tremendous changes with King Zhu as the center. Pang Shufu, this is the zipper that Yi Qinian just sent. As soon as he entered the cabinet office, the clerk in the office presented a memorial to him. "Yi Qinian, what's going on?" Pang Yukun was a little puzzled. At this time, Zhang Xingqing also leaned in. Now there are only 2 of them in the cabinet, and the remaining 7 have gone to private inspections. Opening the memorial, Pang Yukun just glanced at it and frowned. Goryo is really a beast. After all, Pang Yukun gave the memorial to Zhang Xingqing. Unrest. Zhang Xingqing was taken aback. According to Yi Qinian, after the Wa Kingdom was driven out of Goryo, the people of Korea had different voices. They demanded our troops to withdraw, claiming that since the Wa Kingdom was defeated, the Great Yu Kingdom's army no longer needed to stay in Goryo. It's not the style of the suzerain country, but in my opinion, this is probably a ghost of some Goryo dignitaries. The people of Goryo have not solved the problem of eating now. How can they care about the army stationed by Dau in Goryo? This matter is still something in the end. Goryo dignitaries. Zhang Xingqing frowned. He also saw the content. It is really intriguing that Goryo chose this time to attack. I think they want to use the opportunity of the emperor to coerce us and let Goryo get rid of the Great Yu country in all aspects. The constraints. After all, we are now using a lot of the interests of the elite of Korea. Pang Yukun nodded. He said, "This paper needs to be forwarded to the emperor immediately. I am worried that the Goryo dignitaries will take the opportunity to encourage civil hatred to our disadvantage." The cabinet didn't dare to decide on such a big matter casually, and could only ask Xiaoming for instructions. In Haiguqing, Yi Qinian is waiting for a reply from the country. After occupying Pusan City, there have been some subtle changes in Goryo. In addition to the short-term hostile behavior of the Korean people against the garrison of the Great Yu country, Li Sangji's an ambiguous attitude also made him somewhat alert. This once humbled Goryo is now faintly unwilling to follow his orders. What's more, he still meets with the king of Goryo privately. But how can all this escape his eyes? The commander, I will suffer from the fate of the foreign monarch. According to my intentions, the who crossed the river and demolished the bridge will have a massacre to completely destroy their resistance, or we will be in trouble in Goryo. I have also received intelligence from the secret guards. They confirmed that some powerful people bought the poppy from the people and fanned the flames everywhere. They also said that our country of Dau is a filthy invader than the country of Japan, and that the Koreans are the nobles of Qingbai Mountain. Let us leave. Outside of Qingbai Mountain, if we don't take decisive action now, we will kill people sooner or later. Kudong looked a little impatient. Yi Qinian was wiping off his saber. After he noticed that there were unfavorable remarks against the country of Dau from the people of Korea, he asked the king of Korea to meet Li Cheng. Both of them denied that it was their own work, and the same troops were sent to wipe out these troubled people, but in fact, these troubled people are getting more and more wiped out now. Even if he is a fool, he can see the tricks. Goryo is really a low class. I thought that it would be possible to gently make Goryo a part of the Great Yu country. Now it seems impossible. You will start dispatching the army from now. Once the Holy Order arrives, immediately clean up the nobles of Goryo who oppose us. Yes, Commander, Kudong said excitedly. While the two were talking, Xiaoming returned from Jinling City on a battleship. They rushed to the city of Suzhou, and now this war to the south is bound to continue for some time, so there is no need for him to stay in Jinling City. So after giving the heavy task of conquering the city to Liu Ben and Liu Oakwane, he arrived in Dengzhou after a day, and then returned to Qingzhou on the same day. Xiaoming's sudden return made Pang Yukun a little surprised, but he was relieved to think that Xiaoming was riding a steam battleship. This steam battleship was much cleaner than sailing battleships in the past. The emperor came back at just the right time. For the past 2 days, Jioli looked like a stone pressed against his chest, and when he saw Xiaoming, he said it all. There is a rebellion against the Great Yu country in various parts of Korea. Xiaoming's brows suddenly frowned. Yes, the emperor. Now Yi Qinian is waiting for the court's decision. After a few sneers, Xiaoming's eyes narrowed. In any era, the country of Korea is as ungrateful as ever. A pair of maids, but a pair of princess hearts, will be a curse sooner or later. Thinking of this, he said to Pang Yukun, From now on, Yi Qinian will be appointed governor of Korea, to be in charge of all affairs of Korea, to hold the power of life and death, and to maintain the current long-term stability of Korea. Chapter 893 Wooden Handle Grenade. The governor, Pang Yukan, looked suspicious in the imperial study room. The name was a bit strange. Xiaoming nodded. He said, "In the future, our army will occupy more places. The temporary administrators of these places are the governors. They will exercise management powers on behalf of the court." So that's the case. So the emperor is going to hand over this matter to Yi Qinian to handle it. One Yi Qinian is enough to deal with people like Goryo. The court only needs to set some rules for him, and he decides the rest. In this way, he doesn't have to be restrained and delay handling the crisis. Pang Yukan nodded. In fact, it is true. What they need is to set a national strategy, and the specific details are executed by specific generals and officials. Otherwise, it will be difficult for them to use their talents. The next official will give Yi Qinian an answer, Pang Yukan said. After that, Pang Yukan turned and left. Watching Pang Yukan's figure disappear at the end of the trail, Xiaoming stretched his arms and prepared to go back to rest. It was really exhausting to take the boat and train for these 2 days. Never thought he would see Chen Qi walking towards him when he walked out of the Imperial Library. The Emperor, please see what this is. In front of Xiaoming, Chen Qi took out one thing like a baby. Seeing that the head was made of iron and the thing with a wooden handle underneath, Xiaoming was taken aback. He said, "This is a grenade?" "Yes, the Emperor, this is exactly the wooden handle grenade." After solving the problem of pulling the fire tube, this wooden handle grenade will have no difficulty. Chen Qi looked relaxed. "Yes, yes. All of you have become talents now. Even when I am no longer able to independently develop weapons." Xiaoming is very pleased that the talent training over the past 8 years is worthwhile. Chen Qi scratched his head. He said, "Actually, this depends on the information provided by the Emperor. This fire tube is just a lead tube filled with broken glass. It can be rubbed to produce sparks with a light pull. It can ignite the fuse. We use a fire fuse that can burn for 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, the fire fuse will detonate the grenade." Xiaoming took the wooden-handled grenade and looked at it repeatedly and was very satisfied. In fact, the grenade has a long history, and it was China that invented it first. Grenades did not appear until the 15th century in Europe, and they were mainly used for fortress defense and prisons. Until the mid-17th century, some European countries began to equip their elite troops with field grenades and called soldiers who had been specially trained to use this ammunition. For the grenadier, the British Grenadier March was made for grenadiers, but the grenades of this period were big and heavy, resembling shot puts. So throwing grenades requires amazing arm strength, and at the same time you need a brave heart, because grenadiers often throw grenades at the front line. This period lasted until the 19th century, but with the development of guns and the reduction of castle offensive and defensive battles, grenades began to be left out of the cold. However, in World War I, due to the rise of trench warfare, grenades once again showed excellent results. The more typical grenade at that time was the German wooden grenade. Now Chen Qi obviously makes a grenade similar to this one. Chen Qi, it's very time for this grenade to appear. Now the war in the south is falling into the endless loop of trench warfare. The need is this kind of grenade. I will immediately ask the cabinet to assign a group of people to you to establish a special grenade factory. In the beginning, you have to produce grenades day and night to break the confrontation in the trenches in the south. Xiaoming said excitedly. Yes, the Emperor. Chen Qi was a little flattered. Now his research on artillery is difficult to make. Although he has proposed many new types of artillery, these artillery cannot be manufactured at all because of industrial restrictions. And this grenade made him regain his glory. Giving Chen Qi a look of approval, Xiaoming continued, I know that you are studying the problem of breech guns. Don't worry about this, it will be done in time. Chen Qi looked grateful and said, thank you, the Emperor, for his comfort. Chen Qi will definitely continue to work hard. So good. After talking about the production of grenades, Xiaoming not only felt itchy hands while holding the grenade with wooden handles, he said, This palace is a spacious place, so you might as well try the power of this grenade with wooden handles." After speaking, the two left the imperial study room and stopped in the small square in Chi's front. "The emperor, don't hurt yourself, just let the guard come and try." Knowing the power of the grenade, Qian Defu was anxious for Xiaoming. For him, this is a bomb. Xiaoming ignored Qian Defu. The protection measures of this grenade were still very comprehensive. Just a delay of 5 seconds was enough for him to avoid danger. "It's okay, it's okay," Xiaoming said as he unscrewed the safety cover on the grenade and threw it away. There was a pull wire underneath. When he got here, he was also a little nervous. After all, he had never used this thing before. He did have the idea of setting up a grenadier before, but he also knew that King Zhu's technology has changed every 3 years. And he will soon be able to add better and more suitable grenades appeared, so he gave up the grenadier unit because he felt unnecessary. And now the appearance of the wooden grenade allows every soldier to throw it easily, which can exert its true power. Noisy. Xiaoming yanked the cord, and immediately cyan smoke appeared from the grenade, and he could even hear the sound of the fuse burning. Upon seeing this, he threw the wooden grenade abruptly. Boom! A burst of smoke and fire rose 30 meters away, and the shockwave of the grenade exploded directly towards the turf on the grass. Qian Defu paled with fright and almost did not sit on the ground, while a large number of guards swarmed in because of the huge movement. Ha ha ha! Xiaoming and Chen Qi laughed heartlessly. There was a small shallow crater where the grenade exploded, which was caused by the power of the grenade explosion. They are very satisfied with the power of the grenade. It's very good. In this case, we should produce as soon as possible. Now the battle in the south needs grenades to open the deadlock, and it can also reduce the casualties of the soldiers," Xiaoming said in a deep voice. Chen Qi responded, arched his body and walked out, preparing to focus on this matter. During this time, a smile appeared on Xiaoming's face when Chen Qi was sent away. The wooden handle grenade was born, and the thermal power plant project has been launched. After countless dark nights, he will soon be able to see the light of electricity. Once electricity is available, more scientific and technological items will be born, and he believes that the technology of the country will always lead the world. Even if the 6 who escaped taught all their knowledge to the Europeans, they would not be able to catch up with the speed of the Great Yu country, because it was not him who was working alone, but the thousands of students working together. Chapter 894 Undercurrent in the Cold Wind. Li Cheng stared coldly in the direction of Haiguqing. After the Japanese army was driven out of Goryeo, he successfully took over the other cities except Pusan City, which was the best for the time being. It's just that the power in his hands is getting bigger and bigger every day, and his ambitions begin to swell. This mere city of South Korea can no longer satisfy him. He wants more. He wants to become the king of Korea. But when he revealed this idea, Yi Kanian coldly rejected him, and then he suddenly realized that he was just in the hands of dear Yugo. He grew up in Goryeo since he was a child, read the history of Goryeo, and ate Korean food. In his subconscious mind, he always thought that he was from Goryeo, and the country of Diaoyu was just an unfamiliar term to him. The most important thing is that he also thinks of expanding its territory like Great Chongqing and making Korea a world power. To achieve this goal, it only needs Great Chongqing to help them build an industrial foundation. In this way, once Goryeo becomes stronger, they will be able to conquer the Japanese kingdom and even go overseas to occupy colonies. But ideals are beautiful, and reality is always cruel. The longer he contacts with Yi Kanian, the more he invents Beidayu's sinister intentions. Their ultimate goal is to make the Goryeo culture disappear and become the territory of the Great Yu Kingdom. It may not matter to ordinary people in Goryeo, because for them, they only need to have food to eat, but for the nobles of Goryeo, this matter cannot be tolerated. Therefore, they have been secretly resisting the destruction of the Goryeo culture by the Great Yu Kingdom, and at the same time they have set off a civil rebellion to force the Great Yu Kingdom to withdraw its orders. At this point, He had the same ideas as the Goryeo nobles, so he chose to support it and met with the king of Goryeo secretly. What surprised him was that this cowardly king of Goryeo had another face when he met him. Like all the nobles in Goryeo thought, they did not want to see Goryeo subjugation. Kings. While he was thinking, Li Chengzai's guard walked in. "How is it?" Li Sung was asking, and now his actual name is the King of South Korea. Back to the king. The food has been distributed. The people are very cooperative. They said that as long as we continue to give food, they are willing to cooperate with us in acting. The guard said. Li Cheng nodded in satisfaction. During this time, he was the people who had used military rations to buy, and the food was supported by the country of Dau. He couldn't help feeling a little proud when he thought that he could cause trouble to Yikinian without paying anything. It's still too gentle now. Only a few soldiers from the country of Dau will die, otherwise they won't be afraid. But what should I do if I annoy them? The guard was a little worried. Don't be afraid, now Dau is fighting a civil war, and most of its troops are dragged in the south. In Goryeo, only Yikinian's strength is the only one. If they don't want to fight on two fronts, they have to converge a little. Li Cheng said confidently. Yes, if this is the case, I will arrange for some soldiers to mix in among the people, and make trouble in the city of Busan tomorrow, and take the opportunity to kill a few soldiers from Great Yu. Well, it must be like this. At that time, if Dau State shoots and retaliates against the people, it will certainly arouse greater indignation. Li Chengzai seems to have seen Dau State soldiers evacuating Goryeo Griefly, and King Goryeo abdicated and handed over the rights. His scene. When he was thinking about something beautiful, the king of Goryeo summons Yuo Yijong and Kim Hyun-sung in the palace. Facing this gray-haired old man, King Goryeo said, "You have been wronged during this period of time, but the threat of the kingdom of Dau is right in front of you, and this king has to put away his edge." Jin Xuanjing sighed slightly. He said, "My lord, the treaty made by the Great Yu Kingdom is to put Goryeo to death. Our Chengbai mountain nobles can't just die like this." Of course this king knows. It's just that the situation was like this. This king can only ask for perfection. Do you think that this king really wants to reuse Huang Zixu? After all, he is just a dog of the Great Yu country. In order to make the country feel at ease, the king has wronged you. Jin Hyun-sung was crying, and the words of King Goryeo made him worthy of all the grievances he suffered during this time. Since Huang Zixuan came back, he has stirred up the mists of the Korean court and gathered a group of officials who are pro-Great Yu. Now it can be described as aggressive. Moreover, they have been pushing hard for the treaty signed with the country of Dau, which has a great meaning as a pawn. I've been wronged for so long, and it's not too late. For the past few days. Now this king only hopes that Zuo Yizing's strategy can really make the Great Yu country withdraw its troops. King Goryeo said. Jin Xuanqing is very confident, Your Majesty. Now Huang Zixuan is constantly pushing us. Behind him is Yan Qingfeng's soldiers from the Great Yu Kingdom. We can't fight, but we can only agree, but the court is the court and the people are the people. We are in charge. The imperial court can't control the people, and now that Li Cheng is assisted by this ambitious person, it will only make the people of Dau more and more stressed. This Liaoyuan situation is not something that everyone can resist. After a pause, he continued, after the army of the kingdom of Great Yu is withdrawn, we will pretend to invite Li Chengzai and Liu Jingqing to give up the throne. Once he comes, we will kill him, so Daoli it will be unified from then on. With a hint of excitement in the eyes of the king of Goryeo, he said, Zuo discusses politics. If this happens, this king will definitely give up Yuxiang. When it comes to this matter, Jin Xuanjing is very sad. What he hates most is the fact that Diaogo keeps exporting Yuxiang to Goryeo. Because once this kind of thing is addicted, it is difficult to get rid of it, which makes a person completely useless. My lord, leave the matter to the old minister. Jin Xuanjing said sternly, I have already contacted 27 nobles. If the people don't work, the minister will lead the army to drive away the army of the Great Yu country. It is the king's merit. If it fails, the minister will bear it alone. King Goryeo yawned, suddenly became a little languid, and said, "Zuo Yizing, you will leave this to you, and this king is going back." Jin Hyunsung felt sour when he saw this. He knew what King Goryo was going to do when he returned. He clenched his fists and looked in the direction of Liu Jingqing's camp. He was planning how to drive away all the 10,000 soldiers of the Yi kingdom. In the ancient city of Hai, Yi Qian received the holy order after waiting for 3 days. Since the opening of the railway, the speed of delivering news is now faster than ever. It is very convenient to arrive in Dengzi in half a day, and to reach the ancient city of Hai by boat in half a day. Congratulations to the army commander, now we have another title of governor, so that we can take care of Korea's affairs. Yi Qian looked at the imperial edict repeatedly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The emperor still trusts me very much. Now that the two boys, Lu Fei and Liu Oxin, are fighting in the south, we can't be ashamed of the emperor here in Korea. If the order continues, all the troops will be prepared for war, and the intensity of the alert will be increased. Once there is a situation that endangers the lives of the soldiers of Great Chongqing, it will be killed. Chapter 995 Poison. On December 27th, a heavy snow hit Liu Jingqing. Overnight, the entire Liujing city was dyed bright white. Early in the morning, Yan Qingfeng walked out of the camp. At this time, soldiers wearing thick long gowns and cotton jackets were cleaning the snow in the camp. Let out a breath, the white mist seemed to instantly condense into ice crystals. Yan Qingfeng sighed. It's really cold in Korea in winter. I have to say that if it were before, the army of the Kingdom of Dayu would definitely not be able to be stationed in Korea in such a cold weather, because at that time warm clothing was scarce. But now it's different. The development of Kingsu's industry has allowed non-governmental textile mills and quilt factories to take root everywhere. Their dark green military coats were purchased from private quilt factories. It is said that in order to be able to supply the army, the shopkeepers of more than 30 quilt factories almost fought. In the end, a cheap quilt factory was chosen. After all, the logistics department of the army did not dare to care about this issue. He was sighing. At this time, a cavalry hurried from the gate of the camp on a horse, and stopped in front of him. The cavalry drew a letter from his arms and said, "A letter from the ancient city of the sea." Yan Qingfeng frowned. Since stationed in the city of Liujing, he has rarely received letters from the ancient city of He, because the war in Korea is basically over and he is not needed. It can be said that he is completely a slack here. Tearing open the letter, Yan Qingfeng glanced at his eyes, his face changed suddenly. Put the letter away, he called the adjutant and said, "Let all the generals in the battalion commander, something big will happen immediately." Seeing Yan Qingfeng's expression ugly, the adjutant did not dare to delay, and immediately ran forward. After a while, 300 generals, large and small, gathered in the battalion commander. At this time, Yan Qingfeng's expression was serious and excited. He looked at the generals. He said, "Now the emperor has appointed Commander Yi Qian as the governor of Goryeo, that is, he is now the highest official of Goryeo. We must obey him." The cavalry has just sent Governor Yi's first order. From now on, all soldiers must be armed with live ammunition to respond to emergencies at any time. The situation in Korea is now very dangerous and war may break out at any time. We are in Liu, the capital is the most dangerous. It can be said that this is a test for us, and it is also an opportunity to fight wars and to make meritorious deeds. After a pause, he continued, "So from now on you all have to cheer up and be ready to fight at any time." The boring life is also a kind of torture for the generals. When they heard that there was a battle to fight, the generals looked excited and eagerly gearing their hands, not at all nervous. Yan Qingfeng is not just thinking about the issue of war. He is carrying the lives of 10,000 soldiers. This matter is not sloppy. Besides, he is a relative of the emperor and he cannot be ashamed. Thinking of this, he immediately sent someone to call Huang Zixu over. Since the return of the Great Yu Kingdom, Huang Zixu's status has risen steadily, and now he is the first official of Korea. "Master Yan, what do you want me to do when you ask me to come?" Huang Zixu looked humble. He knew the background of Yan Qingfeng, and he didn't dare to offend him. Recently, The voices of the Korean people against the Great Yu country are getting louder and louder. You are not nervous at all when discussing politics. If we leave, will you have a good life? Yan Qingfeng said tentatively. Huang Zixu's face changed a little, and he said, I also feel very strange about this incident. In the court, I have repeatedly asked them to calm the matter, but now it seems to be getting chaotic. Master Yan, don't worry. You can go back this time. I must put pressure on the king. Yan Qingfeng had been staring at Huang Zixu's eyes, and when he saw it, he said, No, I'm afraid your king is not of the same heart with you. Tell you the truth, we have already got the news. They are all intentional people. One of them is Yuo Yizhong, Kim Hyun-sung, and the other is the white-eyed wolf Lee Sung-ji. The king of Goryeo has played a role in contributing to the flames. It is estimated that they will start soon. Huang Zixuan's face changed, and he said angrily, Jin Xuanqing, I knew he was not a good thing. From the very beginning, he had been against me, and he also hooked up with other nobles. That's right. He must have done it. Talking to himself for a while, Huang Zixuan said, Master Yan, what should I do now? You will immediately use everyone to monitor the situation in Ryukyu Castle and notify us as soon as there is a turmoil. I am afraid that there will be major changes in Korea this time. If you cooperate well, it will be just around the corner. Huang couldn't help himself. He nodded repeatedly. After talking about this, Huang Zixuan left the camp. He immediately asked his servant to notify everyone under his command to monitor every move around Liu Jingqing. Although the army of Dayu is very powerful, they are still new to Goryeo and need the cooperation of local people like them. Ordered this, he went back to the mansion. Never thought that soon after he arrived in the mansion, he saw a man being turned over by his servant. Sir, this person intends to poison the channel of the drafts of the army of the Great Yu country and was caught by us. If it is not in time for the command of the Sir, I am afraid that something will happen, a servant said with credit. Huang Zixu originally had some doubts about Yan Qingfeng's words, but the facts made him cold from head to toe, and he vaguely felt that something big was about to happen. Thinking of this, he said, Go to the Dayu State Army camp immediately. I am afraid it will be too late. The servants hurriedly prepared a sedan chair for him. Huang Zixuan asked all the children and the whole family to get on the bus, and at the same time sent personnel to notify the officials of his faction to make them prepare in advance. Huang went and returned to and brought the whole family, Yan Qingfeng's heart, and he said, It's already started? Huang Zixuan said, We caught a civilian who poisoned the military canal. Yan Qingfeng's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he said to the adjutant, Immediately let everyone stop drinking mountain spring water. After they settled in Liujing City, Huang Zixuan built a canal from the mountain to the city in order to please them. The mountain spring water from the mountain flows in this canal. For Yan Qingfeng, since he caught the poisoner, no one can use it, because someone may have poisoned the poison before this person. After all, one person cannot pollute the entire canal. I didn't expect this matter to be so serious. Poisoning them in the water is really cruel. This is equivalent to killing all our soldiers. Yan Qingfeng exudes a dangerous atmosphere. Looked at the officers gathered around, he said, You have all heard, now that some people use poisoning and other abuse methods to make us die, then we will make them pay a heavy price. Chapter 896 Punish. A glimmer of light fell through the thick clouds in the sky, forming a beautiful beam of light between the sky and the earth. Yan Qingfeng and the generals in Dayang are no longer in the mood to appreciate it. Poisoning in the water is extremely bad. Generally speaking, this is an extreme behavior used when the war is going to the extreme. But now this kind of thing has appeared in Liu Jingqing, which makes everyone feel the crisis. Dayu team get out of Liu Jingqing. Dayu team get out of Liu Jingqing. Everyone was discussing the next action, and bursts of unison shouts from far and near soon arrived outside the camp. Huang Zixuan's expression was very ugly. He said, Master Yan, obviously someone contributed to this incident. First, the poison was poisoned, and then the people were instigated to harass Dayang. This must be Jin Xuanqing's ghost idea, and this time he is very close to the nobles in Liu Jingqing, and it is likely that he still has the last killer move. Do you mean he is going to tear his face with us? Yan Qingfeng asked. This Jingxuanqing Huang Zixu often mentioned to him that this is a high-ranking minister of Goryeo, and he is of the same clan as King Goryeo. Because the king of Goryeo obediently accepted the terms of the treaty, they did not clean up the top of Goryeo and decided to adopt a moderate policy. After all, the Japanese country had not been expelled at the time, and they didn't want chaos in the rear. It's just this kind of mild policy that brought about the legacy. This is the Baoang faction in the Goryeo court. On the surface, they agree with the rule of the Great Yu Kingdom, but the real purpose is to use the Great Yu Kingdom to drive away the one, then let the Great Yu Kingdom spend money and effort to build an industrial foundation for them. It can be said that their real purpose is to use Great Chongqing, not to accept the governance of Great Chongqing. Now that they realized that the Great Yu country would not be fooled by them, they split Goryeo into two, and they became angry at once, and they began to think of ways to drive the Great Yu country out. It's very possible that this Jingxuanqing has always failed to deal with me, and blocked many of my government orders, and I can guarantee that the people have no resentment against the army of the Great Yu country. After all, you have never burned, killed, looted, and looted like the Japanese. The only possibility is that Kim Hyun-sung is secretly playing tricks. When the two were talking, the sound at the door became louder and louder. The soldiers in the camp had already assembled at the door, ready to respond to emergencies. Yan Qingfeng's eyes narrowed. I want to see how they are going. After that, he walked to the entrance of Deng. Get out of Goryeo. This is our land. You don't deserve to be in this category. Get out. At the entrance of the military camp, thousands of people dressed up as Koreans yelled angrily. Their expressions were angry and their eyes were red, as if they were about to eat people. Yan Qingfeng looked at the three most ferocious people among them coldly, with a sneer from the corners of his mouth. Although these three people are dressed up as ordinary people, their clothes are too clean, even their nails are neatly repaired, and their skin is too white and tender. At first glance, they are people who have not done heavy work. At this glance, he already knew it. Today, fortunately, Huang Zixuan had some power in Liu Jingqing and successfully found the poison person. Otherwise, this round of traps would have caused him a big loss. In his opinion, the poisoning was for the follow-up incident, because this group of people would immediately clash with them, and then a large number of disguised people would rush in. Once they were poisoned, the battle would be defeated. Master Yan, this leader is definitely not the common people. It must be arranged by Jingxuanqing, and it is estimated that more people will come soon. Huang Zixuan was a little nervous, and his words trembled. Yan Qingfeng nodded lightly. His expression began to become a little serious. He said to the adjutant, "The artillery is ready, use grape bullets." Governor Yi said, "Once there is a rebellion in Liu Jingqing, he will immediately suppress and arrest all the prisoners." "Yes, Commander." The adjutant took the order and left. After a while, the soldiers pushed out the field artillery, and boxes of ammunition were placed in front of the artillery. "Bad son, get out of Goryeo!" someone in the crowd shouted angrily, and a stone flew directly towards Yan Qingfeng. Seeing this, Yan Qingfeng only leaned slightly and avoided the stone, but this behavior seemed to make the Korean people outside even more angry. They cursed and blushed, and the stones flew toward the guard soldiers like rain. Some soldiers couldn't dodge, and their heads were battered by stones, and the scene became more and more chaotic. Sure enough, it is a group of people who you don't fight. He is called Dad. He won't know that he is the cheap type of grandson. The anger accumulated in Yan Qingfeng's heart finally broke out. He raised his hand gently. Fire. His order was given. Soldiers who had been suffocated for a long time shot one after another. The artillery stuffed grape bullets into the muzzle. With a boom, the thieves blocked in front of the door fell into a pool of blood. The people in the crowd booed with money were frightened by the horror before they sat directly on the ground, and when they reacted, they got up and ran. And the three leading men were sifted in the first round of shooting. They never expected that the Daewoo team would be so fierce. Was just a round of shooting. The thieves who were just like hungry wolves collapsed one after another. Hundreds of corpses were left in front of the camp, and the blood ran into rivers. Yan Qingfeng said coldly, "You pretend to be Japanese pirates to slaughter my compatriots, to attack my coastal fishermen's hatred, and to enslave my brothers and sisters. Today, I will clear your account together." The tiger is not angry. Is it a sick cat? Don't blame us for being ruthless. After all, he said to Huang Zixuan, do you know the officials in Liujing who violated the treaty? Clear. You reading www.yuukanzu.com. Huang Zixuan swallowed hard, and the hellish scene in front of him made him realize that these people were not here to protect them, but to supervise them. The cloud and the wind sounded like gold and stone, and he said, "Okay. Commander Tibet, you will lead 1,000 troops with Huang Zixuan to arrest all the officials in this city who oppose the treaty, and kill those who dare to violate it." "Yes," a burly man answered. Huang froze for a moment, and then suddenly smiled. For him, this was an opportunity to eliminate the dissidents. Of course, the people he didn't like were also those who opposed the Great Yu country. "Master Yan, don't worry, I promise that none of them can escape," Huang Zixuan said. Yan Qingfeng nodded. He said to the remaining generals, "If nothing happens, a large number of disguised people will come, and then the real war will come." "Brothers, now it's time for you to make contributions. We can't take a step back. We must clean up Liu Jingqing and completely solve our enemies." "Yes, teacher." A loud and neat voice sounded. Chapter 897. The Culprit. What? Kim Hyun-sung stood up in shock from the Liu Jingqing's Yaoi government. "You said the Dayu team did it?" "Master Yizing, yes, they were too cruel. We threw a stone, and they shot and fired. Hundreds of people died. Now everyone is scattered." The young man kneeling in front of Jin Hyun-sung was stained with blood. His arm was injured and he was bleeding. The poison person did not come back. Our people saw him being caught by Huang Zixu's person. "Hey, now the plan has been disrupted." This Huang Zixu, dog thief. Jin Xuanqing's eyes were moving back and forth. The situation now clearly exceeded his expectations. The army of Dayu Kingdom did not follow the steps he thought. According to his plan, if the poison is poisoned today, the soldiers of the Dayu team tomorrow will all lose their combat effectiveness because of drinking the poisonous spring water. That was the time when they led the army to attack, and today it is just to deliberately create contradictions. But the army of Dayu State is reactant fiercely now, and in this way, they are not prepared to have any more hands. Can't wait any longer. I'm afraid Yan Qingfeng has already learned about the poisoning. Now that Huang Zixuan has gone to Daying, the following will most likely target us. Jin Xuanqing frowned and said, "Raise troops now?" A nobleman Liu Jingqing exclaimed, "Master Yizing, how is this possible? Can we beat them?" "The poisoning fails, and we should stop." Jin Xuanqing sneered, "Why do you think Yan Qingfeng dared to be so unscrupulous? He must have received the order. Our every move is probably under the supervision of the Great Yu country. There is only one battle now, otherwise it is waiting for death." After that, he turned to the Goryeo general beside him and said, "You will now bring troops into the city, and send someone to inform Li Chengzai that he has firearms in his hands. There is still a chance for our cooperation to force the Great Yu country to compromise. They are also at war in the country and can't afford to waste it with us." The general nodded and led the way. At this time, Jin Xuanqing showed a piece of paper, and he said, "You have signed and drawn on this side. Now you have no way out, only with me." "Hey!" The nobles of Liu Jingqing sighed deeply. Just as they were in a mess, a servant ran up in a panic. When he reached Jin Xuanqing, he knelt down and cried, "It's not good for you to discuss politics. Huang Zixu's army leading the country is arresting people everywhere. Wango, the king is arrested now." "King?" Jin Xuanqing shook his body and almost fainted. They should have been able to do this easily, but now everything seems to be reversed, and they have become extremely passive. The other nobles turned pale after hearing the words, and said one by one, "Huang Zixu has always been at odds with us. He will definitely arrest us. Now our whole family is probably arrested by him. What can we do?" Exclamation mark. "It's over. It's all over. We are all going to die." Chaos in the hall was a mess. Jin Xuanqing gasped for a while, and he snorted coldly, "None of you want to leave today, Now you immediately notify your own people to lead the soldiers, otherwise you can only bury the king." As soon as his voice fell, a row of soldiers walked out from behind the door, drawing knives out of their sheaths. When Liu Jingqing saw it, his face was ash and ashes, and he had to surrender his talisman. There was a crazy look in Jin Xuanqing's eyes, and he shouted, "Dau country, let us fight each other today." After all, he immediately sent someone to lead the troops into the city. At this time, Yan Qingfeng had assembled the remaining army, and they controlled all the city gates for the first time. Soon, they saw the Korean army coming to the city. These soldiers were all dressed up as ordinary people, but they were holding knives in their hands. They rushed up when they saw the soldiers of Dayu State at the door. The soldiers of the Great Yu State who occupied the gate of the city have been prepared for this situation. If the Koreans think that the soldiers of the Great Yu State will feel soft when they see the Korean people, then they are very wrong. Besides, they have learned that these people are disguised by soldiers. First row shooting. The head guarding the north gate calmly issued an order. More than 2,000 people have already set up their positions at the city gate. A group of 200 people are arranged in 3 rows. Although the troops going south have already used breech rifles, the rotation of their equipment has not yet reached them. After all, the local army in Goryeo has nothing to do with firearms. Conquering rifles is enough. Papa, flames and white smoke rose, and the menacing Korean soldiers suddenly fell over 400 people. Second row shooting. Papa, third row. First row. Orders were issued one after another, and the Levy musket formed a continuous firepower within a distance of 150 meters. Because it is a rifled rifle, the Levy musket can guarantee sufficient accuracy within 150 meters. Under the fierce firepower, the soldiers of the Liu Jingqing noblemen fell one by one. At this time, they finally realized the despair in front of the gun. They had already lost more than 2,000 people before they rushed to the front. Such heavy casualties completely disintegrated the soldiers disguised as civilians. A group of mobs. The captain of the city guard said disdainfully. In his eyes, the Korean soldiers have always been the most incompetent, but once they gain power, they will be extremely cruel. If they are now at a disadvantage, it is estimated that all of them will be murdered by Korean soldiers. They have proved their despicable character when Japanese pirates attacked the coast of Dayu. At the same time, fighting took place outside the other city gates, but in the face of the fierce firepower of Dayu, they quickly left a pile of corpses and fled. From early morning to late afternoon, intermittent fighting has been going on, and the number of Korean soldiers who died outside the city gate reached more than 20,000. When night fell, Liu Jingqing was silent for a moment. All the Korean people in the city hid in their homes for fear of being hurt by the fish. Only the sound of Dayu team running back and forth on the street. No more troops will come. In Jin Xuanqing's mansion, the hearts of the nobles were ashamed. News kept coming. Their troops were wiped out one by one, and no one could break through the city gate. The news of the failure made Jin Hyun like a madman. His hair was loose at this time, and his eyes were crazy. Although he was partly for the king of Goryeo, he really didn't want to lose his position in Goryeo. It was because of this that he wanted to drive away the soldiers of Dayu Kingdom, so Huang Zixu could not stand in the way. Boom! When they were worried about fear, suddenly the door of the mansion was kicked open. A large number of soldiers from the country broke in with guns, and Huang Zixu walked towards them triumphantly. Jin Xuanqing, this Liu Jingqing farce should also be over. Fighting against the Dayu team that drove away the barbarians and the country of Japan. You are bored. Ha ha ha. Chapter 898. Cruel Politics. The waning moon enters the hook. The bright white moonlight reflected from the eastern sky into the main hall, watching the tiger wolf-like soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom and Huang Zixu standing in the middle. Jin Xuanqing laughed frantically. Master Yu Yizhong, this has nothing to do with us. It is all Jin Hyunsung who persecuted us. Please be aware of it. Upon hearing this, the nobles knelt down and desperately buckled their heads at Huang Zixu. Is it right? I'll say no. Master Yun has the final say. The only thing that can mitigate your crimes is to truthfully explain to you and King Goryeo how Li Chengzai colluded to plan this conspiracy. Huang Zixu said coldly. Hearing this, The general nobles clamored. I know. Huang Zixuan nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Jing Xuanqing, who was distributing the beetles, and couldn't help but smile. Zuo Yizing, you asked for it yourself. After coming back from King Zhu, I said that Jiuli is infinitely better than the Great Yu country. Wait for this railway. Xu arrived in Goryeo. At that time, it only took one night for Great Yu to send troops here. Goryeo was even more unstoppable. For such a prosperous Great Yu, Korea can only worship and can integrate into Great Yu and become a member of Great Yu. People are also a glorious thing, but unfortunately, you stupid donkey just don't understand. Bah! You traitorous dog thief! We are the nobles of Qingbai Mountain. We never forget our ancestors in shame. What a pity! What a pity! If the barbarians are undefeated, in the future part of the Great Yu Kingdom will be our territory. The people of Yu country are just our slaves. Jing Xuanqing yelled. Ha! You still remember the barbarians, but unfortunately, they can't protect themselves now. Huang Zixu sneered. Jing Xuanqing's eyes were red. He suddenly took out his sword and looked at the nobleman who was kneeling on the ground. He cursed. You cowards, I want you to be buried. Huang Zixu motioned to the soldiers at this time, and the soldiers from Dayu State immediately stepped forward, and the other rifle hit Jing Xuanqing's mouth severely. Ah! With a scream, Jing Xuanqing fell to the ground, a mouthful of gold teeth mixed with blood and spit out. Huang Zixu smiled triumphantly. He said to the others, you still have a chance. Whoever writes down the cause and effect first will survive. Upon hearing this, the nobles hurriedly found paper and pen. After waiting for a while, Huang Zixu collected all the confessions from the nobles, and then asked the soldiers to take them to the prison, and then went to the palace with the confession. Unlike every quiet night, today's palace is extremely noisy, and a large number of soldiers from the Great Yu country guard the palace. Master, this is the confession of the nobles. Jing Xuanqing is too hard to speak. He was taken into a veteran by the subordinates, and he was tortured to serve him. I am not afraid that he would not say it, Huang Zixu said flatly, and at the same time glanced at the embarrassing king of Goryeo. The current king of Goryeo still has the scenery of the past, but he is just a coward who is crying. Yan Qingfeng nodded slightly. He glanced at the confession, and then slammed to the ground. Goryeo, the emperor treats you well and still keeps your seat, but you don't know how to cherish it. Master Yan, I was wrong. Please tell the emperor that I must fulfill all the treaties as soon as possible. No, right away, not now. Please forgive Master Yan. King Goryeo said with a nose and tears. He was smoking Yuxiang when Yan Qingfeng arrived. At that time, Yan Qingfeng smashed his smoking gun, and now he is still feeling uncomfortable. Unfortunately, it's late. Yan Qingfeng's eyes became stern. Goryeo was the 4 counties of Han Dynasty and Han Dynasty. To Yan Qingfeng, this Goryeo was originally the territory of the Great Yu Kingdom. Only later, due to the rise and fall of the Central Plains Dynasty, Goryeo was separated by some Koreists. When the king of Korea heard this, he immediately slumped on the ground, and he cursed, Kim Hyun-sung, you missed me. You missed me. Huang Zixu looked at the once aloof King Goryeo and became like this, and his body was even more cold. When he looked at Yan Qingfeng, he smiled even more flatteringly. Because his wealth and life all care about Yan Qingfeng. Come here, take King Goryeo into the prison and wait for the court's order. Yan Qingfeng said loudly. Upon hearing the words, the soldiers immediately pulled the king of Goryeo up and dragged them out. Yan Qingfeng looked at Huang Zixu at this time, and said, Governor Yi ordered that from now on, I have the full authority to handle all affairs of Liu Jingqing. Now Liu Jingqing is undergoing such a big change, but the imperial court cannot be messed up. You can do this. Get it? It can be done. It can be done. Huang Zixu couldn't help himself. After all, people like Jing Xuanqing are a minority, and many officials still support the treaty. Really? Then I'll give you an order now. From now on, you will immediately send soldiers to collect any books about the history and culture of Korea, and all the books you have received will be burned. Anyone who talks about the history of Korea will be killed. Moreover, private schools are prohibited by the private sector, and those who violate it will be put to death. Huang Zixuan suddenly went cold from head to toe. He now scolded Jing Xuanqing's 18th generation ancestors. If it weren't for them to make trouble, Dayu would not adopt such a radical decree anyway. But now it's too late. Once this order is issued, the traces of Goryeo will be completely wiped out. Master Yun, is this a bit harsh? The official is worried that it will arouse the indignation of scholars. Huang Zixu still wanted to plead. Then kill until no one is indignant, Yun Qingfeng said cruelly. Before he came to Goryeo, Xiaoming had a lot of conversations with him, including the book burning of Qin Shi Huang. Although the emperor also thought this was a tyranny, if the first emperor had not unified the culture, writing, weights and measures, how could the once divided countries reintegrate together and truly achieve unity? For him, the current method is also suitable for Goryeo, but as a big country merging, such a small country can withstand the losses caused by the rebellion, and will not die because of this second king like Qin. Yes, Master Yun. Huang Zixu dared not ask any more, as if he was being drunk. Yun Qingfeng got up at this moment, and he said to the guards around him, "You sent someone to the ancient city of Hai overnight, saying that Li Cheng is conspiring against it and the evidence is sufficient to take it." The guards led away, and Yun Qingfeng turned and walked out. Liu Jingqing was done now, and Li Cheng was left below. The next day, Yi Qinian, who was waiting for news, received a message from Yun Qingfeng. After reading it over and over again, he sighed slightly and said to Kudong, "This Li Chengzai takes himself too seriously, that's all. Since the evidence is conclusive, you should notify Li Cheng's general in the army to do it." Yes. Kudong let out a sigh. The generals under Li Cheng made the arrangements for them to want Li Cheng to die is a simple matter. On the third day, this order arrived at Chongming City, which is only 60 miles away from Pusan City. At this time, Li Chengzai was still intoxicated by creating chaos in Pusan City. This chaos has already caused more than 20 soldiers from the kingdom to be injured. It's just that his good mood disappeared when the generals and soldiers surrounded him. Now he finally understands why Yi Qinian is so assured to him. Chapter 899. Cut grass and roots. Li Cheng is here. Do we do it? Or do you catch it with nothing? Li Cheng in Chongming City was at the mansion. The 12 generals had cold eyes. Behind them were soldiers with live ammunition. Seeing that the generals who had chatted with him and laughed and became his own enemies in a blink of an eye, Li Cheng had mixed feelings in his heart. At this time, his heart was like ashes, like falling into an ice cave. "I'll go with you." Li Cheng has no choice now, at least so that he can retain the last trace of dignity. 2 days later, under the custody of the new Goryeo army, Li Songji arrived at Haigyu Castle. Seeing the people coming and going, the lively and prosperous Haigyu city, he suddenly felt regret. He had to admit the fact that even though it was occupied by the Great Yu Kingdom, Haigyu City was radiating stronger vitality than ever. Now Haigyu Fortress has become the most prosperous place in Korea. "Can I see Commander Yi?" Li Cheng asked. No. The answer was cold words. Soon, he and the soldiers who participated in the plotting of the rebellion were taken to the prison of the ancient city of Hai. Walking through the cell, he was surprised to see Kim Hyansung and King Goryeo. Upon seeing this, he smiled bitterly. "Li Chengzai, you are really smart, but you were mistaken by cleverness." With a wry smile, Li Chengzai said to himself that he could have a bright future, but now everything is ruined by his ambition. At the same time, Yi Qinian, Kudong, and Yun Qingfeng were receiving imperial decree from King Zi in the governor's office. The content of this imperial edict is very simple, only 4 words: cut the grass and eliminate the roots. The emperor's meaning is very clear. All the dignitaries who participated in the rebellion this time will be executed, and the rebellious forces in Korea will be completely eliminated, so as to avoid similar things happening again. Yi Qinian said loudly. Yun Qingfeng nodded. If the Goryeo rebellion was not discovered in time, the consequences would be disastrous. He said, "Koryo people are very good at using conspiracies and tricks. If they can't completely control the morning and evening, it will be a disaster." The emperor's thoughts are profound. Some consideration. It's still the emperor's boldness. If that's the case, We can't be polite. We will shoot all these people tomorrow to behave like you. Kudong said. This is a bit too hasty. Although the People's Rebellion is directly related to these powerful people, the people of Korea must also agree with them. Therefore, it is time to implement reforms to win the support of the people, and then execute them again. Come, you can get it right once and for all, Yi Kinian said in thought. Kudong clapped his hands. He said, Commander Yi is now the governor of Korea. This method is now much more sophisticated. Yi Kinian showed his face. After all, this governor is also involved in government affairs. In fact, he also learned from Pan Yukun and others. To make this decision, Yi Kinian signed the first order of the governor's mansion. From now on, the whole area of Korea will implement the land equalization law to collect noble land and return the people, and at the same time reduce and exempt part of the Korean tax. The name of Korea is abolished and changed to Goryeo Mansion. In addition, Yi Kinian also demanded that Goryeo Mansion establish a public person, so that poor children can enter the public person to learn the culture and language of the country, and realize the content of the treaty step by step. The order was passed to Liu Jingqing, and Huang Zixu did not dare to delay. They immediately sent the order to the local officials and asked them to implement it immediately. Now that the king of Goryeo has been held in prison, they no longer dare to think of anything wrong. Who said that the country of Dau is bad? Look at it. Now people have to allocate land to us, and we are exempted from taxation, and our children can still enter public school to read and recognize characters, and they can participate in examinations in the future. Did the nobles before give it to us? The notice at the gate of Ryo Kyungsiang was surrounded by the people of Goryeo. The law of evening fields immediately caused a sensation. Now Ryo Kyungsiang and the surrounding people are discussing this matter. Many people even went to the notice to confirm. That's right. In the past, those powerful didn't treat us as human beings at all. They haven't treated us as well as Dau. I think I would rather be a dog of Dau than a pariah in Korea. A radical voice sounded. This said, everyone looked at the speaking young man, and many people sighed. This young man was quite famous in the local area because he was the target of Jin Xuansang's chase one day ago. Jin Xuansang seized his family's land 2 years ago. At that time, in a rage, the young man killed Jin Xuansang's family and was designated as a murderer. Now Jin Xuanqing has fallen, and his case has been turned over by Huang Zixu. Huang Zixu not only spared him the crime, but also rewarded him with 20 acres of fertile land. Many people naturally dare not speak such a rebellious language like young people, but they gradually accept it from their hearts. They never cared about any country, because whoever changed it would be to pay food. Now that there is a court that allows them to live comfortably, they are naturally willing to accept it. As the reform decree signed by Yi Kinian has an increasing influence in Korea, Yi Kinian, who has gained a lot of popular support, feels that the time has come to execute the king of Korea. 1 month after the Ryukyungsiang rebellion, he escorted Kim Hyansung, King Goryeo and other dignitaries to the execution ground. To his satisfaction, the Goryeo people in Haiguching were very excited, but the excitement was not opposition, but the excitement of watching the crowds. In Yi Kinian's view, the people of Korea had no feeling for these people. Governor, it's time. On the square of Haiguching, more than 7,000 people were kneeling on the ground. At this time, all those who participated directly and indirectly participated. At this time, there was a gunman standing behind everyone, and they were waiting for Yi Kinian's orders at any time. Kill, 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 kill. At this moment, the Korean people who visited suddenly made a deafening noise, and Yi Kinian showed a smile at the corner of his mouth, and he threw down the ling arrow in his hand. Execution. The messenger shouted. When the soldiers heard the words, they raised their muskets and pointed their guns at the back of the prisoner's head. Suddenly, many people leaked yellow liquid from under their bodies. Many of the rich and powerful, including the king of Goryeo, were scared to pee their pants. But all of this was the fruit of their own lives. Boom boom. Continuous gunfire sounded. One by one Goryeo dignitaries fell in a pool of blood, and the surrounding Goryeo people cheered. These dignitaries who do a lot of evil in their hearts should have died long ago. The shooting lasted only 2 minutes, and more than 7,000 people fell in a pool of blood, and the rampant Korean rebellion came to an end. Goryeo is clean now, but this is just the beginning. We want to make Goryeo a food and mineral supply of the country. In order to achieve this goal, we still need your full cooperation. Yi Kinyan smiled. This is a person duties of the governor. Only by letting Goryeo continue to export benefits for the country of Dau can we accelerate the development of Dau. Chapter 900 First application of Grenade. King Zoot. News from Goryeo continued to be sent to the palace. As the situation stabilized, Xiaoming became calmer day by day. Yi Kinyan still has a lot of courage. Such a drastic reform, ordinary officials do not dare, but he dare. Pang Yu-kun, the head of the Imperial Library, laughed loudly. Obviously he was very satisfied with Yi Kinyan's deeds in Korea. Therefore, there are some advantages to letting soldiers handle emergency situations in extraordinary times. They have guns in their hands and are not afraid of things. Now Korea has become the Goryeo mansion in a blink of an eye. From then on, there is one less threat in Kanto, and one more can be provided at any time. Supporting mansion, Xiaoming said. Pang Yu-kun nodded slightly. However, if Goryeo is to be fully honored in the Great Yu country, it is necessary to pay close attention to the education of the public. The lower officials think that the current Goryeos cannot completely abandon their current status. Complete changes can only occur in the next generation. That's right. Assimilation is not a matter of overnight, at least it will take decades, but don't worry about this, the people of Korea are not stupid. As long as they eat and drink, the people of Korea will not be stupid enough to rebel. Therefore, the policy of cruel exploitation should not be adopted blindly to Korea, and at the same time, they should be left with the leeway to live and not let them starve. Now a fact lies in front of us. In fact, the American War of Independence was precisely because the British adopted a policy of exploitation against the colonial people that was different from that of the British mainland. Therefore, in Xiaoming's view, operating a colony and feeding cows are the same. If you want to get more milk, you have to let the cow eat and drink enough so that you can have a greater output. Otherwise, if you want the horse to run, and you don't want the horse to eat grass, things will happen sooner or later. Moreover, he wants to assimilate to Goryeo, rather than just grab it and leave, which is even more important. What the emperor said is that the cabinet has the same idea after discussion. Pang Yu-kun said, "That's great." Xiaoming smiled. After a pause, he skipped Goryeo and didn't mention it. Instead, he said, "This matter of the thermal power plant should be listed by your cabinet as a key task to supervise, whether it is people or money. Also, this research is related to electricity. Product research laboratories should focus on support, and strive to produce a part of the products, such as incandescent lamps, when electric power realizes a small part of its operation in King Zoot." "Yes, the Emperor," Pang Yu-kun replied. Having said this, Xiaoming asked Pang Yu-kun to leave, and he sat down and began to compile a more advanced material book. The scientific and technological content of this book will cover the period from the end of the 18th century to the end of the 19th century. The key product is the machinery related to electricity, especially the lathe part, because once there is electricity, the stability of the lathe will be greatly improved, which is of great benefit to the overall improvement of the industry. While he was busy presenting piece by piece of technology, the first batch of grenades arrived at the Linen battlefield, which was in stalemate. After more than a month of full production, 9,000 grenades were manufactured. "Grenade, how do you use this thing?" This month, Luff got angry because of the war on the front line. As soon as the grenade arrived, he ran faster than the rabbit, and he wanted to see a new type of weapon for the first time. Nu Ben knocked out Nu Ben's grenade hand. "This is no joke, Liu Oquan, and I don't want to be blown up by you." Luff was itchy. He asked anxiously, "Old General, how does this work?" Nu Ben is actually on the upswing. They arrived under Linen a month ago and found that the entire Linen was surrounded by intertwined trenches. The soldiers in the trenches showed only half of their heads. Once their soldiers launched a charge, they would shoot at close range, causing them a lot of casualties. So as soon as this grenade, which is said to be a weapon of trench warfare, arrived, he was instantly refreshed. "I will show it to you, and you will teach it to the soldiers after you return." Before Luff came, he had studied with the technicians in the military workshop, and now he is showing off. At this moment Liu Oxin also hurried over. Like Luff, he was now a bit exhausted by the trench battle. During the northern expedition, they could still use plate armor to hedge, but now they can't. The opponent's firearm can easily penetrate the plate armor, which causes them to consume each other only in the trenches. Nu Ben picked up a grenade in front of everyone, skillfully unscrewed the safety cover, pulled the rope, and threw it out. Boom! With an explosion, the dust rose 40 meters away. Luffy and Liu Oxin's eyes straightened. In his opinion, this grenade is very simple and powerful. If it is thrown into the trench, it can kill a large number of enemies. Awesome, really amazing. Luffy and Liu Oxin clapped their hands. Nu Ben turned around. He looked at Luffy and Liu Oxin and said, "Remember, this thing has a delay of only 5 seconds. If you don't throw it after 5 seconds, you will blow yourself up." "Yes, General," Luffy and Liu Oxin said in the same way. Nu Ben nodded, and then let the two of them try to use the grenades. After the two mastered them, he allocated 4,000 grenades to Luffy and Liu Oxin to allow them to capture each other's trench. "Save some use," Nu Ben said distressedly when the two left. Now he has only 1,000 pieces left. It is estimated that other army commanders will come to him to complain soon. Returning to their respective positions, Luffy and Liu Oxin immediately organized training for soldiers. Throwing grenades was also a technical job. One had to throw it far and the other had to be accurate. Therefore, we must choose some strong arms and easy-to-use eyes. Now that they have obtained the information, the Sima clan and the wealthy clans who cling to them have formally attached to the Merchant Council, and now they don't need any more scruples. Because the Imperial Court has designated the Merchant Council as the gangsters in collusion with the West, their actions to regain the state of Chu will be just. After several days of training, a 400-man grenadier was born. Each of these soldiers was assigned 10 grenades. They will be responsible for bombing the enemy's trenches. Today, let them, the rebels, know how great Luffy is. Luffy scolded while observing the opponent's trench while holding the telescope. Although the casualties of the enemy during the confrontation were much greater than theirs, the existence of the trench seemed to give them a glimmer of hope. In the crisscross trenches not far away, more than a dozen Marriott troops are still holding on, and Luffy is tired of such a stalemate. "Grenadier prepares," Luffy shouted. The distance between the trenches between the two sides was originally only 50 meters, but in order to make it easier to throw the grenades, they took the opportunity to dig a dozen more front trenches last night, shortening their previous distance to about 30 meters. Now the grenadiers all enter these forward trenches. Throw. Following Luffy's order, 400 grenadiers picked up grenades and threw them into the opponent's trench. Suddenly, a continuous explosion sounded, and the opposite trench was covered by flames and smoke.